Laravel document, you'll need to have both PHP load your Laravel app. Immediately, all right, so check this out. Hey there, how are you doing? I'm going to let you in on a secret. When I work on courses for Laracasts, I just about never, ever write scripts. But this series is a very special one, and I care about you so much that I took the time to sit down and prepare a formal introductory script. And I'd like to read it to you right now. Please be excited. It goes a little something like this. Hello, it's nice to meet you. My name is Jeffrey, and I'm here to teach you the ins. I can't do it. It's so boring, and I already know it. Hi, I'm Jeffrey. I've been working with Laravel for over a decade. And you know what? To pat myself on the back, I'm one of the few people who can say I've actually been working with Laravel for over a decade. Yeah, I was there in the early days, back when Laracon wasn't even a thing. And if Laracon is new to you, that is a Laravel-specific conference. These days, they are held all over the world, and thousands of people attend. But back then, nobody knew what Laravel was. In fact, when people heard the word, they called it Laravel, not Laravel. And actually, some people still do today. But trust me, the correct pronunciation is Laravel. But yeah, back then, nobody knew what it was, and we didn't have a Laracon yet. And when we finally did have a Laracon, maybe, 60 people showed up. And you know what? I was one of the presenters at that very first conference. So I say all of this, again, not to pat myself on the back, but to persuade you that I've been doing this for a really long time. And if you're just getting started in Laravel, I think I would be a great tour guide. All right. That's my spiel. So if you'd like to learn the ins and outs of Laravel, why don't you come along one day at a time? Let's go. Now, before I can start showing you how to write Laravel apps, of course, the first step, as always, is to get your tooling in order. Now, in the past, when it came to setting up a development environment for PHP, I don't know, it could sometimes be a little bit overwhelming because there's so many different tools to choose from. It's sort of decision paralysis, right? Which one do I pick? And of course, everyone has a different recommendation. And while that's still, of course, true, these days, there are one-click solutions that are really incredible and I can happily recommend. So yeah, maybe traditionally you might pull in a tool like XAMPP or MAMP or WAMP. On Windows, you might use a tool called Laracon. And by the way, all of these are still developed today and they're excellent. The whole point is, and here's another one on the Mac, you could install everything manually, quote unquote, using Homebrew. So you could do things like brew, install PHP, brew, install MySQL. All of these still exist and are great, and they are options for you. But if you're just getting started with Laravel, I can happily recommend Laravel Herd. It's a magical, and I hate using that word, but it's kind of true. It's a magical one-click utility to get you up and running, building PHP and specifically Laravel apps. So right down here, just click on the button. On my machine, I see download for Mac OS, but rest assured there is a Windows equivalent. Otherwise, on Linux, you probably already know what to do. But yeah, otherwise, you might consider this tool, which is still great. Okay, so let's just work through it together and get set up. I will download it. All right, let's drag this to my applications directory, close it out, and open it up. All right, welcome to Herd. Let's get started. All right, notice it is downloading PHP 8.3, which is the latest version at the time of this recording. Now, there is a free version of Herd, and that's going to do everything you need. If you want some extra bells and whistles, you can, of course, pay for a professional version. But yeah, if you don't want to do that, the free version will take you as far as you need to go for this course and further. We'll skip it for now. All right, there we go. So notice we now have binaries for Herd, PHP, Laravel, and a tool called Composer, which you may or may not be familiar with. But either way, don't worry, we will cover it when we get to it. All right, next, all PHP projects placed in the herd folder will automatically be available in your browser. And this is one of the coolest things. You're going to love this. All right, so let's get started. All right, check this out. If I go up to my menu bar, I now see a new herd icon. Here's where I can see any processes that I have running. I can switch between the versions of PHP that I have installed. And this is one of the great features. If you have multiple projects where some of them depend on an older version of PHP, you can run those simultaneously on your local machine, which is really cool. You don't have to worry about it at all. So notice in this case, it looks like there is an update for 8.2 available. And if I want to pull that in, I can do so with a single click, which is really cool. But anyways, if I switch over to the General tab, here I can see a list of paths where herd will search for any potential PHP projects. So by default, you get your home directory /herd, but yeah, you can register as many as you want. So in this case, I've added an additional folder called code, and that's fine as well. All right, let's give this a shot. So I'm going to go into my home directory /herd. Of course, it's empty right now. And we're going to use this new Laravel binary. And this is included out of the box with herd. And this is, again, one of the benefits. It includes everything you need to get up and running right away. So I'm going to say Laravel, generate a new project, and I'm going to think of any name I want. Let's keep it very simple, and we will call it example. All right, so it's going to ask me a handful of questions. Would you like to install a starter kit? A starter kit is exactly what you think. It's a way to jumpstart a project with layouts, templates, authentication. It's really cool. But for now, I want to start from scratch. All right, test framework. Again, we're going to stick with the defaults. Do we want to Git repo? No, we're just playing around. All right, so notice it's creating a new folder called example, and it's pulling in all of these dependencies. And again, you didn't even need to know that Composer was a thing in order for this to work, which is really cool. But again, don't worry. If you want to learn more, you're going to learn more. All right, which database will your application use? Why don't we stick with the basics? SQLite, which is a file-based database. All right, that's done. List the files. There's our example project. We'll cd in there, list them again. And that's the Laravel framework, ladies and gentlemen. Really cool. And even better, we can instantly view this application in the browser by visiting the name of the folder .test. Don't believe me? Let me show you. Let's give it a shot. Example.test. And there we go. Say hello to the landing page for Laravel 11. Everything's configured and we're ready to get started. But now real quick, before we finish up, if you chose not to use herd, yeah, you might take a slightly different pathway. And like I mentioned, you could use a tool like Laragon or XAMPP or Docker and Sail. And all of those are excellent, but they have slightly different installation steps. So just keep that in mind. If you need any help, be sure to ask questions in the comments below, and we'll do our best to help out. Okay, but otherwise, in the next video, you are going to create your first route. I hope you're excited. All right, welcome to day 2. Look at you, you're already making progress. Doesn't it feel good? I got a brand new shirt. It's a new day. Let's talk about routing. All right, so here is the example Laravel project that we installed in the last episode. And actually, real quick, on that note, you can consume this course however you want. It goes without saying. Do whatever you want. But I would highly recommend grabbing your computer and working along with the video each step of the way. It really does make a massive difference when you have to type out each character. Okay, so in that spirit, pull up your example project and open it in your editor of choice. Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, PHP Storm, Vim. They're all good. It doesn't make a difference. All right, here we are. Now, I'm going to warn you, right off the bat, this can feel a little overwhelming. There are so many files. Look at this. App, models, providers, bootstrap, resources, storage, test, vendor. Oh my. It's a lot to take in, but like everything, you don't have to learn it all at once. Trust me, you don't have to learn it all at once. We will focus on one piece of the puzzle at a time, and then when we're done, you'll have a pretty solid understanding of the entire framework. I guarantee it. Okay, so where do we begin? With any project, where do you begin? Well, why don't we start with the home page? So I'm going to switch over to the browser. Now, because we used herd in the last episode, I can visit example.test to view my project. But yeah, if you chose something different, then you might need to manually boot up a server. And you can do that using Artisan. And let's just put a pin in that for now. We'll talk about it more in the future. But yeah, for now, just write these 3 words, PHP Artisan serve, and that will boot up a local server to view your project. Okay. But anyways, yeah, I can see a bunch of cards here, links to the documentation, Laracasts, Laravel news, and the ecosystem as a whole. All right, so if I wanted to tweak something on this page, where would I go? All right, let's do that now. So the first stop on our journey is going to be this routes directory. Have a look at web. Now, one of my favorite things about Laravel is it's so clear. So even if you didn't understand what a route is, you could probably parse what's going on here. Let's have a look. Routes get / well, that's typically the home page, right? When you get or visit that home page, then run this function. And it looks like the function returns a view called welcome. All right, and you know what? That's exactly what it does. So more specifically, we are declaring a route that listens for a GET request, and a GET request is just visiting a URL in the browser. In this case, listen for a request to the home page. If we instead were listening for a request to the About page, then I might do something like this. All right, so in response, if the user visits that page, trigger this function, and the function will return a view called welcome. All right, so now the next thought is, well, where is the welcome view? Well, it's pretty clear. We're going to go into the resources directory, views, and sure enough, we see a file called welcome. And notice it's not welcome.php, it's welcome.blade.php. Once again, let's put a pin in that. But if you want a head start, Blade is Laravel's templating engine. It's just a layer on top of PHP that offers a few bells and whistles that you'll find to be pretty useful. Okay, so if we have a look at this, this is the markup for that home page. So why don't we do this? I'm going to select everything within that body tag and replace it with hello world. Give it a refresh, and it works. We're in business. Okay, so now think about what you've learned here. You've learned that you can visit the routes file, you can declare a route, and that route can return what we refer to as a view. And yeah, for now, again, keep it simple. A view is the markup and the template for what the user views. And it's a little more complex than that, but at this stage of your learning, that's good enough. All right, so why don't we do this? Let's declare a new route. So I'm going to go back into routes/web. I'm going to copy this, and we'll do it again. This time, if the user visits /about, then what do? Well, we have a couple choices. We could create a brand new file called about, or you could even return a simple string, about page. All right, let's come back and give it a shot. All right, example.test/about. And there we go. We see about page. It works. Okay, so now I know what you're thinking. Well, when would I ever do that? You actually might be surprised. And further, in addition to returning a string, you could return an array. So this, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but in situations where you want to build an API of sorts, this would be one way to do it. Foo is bar. And if we come back and give this a refresh, and sure enough, our response was converted to JSON, which is really cool. Okay, but for now, we're not talking about APIs. Let's keep it really simple. So I'm going to return a view called about. Now, let's go into the views directory, and I'm going to create a brand new file, but this time, let's forget about Blade. We'll talk about that shortly. For now, I'm simply going to call it about.php, and I will paste in a big chunk of HTML. So I might say about page, and I can say hello from the about page. All right, let's switch back, give it a shot, refresh, and there we go. We've rendered our view. Okay, so now we have a brand new Laravel project where we have declared 2 routes. One of them loads the home page, and that just says hello world for now. And another one loads the about page. Okay, so yeah, notice it wasn't that complicated. You're in and out. And that's the entire point of this course. At no point do I want you to feel overwhelmed at all. So yeah, baby steps are going to take us all the way through this initial 30-day course. So here's your homework. I want you to keep playing around with these routes. Why don't you create a brand new route called contact? And that contact route should load a view called contact. See if you can get that to work, and then move on to day 3. I'll see you then. Welcome to day 3. Glad to have you. So, I don't know about you, but whenever I'm learning something new that's web-related, and this could be a tool or a library or a framework like Laravel, I don't know. No matter how much experience I have, I always turn back into that absolute beginner who just wants to learn how to make a simple 3-page layout. And it makes sense. If you think about it, if you can figure out how that works, you instantly know a lot. You understand how the life cycle of a request works within the context of your new framework. And that means a lot. All right, so in that spirit, we're going to do it again. We're going to build that simple, basic, laughable 3-page layout using Laravel. Let's get started. All right, so here's where we left off at the end of day 2. We have a default route for the home page, and then we added a second one for the about page. And if you did the homework, you should also have a third route for a contact page. But if not, that's okay. We can do it together. Route get contact, and this will load a view called contact. Okay, so now we have home, about, contact, and then corresponding views. But notice how we're still using the name welcome that ships with the framework by default. Why don't we rename this to index, or how about home? All right, so if I update that name, I also have to update the view. Home. All right, and here's what I'm going to do. I will visit the about page and copy all of this and paste it in. And if alarm bells are going off for you, good job. We will fix that shortly. But for now, we're going to create a bit of duplication. So hello from the home page, hello from the about page, and then we also need a new one for the contact page. So I will duplicate this, and this will say hello from the contact page. All right. So update a few values here. And there we go. Let's give it a shot in the browser. All right, so we have the default home page. We have an about page. And then finally, a contact page. But of course, we don't want to manually update the URI in the address bar each time. So let's add our first simple navigation area. We'll do it at the top. We'll call it nav. And then I will nest 3 links. The first one goes to the home page. The next one goes to the about page. And of course, the third one goes to contact. All right, so it's not going to be pretty, but if we go back to the home page and give it a refresh, we see some basic links here. All right, so now, at least from the home page, I can quickly access about or contact. But yeah, of course, the moment we load that new view, we lose our navigation area. So yeah, if you're a beginner, here's what we all did. We just pasted it in, crossed our fingers, and hoped for the best. Like this. And yeah, it is true. That would work. But clearly, we can all see this does not scale, and it's not the best idea. All right, so instead, we're going to reach for layout files. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to update the file name of each of these views to include the blade suffix. So notice it's the name of the view, .blade.php. And we talked about this a little bit in day 2. Blade is Laravel's templating engine. Think of it as a thin layer on top of PHP. And ultimately, when you load the file in the browser, it all gets compiled down. But yeah, it's like a small layer on top that gives you some extra goodies. It gives you some helpers, some shortcuts, directives, which we'll learn about in the future, as well as layout files or master files, as you might know them. So I'm going to update all of these. One more. And yeah, if I switch back to the browser, nothing will change, at least from the end user's point of view. So there's home, about, contact. It all works. But now, yeah, we can upgrade our code base. So I will create a new directory here, and I'm going to call it components. This directory name is important, by the way. If you're not familiar with that term, think of it as any kind of reusable block that could be referenced in multiple places around your application. A task, a menu, a drop-down item, a layout file, a card, a message, an avatar. Any of these would be just fine. So notice how I said layout. Well, layout is a component. And when we create a file within this directory, it's a signal to Laravel that it should be treated as a component. So let's do that now. And again, don't forget to add that blade suffix there. A lot of people forget that, at least initially. All right, so what I will do is I will take all of this wrapping code and I will instead place it within this layout file here. All right, so this looks pretty good to me, except for this final line here that, of course, is unique to the home page. But we'll fix that in just a minute. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to return to my home view, delete it entirely. So now if I come back to Safari and reload the home page, of course, I don't see anything at all, and that would make sense. But now I want to reference our layout file. And we do it like this. We interact with it as if it were a custom HTML tag. So what's the name of the tag? Well, you gave it a name when you created the file, in this case, layout. So we always start components with X dash to ensure that they're unique and they don't interfere with existing HTML tags. And then we reference the name of the component. All right, and that's it. This is really cool. So if I come back and give it a refresh, sure enough, we are loading that layout file, which is great. All right, so now if I return to layout.blade, maybe now we can get rid of this section here that doesn't belong in the layout file. It belongs in the unique view. I will cut that, come back to home, and yeah, what do? Do we just paste it in here? Well, yes, but if I come back to the browser and refresh, I'm not going to see it here. And that's because, well, we're doing it properly, but within the layout file, we have to explicitly declare where that H1 tag should be slotted in, so to speak. So where should we put it? Where do we slot it? We slot it right here. That's where I effectively want to copy and paste anything within this layout tag directly here. All right, so with Laravel, there is a variable name that's always available to you called slot. So I could do, well, I'll show you the long form way, and then we will use some of the blade helpers. But yeah, I could open up PHP and then echo this variable called slot. All right, come back to the browser, give it a refresh, and it works. All right, so are we all on the same page? This is really important. If you don't understand anything here, please ask a question in the comments below. We have created a new component for a layout file. Some people call them master files. That works too. Now, the layout file is almost like the structure for your application. It's all the surrounding markup. It's the head tag. It's any scripts or style sheets you need to import. It's the general structure. It's the navigation area. It's the footer. And then typically you have a main section that will always be unique for each page. So we will define the structure and then we will slot in any page-specific markup. Okay, so here's our home view. Notice how much cleaner all of this is. I can replace the contact page with hello from the contact page and then about, and we are removing all of that duplication, which is really great. All right, so come back, give it a refresh, home, about, contact. And now, if I ever want to add a fourth page, maybe something like meet the team, notice I can update the navigation area within a single file rather than manually updating every single view where we pasted that markup. It's clearly the way to go. But I'll come back and remove that. Okay, so I'm going to finish up by showing you your first blade helper. So yes, I can open up PHP and echo out this slot. Because we're using blade, we can instead create 2 opening and 2 closing curly braces. So this directly translates to PHP echo and then whatever variable you provide, in this case, slot. So notice if I come back and refresh, we get the exact same thing because it is the same thing. Behind the scenes, your Blade code is being compiled to vanilla PHP. So yeah, for now, when you're first learning, whenever you see those braces in your head, translate that to PHP echo slot. This one's just easier and more common to write. All right, great. So yeah, think about what you accomplished here. For day 3, you learned how to build your first simple 3-page layout. And listen, I get it. I know it's super basic, but it's a rite of passage anytime you're learning something new. And you should be proud of yourself. This is really cool stuff. And you also had your first introduction to components and layout files, which is super powerful and very prominent in the Laravel community. So you need to learn it. All right, so what about your homework for day 3? If you choose to accept it, I would like you to, got it. All right, so we worked on this navigation area, right? I want you to extract each anchor tag into its own component. Or I want you to create a Laravel component called nav-link, and that'll be a file, and you have to figure out where does that file go. And within that file, I want you to paste that anchor tag that we have here. But you got to remember, you can't also paste the label or the name for the anchor tag. That part will need to be dynamic. So you will need to leverage slots, just like we did in this video. All right, see if you can figure that out, and then I will see you in day 4. Bye. All right, welcome to day 4, everybody. Why don't we begin by quickly going over the homework from day 3? So you may remember I asked you to extract one of these navigation links into its own dedicated component. So let's do that now together. So in my components directory, and actually a quick note, I made it capital here. It's kind of muscle memory from other frameworks I also use, but it can absolutely be lowercase if you prefer. All right, anyways, navlink.blade.php. All right, let's grab this and paste it in like so. Switch back, and now this can become xnavlink, like so. All right, obviously a little more work to do, but let's have a look in the browser. All right, come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, we do see the home link, but it's not very functional, right? This needs to be dynamic so that it can be used for any nav link item. All right, so why don't we do that slot technique here? Let's come back to layouts, and now this can become home. This one can become about, and this one can become contact. All right, come back, give it a refresh. All right, that looks good, but now, of course, you'll notice they're all linking to the exact same place. All right, so this is where the homework got a little bit tricky. You may not know about this. So it sounds like I need to pass in an href, like we do with a normal link, right? That would make sense. However, in the nav link component, how do we access it, right? Well, as it turns out, all Laravel Blade components have access to an attributes object. And that object will contain all the details for any attributes you pass. And by attributes, I mean href, I mean ID, I mean class, any of these. Okay, so if I come back to our component, yeah, what we could do initially is just open up an echo, PHP echo, and then say attributes. And that will properly be stringified. Now, yeah, again, keep in mind, attributes is an object, so there's actually more bells and whistles than what you initially see here. For example, if you want to merge in some sensible defaults, you could do so like this. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, so let's keep it very simple right now. All right, back to the browser, give it a refresh, and now we should see the About page and the Contact page. And yeah, just to be crystal clear here, what if I wanted to say, the About page should have a style tag where the color is green or something like that? Well, that too will be included in that attributes object. So if I come back and give it a refresh, sure enough, it's green. Okay, so now you're probably thinking, okay, fine, but why would we ever do this? And the answer is, well, maybe for simple things you wouldn't. However, in real life, a nav link is a little bit more complicated than a simple anchor tag. Think about it. You will need specific classes or styling based on whether it is the currently active page or not. There might be other situations where the presentation should differ based upon, I don't know, where you are in the website or what your screen size is. Anyways, the whole point is it gets a little bit more complicated than a basic anchor tag in most cases. So if we extract all of this into its own navlink component, we can isolate any of that complexity into a single file, which is really cool. All right. But yeah, that was just an example. I'm going to delete it. And now I want to make things look a little bit more attractive. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch over to TailwindCSS.com. And actually, on that note, before we begin, if you don't know what Tailwind CSS is, trust me, it's entirely fine. You don't need to. It's not a prerequisite for the course. It's just a way to quickly and rapidly build up some layouts and such without having to refer to a CSS file. So Tailwind is a CSS utility framework. And what utility means is you can declare classes that refer to specific CSS properties effectively. So for example, there might be a class name of text red 500, and that literally refers to set the color to this shade of red. There might be another class name of MR-2, and that translates to set the margin right to level 2. So again, it's very easy to learn, but it's not a prerequisite. All right, back to work. Now, one thing that I especially like about Tailwind is its companion, TailwindUI.com. So this is a paid tool, but they offer free example components, and those free ones are the only ones that we will use for this series. Okay, anyways, check this out. If I browse components and we scroll down to Application UI, notice they have examples of sidebars and multi-column layouts and headings. It ends up being a really great way to quickly scaffold any new application that you're working on. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to click on Stacked Layouts. And right here, you'll see usually the first one is free to anyone. But if you want any of these custom ones, you have to pay for it. And again, we don't need the paid plan here. So if you're working along, we're just going to grab the free code here and I can click on it. And that will give us what you see right here, a quick application layout or UI. Okay, so I'm going to grab this, and within layout, we're going to replace all of this, and it's a big chunk of HTML, so that's okay. We'll go over anything that's important, and we'll probably delete a bunch of this as well. All right, so let's go back to the browser, give it a refresh, and what's going on here? Well, we've pulled in this Tailwind component, and notice all of these utility classes, but we haven't actually pulled in the Tailwind CSS framework. So you can attach this to your build tool of choice if you know what that is. But otherwise, while we're still in the playing phase, the toying phase, I'm just going to reference it on a CDN. And I can do that. I believe I have a shortcut for that. I can do that by creating a script and setting the source to cdn.tailwindcss.com. And that should do the trick. So if I come back and give it a refresh, ta-da, it works. Pretty cool. All right, so now I want to take 2 minutes and just quickly delete anything that we're not going to use, like these menu bars and such. All right, so your profile, I'm going to search for that. And notice for anything that requires a bit of interactivity in JavaScript, they will include notes for what classes you should toggle. In our case, though, it's not going to be relevant because we won't have any drop-down menu. All right, so what you see here is the user's profile. All right, give that a refresh and now it's gone. But notice there will be mobile styling as well. So we should get rid of that as well. All right, here's the mobile version. Come back, give it a refresh, and now that's gone. Good. All right, what else? We don't have 5 links. We only have 3. So we have one for home, one for about, and one for contact. And then I will update these links. Cool. And there should be, let's see. This is the mobile specific version. So if I come back and refresh, we've updated it here, but notice for desktop view, we haven't. So I'm going to look for dashboard one more time. Aha, here we go. Let's update these as well. Home, about, contact. All right. Come back, give it a refresh. That looks good to me. Next, we have our heading here. So it's set to default. And if I scroll down here, there we are. And then notice it says your content here. So example content goes here, or the slotted content, right? And we learned about that in the last episode. There you go. So this would be the main content area for each individual page. So let's see, can we just swap that out with slot? All right, let's give it a shot. So we come back, give it a refresh. And now notice a quick note. It's going to appear as if we're on the home page because those CSS styles are hard-coded on that home link, but we will make that dynamic shortly. Anyways, right now we're clearly on the contact page, as you can see here. And then we're on the about page, and then we're on the home page. Okay, but what about the heading here? And this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We've learned about setting a default slot here, but now we've learned there's a section outside of that that also needs to be dynamic based upon the current page. And there's a couple ways we can do this. But one way that I like to is to simply assume this is a variable. Do you want it to be heading, title, anything you want? Let's call it heading. Okay, but now if I come back and give it a refresh, it's going to blow up because, well, now it's looking for a heading variable that has not been defined. So that's proper behavior. Okay, so how do we define that? Well, if I come back to the home page, there's two options here. We could pass it through as a prop, and a prop is just kind of a custom attribute like this, heading. Or we can declare a named slot. So think of your slots as different areas where you paste content. And you could have a slot here, or a slot there, and a slot down here, right? But you need a way to distinguish between them. So we assign names. This is your dashboard slot. This is your main slot. This is your footer slot, right? So if we know that this represents our default slot, at the very top, let's create a new one for our heading slot. And we do that by writing x-slot : and then in this case, the name of the slot or the variable. So we have heading here, and I can say home page. All right, come back, give it a refresh, and it works. Very cool. So yeah, this is one way that we can solve that problem. And I think it's probably going to be the path of least resistance. Like I said, we could talk more about props, but I don't want to get too into the weeds when it comes to components because we have many other things to talk about first. All right, so let's go to the About page and update this one as well. Like so, contact. And again, this can be anything you want. We're just using a basic string for now. So home, about, contact. I think we're in business. All right, so now the last little fun thing I want to do is swap out some of these images. Instead of the Tailwind UI logo, why don't we use, of course, the Laracast logo? And I will paste that in right here. Yeah, laracast.com, images, logo triangle, or use your own logo. Come back, give it a refresh. That looks nice. And then finally, this guy, this Tailwind UI guy I'm always seeing. Let's come down. Where are you, buddy? Right here. Let's swap that out with our mascot, Larry the robot. So I will paste that in. And once again, laracast.com/images/Larry AI face. And nope, there's two versions of this dude. Where's the other one? Here we go. Here's the other one. Like that. So come back, give it a refresh, and I like it. Okay. And then finally, I think this dude's name is Tom Cook. Why don't we change his name to Larry Robot? And we'll do just me, Jeffrey at laracast.com. All right. Give it a refresh. Come down. And now we see Larry Robot. All of this is looking good, especially when considering we spent maybe 10 minutes or so on this. Okay. So now in the next episode, I'm on the contact page, but the home button is highlighted, which clearly is not correct. So we'll have to figure out how to conditionally create layout or apply styling based upon what the current URL is or what the current route is. So yeah, I'll show you how to do that in day 5. No homework today. I think you've done enough. And I'll see you later. Bye. Welcome back, everybody, to day 5. Do I re-record that? I'm going to keep it. Welcome, everyone, to day 5. Today, we are focused on these navigation links. We need to figure out how we can apply custom styling based upon what the current route, and you'll learn about that shortly, or what the current URL is. Let's get going. All right, so for a visual, notice how the active navigation styling is hard-coded to the homepage, even though I click on these. So we got to fix it. So why don't we start within our layout file? And actually, real quick, notice how Tailwind has given us a little bit of feedback that we need to set the height to 100% on both the HTML and body tags. We missed that in the last episode, so let's do that now. Height full, and then a background of a light gray. And then we also have to set height full to the body. All right, so now if I come back and give this a refresh, you'll see a gray background here, but also you can't tell, but the height of the container is now the full height, as you would expect. All right, cool. So anyways, I want to go down to our navigation links right here, home, about, and contact. And of course, that translates to what you see here. And again, notice how the first page has the active link styling, which is a background of this gray 900. And generally with Tailwind, 100, level 100 will be the lightest version, and 900 will be the darkest. So if it is active, it looks like we want white text and a dark gray color for the background, and that's what we've done here. Otherwise, it should have a lighter gray color and white text when you hover over it, which is what we have here. All right, so here's what we can do. We'll run a conditional to determine whether or not the current page is the home page in this case. And for this anchor tag, is the current page about? And for this one, is the current page contact? And if that is true, and I'm going to hard code it just temporarily, in that case, we want these stylings that Tailwind has recommended. So I will paste that in here. Otherwise, and I'm just using the ternary operator here, otherwise we want these. So I will grab that and paste it in. Okay, so now I can remove all of that, and here's what we get. All right, so let's get rid of this. And because we've hard-coded true, it's going to be the active styling, right? And we see no change. But if I change this to false and come back, of course, the styling updates. All right, very good. And actually, let's switch over to the home page. Okay, so now the only remaining step is, of course, to substitute this with the real method call. So as it turns out, Laravel out of the box includes a request helper function. You can call it to grab information about the current request. Now, one of these methods on the object is called is, and this allows us to pass a regular expression, a pattern, and it will determine whether the current page matches that pattern. So I could say if the request is the home page, then apply active styling. Come back, refresh, and it works. But notice now when I switch to the About page, it's no longer highlighted, and that's what we want. All right, cool. So now let's do this. Let's come back, and I'm going to select all of that and paste it in here, and then another one for this link. Okay. All right, next I can get rid of all of this because it's now included as part of the conditional, like so. Now I can update this if the request is about, if the request is contact. And I think that should do the trick. Let's cross our fingers, give it a refresh, and now we have About page, Contact page, Home page. Everything is working just like we want, and that's great. Okay, so now remember a couple episodes ago how I noted that, a real-life navigation link starts to get a little bit messy once you change styling based upon the screen width, or you have conditionals to determine special active or selected styling. So with that in mind, why don't we reintroduce that navlink component and see what it looks like. All right, so I'm going to come back to components. I'll create a brand new one here called navlink.blade.php. All right, I'll switch back, select the whole thing, and some of this should be a recap because we've already done this once. So as we discussed last time, we don't want to hard code the href. We should pass that in. Let's hide the sidebar. All right, so now all of these will change to xNavLink components. And then all of this class junk, including area current, and we'll update that shortly as well, can go away. So I'll do this one as well, and this one. Okay, let's go back into our component. Clean this up just a little bit. All right, let's tackle this one, area current. If you're just playing around, feel free to delete it. But if you're building a production app and you want it to be as accessible as possible, this is for screen readers. And it's a way to indicate if the current link represents the current page in a list of pages. If instead it was set to false, that means it is not the current page. So yeah, once again, we could do a check. So I could just grab, let's just grab this whole thing, paste it in. And then instead of using CSS classes, I could set the value to page if it is true, or false if it is not true. All right, that looks good. Next, home. Yeah, of course, I'm just removing any hard-coded values. So this can be our default slot. And that means right here, home will be effectively pasted there, about for this one, and contact for that one. Next, the current URI. There's a number of ways we could handle this. Of course, we could inspect the href, but another way I want to show you is to introduce a prop that indicates whether this nav link should be marked as the active nav link. And actually, real quick, let's go over that. So within Blade components, you will hear about attributes and then props. So attributes represent HTML attributes, the href, the ID, the class, anything. A prop would be anything that is not an attribute. And we basically distinguish between them because you have to know, well, should that prop be included as one of the attributes that we echo as part of the anchor tag? Well, no, right? So if you have a prop called active and you echo it out as part of the attributes, now you have an anchor tag with an attribute name of active, and that doesn't make sense. So we have to distinguish between the two. And here's how we do that. At the top of my Blade component, I'm going to use a Blade directive. You'll know Blade directives because they begin with an @ symbol. And notice how my editor auto-completes all of the available options here, and there's countless ones. Again, don't feel overwhelmed. You will use a fraction of these, but you have directives like if, or unless, or for each, or dump to quickly dump something to the screen. Think of them as little bits of shorthand or sugar that ultimately compile down to vanilla PHP echo statements or function calls. So in our case, we want a new prop. So we can declare our props as an array, and we've decided we want a prop called active. Okay, so I'm going to show you how this works, and this will really help, I think. We're going to spit out all of the attributes that might be potentially passed in as a nav link. So for example, in this one, I'll set ID equals something here, just so we can see it in effect. All right, let's come back to the browser, give it a refresh, and then inspect this. All right, and notice it does include the href and the ID. And it does that because we spit out or echoed all of the attributes here. So if I remove that and give it a refresh, of course, we're not going to see them. Okay, so yeah, what about this active prop? Well, let's come back here and just say, again for the about page, active equals, and then some kind of value. Well, notice if I come back and refresh the page, there is no reference within here to that active property. And again, that's specifically because we declared it as a property. If we didn't do that, then Laravel will assume it's an attribute and it will be included as one of the attributes that we echo. So that's what I mean when I say we have to explicitly declare any of our props so they can be distinguished. Okay. So now, instead of running this logic here, and keep in mind, we could still do this, but I think you'll probably find that it's a bit more flexible if you pass it in from the outside. So we're going to replace that with a simple check of our prop, and we can access that prop by using the variable name for the prop. So if I declare active up here, I have an active variable down here. So if that's truthy, use the active styling. Otherwise, use the default styling. And that's the way it works. Okay, finally, because we are checking this variable, there should be a default, just in case it's not passed in when we reference the nav link. So why don't we assume that by default, it is not active? All right, so notice we pass an array. The key is effectively the prop name and what the variable name will be, and the value will be the default value associated with that name or that variable. All right, let's come back into layout, and yeah, let's just try this out. Now, let's imagine the contact page is the active link. I can just say active, and I want to show you something. So I could pass anything here and it's going to work because we're just checking if it's truthy. So if I come back to the browser and refresh, notice it works. But notice, even if I change this to false and come back and refresh, it's still going to work. So how come? Well, it's because right now, that false value is actually being passed as a string rather than a Boolean. So is a string of 5 characters truthy? Yes, it is. It doesn't matter if the string says false, it's still truthy. So what we really want to do is say, no, when I write false here, I actually mean false. When I write true here, I actually mean true, not the string true. So here's how we do that. Let's come back to my editor. And notice right now, false is green, just like every other string here. That's how my editor is styling it. But if I add a colon at the beginning of the attribute, it changes to make it just a little more clear that, oh, no, this is a Boolean. It's not a string. So as it turns out with Laravel and Blade, when you prefix a prop name with a colon, that is your way of indicating that the value you provide there should be treated as an expression rather than a string. So notice in this case, we've given it false. It will be interpreted as false, and it won't be selected. If I change it to true, it will be interpreted as true, and now that's working. All right, so now that I can provide an expression, I can bring this back to what we originally had, which was request is contact in this case. So we're going to copy this. And now this one should be treated as active if the request is about. And then for home, we check if the request is /. And yeah, I think that should do it. So we have contact, about, home. Everything's working. And now, you know what? You've actually learned, surprisingly, a great deal about Blade components even before you learned about Eloquent. And that's a very interesting way to learn, but that's just how it happened to work out. And I think that's a good thing, actually. So now you have a dedicated Blade component. You've learned about attributes. You've learned about props. Keep in mind, you can also do things like this, where you could declare a PHP directive, and we could do nphp to create our block effectively. And then within here, you could have some kind of code. You could do a conditional. You could inspect the value of active and then tweak it in certain situations. And all of that is isolated within this single file component, which I think is really cool. All right, and that does it. So you know what? Really good job. I would imagine for many of you, this is sort of foreign territory. These are new ideas. And I hope you're excited. This is fun stuff to play around with. All right, so day 5 homework. Let's continue with this component idea. I would like you to introduce a new prop. We will call the prop type. And this will indicate whether the nav link should be presented as an anchor tag or a button tag. So think about it. Within your component, you will need to run a conditional. If the type equals A, then it should be an anchor tag. Else, if the type is button, then we need to format this as a button tag. So I want you to see if you can figure that out. If you need help, as always, ask questions in the comments below. I'm there most days. I will do my best to help you. And if not me, somebody else will step in. But otherwise, I will see you, as always, in day 6. All right, welcome everybody to day 6. And actually on that note, we're about a week in. If you're still going strong, congratulations, please keep going. Okay, so today should be fun. We're going to figure out how to pass data from our routes file into our view. But as always, of course, before we get into that, why don't we solve the homework challenge from the last episode? Let's go. All right, homework. So if you remember, I asked you to update your navlink component to include a type prop. I said the type could be an anchor tag or a button, and we should inspect that value to determine whether or not we create an anchor tag or a button. So here's one option. And first, let's create a default value. So by default, if you don't pass a type prop when you reference the component here, we will assume that it is an anchor tag, but it could be a button. So why don't we try, let's imagine contact here should be a button. So I want to pass that in as a string, so I don't have to include a colon, because by default, it assumes a string, and that's what we want. All right. So the quick way to do it in this case is we could probably just get away with changing the tag name to reference our variable. Now, I say we could get away with this because I think it's going to work. Let's have a look. Refresh. And now we have home, about, but I bet when I click on contact, it doesn't work because it's being rendered as a button, as you see here. So yeah, it does work, but here's what I mean. If we switch back, notice our editor's struggling here. We got a lot going on. And if I hover over this squiggly line, it says tag start is not closed because it just can't handle something like this. So instead, what we might do is split it into two real tags. So here's what we could do. Let's undo it, bring it back to what we had, and we're going to take this in two steps. So first, we could open up traditional PHP tags, and I could say if type equals A, we're going to use the short tags, then display an anchor tag, and then down here, let's handle the else condition, and then finally, one more to close our conditional. Okay, so we could copy this, paste it in, and notice in this case, we could check if the type equals button, but in this case, it can only be an anchor tag or a button. So I can safely just say, if it's not an anchor tag, no matter what it is, we're going to treat it like a button. But yeah, if you want to be a little more strict, you can do that. Okay, so otherwise, create a button. So we're going to accomplish the exact same thing, but yeah, our editor will beat us up just a little bit less. All right, let's come back, refresh once again. And yeah, now we have home is an anchor tag, about is an anchor tag, and contact is a button. And of course, notice the button still has an href because we did pass it in. So of course, you would want to switch back. And if you're trying to create a button, then of course you would omit the href in that case. But yeah, it's still going to work just the same. Okay, so now finally, step 2, like I said, we can use these traditional PHP tags, of course, but Blade includes helpers to simplify some of these steps. So just keep in mind, though, like behind the scenes, it all gets compiled down to vanilla PHP, as we've learned. But it's a little bit easier to use the Blade directives, just like what you learned about in the last episode when it came to props. So as it turns out, we could swap this out with a Blade directive called @if. So if, in this case, type equals A, then run this code. Next, this is else, right? So as you can guess, the Blade directive is called else. And then finally down here, endif, well, we have a Blade directive called endif. Yeah, that's what I mean. And let's reformat this real quick. There we go. It's the exact same thing. It's just a little bit easier on the eyes and easier on the fingers too. So let's go back to the browser, give it a refresh. Everything's working just like before. And again, I can't click on the contact page because it's a button. That works. All right. But yeah, this was just an exercise. I'm undoing all of this because we don't need it in this case. It was just an example. Bring this back. I'm wearing out Command Z, but I think we are in business. Okay, so let's move on to the topic for this episode, which is passing data to views. So let's close this out, and I'm going to go to my routes file. Now, I'll let you know right now, it helps initially to manually open the directory and find the file. But in real life, I'm not doing that. Usually, I have the sidebar closed, and in my editor, and probably yours too, you could hit something along the lines of Command or Control P, and then you can type the file that you want to access. So in this case, it is web.php. And yeah, that's just normally how I would navigate my project. But yes, sometimes I will open the sidebar just to make it crystal clear where we're going in the code base. Okay, cool. So why don't we stick with the home page? So as it turns out, we can pass a second argument to this view function that will be an array where each of the keys will be extracted into variables once your view or your template is loaded. So for example, if I have greeting equals hello, well, now when I load my view, I will have access to a variable called greeting. Let's try it out. Make sure you're working along, by the way. So open up the sidebar. Again, we will go into our home view, and now I have access to a greeting. So I could swap this out with greeting, period. All right, so let's switch back, refresh, and whoops, looks like we have an error. And actually, this is a good opportunity to be introduced to Laravel's error page, which is really good. When I was just getting started, it wasn't nearly as helpful. But yeah, in this case, we can see the issue. It looks like it's related to our component, and we have an unclosed bracket. So I might have been a little bit too aggressive when we hit that Command Z button. All right, did that fix it? Yes, it did. And sure enough, we have our greeting. So if we come back to routes, come back, refresh, it is working properly. So let's do another one. Name, none of these matter. I will do Larry Robots. Okay, now we have a greeting variable and a name variable. So I can reference that here. Just like that. Come back, refresh, everything's working. All right, very cool. So now let's switch back. Let's get rid of all of this, actually. Let's switch back and pass through something slightly more complex. Ultimately, in this course, we're going to build a jobs board. So why don't we start thinking about that? Maybe we could have a list of jobs that are currently available. So the variable name will be jobs, or the key name is jobs. And that won't be a string. It will be an array of available jobs where each item is its own array. And then you could have things like this, like what is the title of this job? Well, maybe director, and then maybe salary. And we'll lock that to, whatever, $50,000 a year. Okay, so there's one item. Why don't we do a total of 3? This next one is programmer. And this one, you know what? With AI, we're going down the tubes. Let's bring this down to $10,000 a year to be a human programmer. And then finally, why don't we have teacher at a school, maybe $40,000 or something like that. All right. So now when we load our view, we will have access to a jobs variable that is equal to a list of jobs. Now let's go ahead and loop over them. So again, I could open up PHP and say for each, but let's instead use one of the blade directives. And again, what's cool about these directives is you can guess what they're called. If I want to do a for each, then the blade directive is called for each. All right, for each jobs as job. And then, of course, you need to declare the end of the block, right? So you will almost always have an end and then the name of the directive, end for each. Okay, so let's begin with a simple list item where I echo out the job title. And let's have a look in the browser. Refresh, and there we go. We have 3 jobs, a director, a programmer, and a teacher. Next, why don't we do a colon, and we'll say pays, and then we'll do job salary per year. Come back, refresh, there we go. Why don't we make this bold? So what I'll do is wrap this within a simple strong tag. And there we go. So now with that in mind, why don't we tweak things just a little bit? Instead of an about page, I'm going to change this to a jobs page. Get rid of that. And if I were to come back to web, now this could become jobs, and that's going to load a view called jobs. Okay, so now I'm going to take or steal all of this and paste it in like so. And then this can return to a simple homepage. All right, so all I did was create a new route that listens for when the user visits example.com or example.test/jobs. And in response, it loads a view called jobs, and it passes through this data that we're currently hard coding. But of course, in real life, that will probably be fetched from a database. And we'll talk about that in an episode or two. All right, so let's go into home, snatch our for each, and paste it into jobs. All right, and then finally, let's update the about page to point to jobs, like so. All right, refresh, and now we have a home page and a brand new jobs page that lists all of the jobs that are currently available for your business or whatever. Very cool. So I want to finish up, though, by making each of these clickable. And when I click on it, it should take me to a dedicated job listing page. So, how are we going to do this? Well, let's go back to jobs. And let's do this. We're going to have a list item. And of course, this should be wrapped. If you omit the UL, the browser will create it for you. But just a decent practice is to include it. So now we know these are all going to be anchor tags. So I will wrap them like so. And this is going to take us to a new route. Why don't we say jobs / and then maybe some kind of identifier or a slug that represents each individual job that we're offering. So let's add an identifier like ID. We're going to keep it really simple. ID is 1 for this one. ID is 2 for that one. And ID is 3 for this one. So now we have one key that is unique and will always be unique that represents this individual item. Okay, so now if we switch back to our job listings page, think about it. If I said job/1, we now have a hook of sorts that will say, all right, fetch me the job that has an ID of 1. If I did job/3, we know find me the job that has an ID of 3. We have a way to do that. Okay, but now how do we create the route for this? Because really we need a route that says, listen for jobs/ and then some kind of value. It could be anything. It could be dynamic. So how do we do that? Well, I'm going to go back to my routes file here. And I'm going to create a brand new route. And why don't we reuse this one here to save some time? Listen for jobs/ and then could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, could be 10,000, right? So why don't we instead represent this with, like a ID, or we could even call it job. What job do you want? But yeah, I'm going to call it ID just for now. So here's the cool thing about Laravel. Laravel will automatically detect that this is wrapped in braces, and it knows, oh, this is a wildcard. So I'm gonna grab that, I'm gonna contain it, and then I will pass it to this function so that you can use it however you want. I'll show you. Let's call it ID, and then I'm going to dump an ID. And actually, instead of dump, I'm going to switch over to a DD function, which means dump and die. So dump the ID and then kill the execution. Because all I care about right now is just quickly seeing what is the value of this variable. So as it turns out, this dump function and the DD function, you are going to love, I promise. Okay, so let's switch back. Example.test/job/1, and we get 1. If I do 3, then we get 3. So yeah, notice it's a wildcard, and Laravel took care of all of the work of grabbing it, isolating it, and passing it to our closure here, or the callback function, which is so cool, isn't it? Okay, so now think about it. I'm going to duplicate this jobs listing, but again, we could extract it, and later we're going to do that, because a bunch of duplicated jobs isn't a great idea. But yeah, what I could do is have our list of jobs here. And then all we have to do is say, well, give me the job where the ID equals the one that you passed in. So why don't we say job equals, and do you know how to do this? Well, here's a number of ways to do it. You could do a for each, loop over each of the items, and then manually check, is the ID of that item equal to the ID that we're trying to reference? If so, that's the one you want. But as it turns out, you're using a framework, so you should leverage the framework. I will teach you about collections later in the series, but for now, it would be helpful to know that Laravel includes an ARR class, and that stands for array, of course. And this gives you access to countless methods, as you can see here, to interact with arrays. So if I want to find the first item within an array that matches some kind of criteria, I could use the first function. I give it our array, and then I provide a function, and this function will be called for each item within the array, and it will receive the current item. So in this case, it's going to loop over the jobs, and for each item, it will pass that into your function. So job would be equal to this on the first iteration, then this one, then this one. You get it. Okay, so now this should return a Boolean that indicates, is this the one you mean? Is this the first one you're trying to find? So in our case, we're going to say return job ID equals the ID that was passed in. But as you may know, because we're in a closure here, I don't have access to the ID here. So you have two ways to solve this. One, with traditional PHP, you would add use. Use the ID, make that available here, and that would do the trick. Another option is to instead use a short function that was only recently introduced as part of PHP 8.x, one of them. So that would take the form of this. fn, accept your job, then use an arrow, and then do, once again, job ID equals ID. But notice we don't run into that problem where we have to add use, and that's because of the scoping here. And this will do the exact same thing. And generally, if you can use a short closure here for things like this, I would recommend it. If it's new to you and it feels weird, everything feels weird at the beginning. Stick with it, and then you don't think about it ever again. All right, but do whatever one you feel most comfortable with right now. That's most important. And that'll give us our job. Okay, so now let's leverage our dump or our DD function to just do a sanity check. Did that work? All right, let's come back to the browser. All right, refresh. We are on job/3, and sure enough, it found that item. Let's go to job/2. It found that item. Job/1. Very cool. But now what if it's job/5? We get null. So right now we have to be aware of that. The user might request a job that does not exist, and we have to figure out what to do in that situation. Okay, but happy path first. So now I'm going to return job, and I will pass through our job to the view. Finally, right here, we can use the fully qualified class path, but instead I'm going to import it. So you can do it manually or use whatever shortcuts your editor provides. In PHP Storm, I can press Option Return and do cleanup code. And now notice it automatically imports that at the top. Okay, so are we on the same page? We have a new route to show a job. Right now, we're just duplicating the list of jobs, but we'll fix that soon, I promise. And then we search for the job that has the matching ID that's included as part of the URI. Once it finds it, and this is happy path, so we assume that we're going to find it, we load a view. All right, let's go into our view now. And it looks like we don't have one yet. So I will copy jobs, paste it, and call this one job.blade.php. And then down here, maybe whatever you want. We could have an H2. This would be job title. And then we don't have much else. We could do a salary. This job pays job salary per year. And that's good enough for a little demo here. Real quick, let's add a couple classes here. These are Tailwind classes, text large. You can leave it blank if you want. But yeah, we're just making the font bold and the text slightly large. Easy enough for me. All right, back to the browser. And there we go. Here's our director position. What do we have here? Job with an ID of 1. Here's number 2 for a programmer. 3 for a teacher. It all works. So now think about it. All you have to do is link to that specific page within your job listings view. So right here, let's make it dynamic. Job ID. Let's see if it works. So here's our jobs page. We don't have any styling yet, but notice they are clickable. So here's our director position. Let's go back. Here's our programmer position. And here is our teacher position. So yeah, the last thing I'm going to do is just add, text blue, hover, underline for each of these. Just to make it, not great, but just to make it a little more clear that these are clickable links. Maybe I should be a teacher. All right, this job pays $40,000. Here's all the details. Here's a form I can fill out to learn more. We are well on our way to creating a jobs board. All right, so yeah, we're not actually going to build the real jobs board platform until the end of the course when you feel quite a bit more comfortable. But yeah, throughout the series, you're going to see little nuggets, little traces of concepts that we might use once we start building that thing officially. So you're doing great work. This video went a little long, so no homework today. I will see you in day 7. Bye. Okay, welcome to day 7. So I'm going to dive right in because we have a bunch to do here. I'm going to start within my routes file. And yeah, you'll remember in the last episode, temporarily, we duplicated the list of jobs. So I defined the array here, and then we did a copy paste down here as well. But yeah, clearly that doesn't scale at all. So we need to solve this problem. But I'm going to solve this problem in a very incremental way. And I'm going to do it in this way because I think it will help you better understand some of the concepts that we will discuss in the next episode. So just bear with me and come along for the ride. Okay, so if we're thinking incrementally, well, the first thing we could do is just push the array up one level. So I could select our list of jobs here, cut it, and then push it up one level, which in this case is just the routes file. So I could have a list of jobs like so. And then if we scroll down, we could use those jobs. So make that variable available within this closure here, and then I can pass it in. Okay? Then I can do the exact same thing here. So get rid of it. And then once again, make that variable available in this function. And yeah, we have now removed that duplication. Back to the browser, click a link, and yeah, everything works exactly in the way it did before, which is great. All right, let's keep going. Next, I'm going to wrap this within sort of a data container. So let's create a class called job, and I want to define a method that will fetch all of my jobs. And I just said the word all. Let's make that the method name. So I have a method called all, and I'm going to make it static. That's fine for now. And we will select all of these right here, this whole array, and bring it in like so. All right. And then, of course, I don't need to define the variable here. Okay, so yeah, it's just a container at this point. If I call job all, that's going to return this array to me. Okay, so now we can scroll down. We will no longer need use job, so I can get rid of that because now we have a class. And I can replace the variable names here, and I'll select both of these with our job class, : all. All right, makes sense. We now have a class with a method called all that returns an array. And let's make that explicit by adding a return type. We can do that by adding a colon and then the type of the data that we're returning, in this case, an array. So we're just being explicit about what type of data is being returned from this method. Okay, so let's go back to the browser once again, give it a try, and everything works just as it did before. Cool. All right, let's keep going. Does it make sense to have a class named job inside of our routes file? No, it's not really where it goes. So why don't we instead place this within our app directory? But where do we put it? Well, I think we're going to use the models directory here. Okay. Now, let's take 30 seconds to quickly go over this because I think it's important. And by the way, that's why I'm doing a side camera view. It's that important, so listen up. Open your ears. Okay, model is a key term, and it comes from the MVC architecture. MVC stands for Model View Controller, and it's not unique to Laravel. Lots and lots of tools and frameworks adhere to it. It's just a system. It's a methodology for how to go about constructing applications and how each piece of the puzzle should and can communicate with each other. So Model View Controller, MVC. And as it turns out, you've already learned about views, right? It's the presentation layer. Controllers, we're going to talk about more, but what we're doing in that routes file where we define a route and then we have a function that handles that route, that's your controller, basically. But we'll get into that more in a couple episodes. So that leaves model. Now, I'm going to keep it very basic. Your model can represent your data persistence, but also the business logic tier of your application. So think about it. If you were building a jobs board platform, the concept of a job is really important, and it would have all of this behavior associated with it, right? What are the rules for creating a job? Can jobs be marked as open or available or filled? What happens when a job is filled? You know, there are all of these questions that you have to ask whenever you build an application. And then that doesn't even account for how do you store these jobs? Do you write them to a file? Are they being placed in a database? How do we remove a job? How do we archive a job? How do we delete a job? All of this stuff can be encapsulated under this umbrella of model. So, if we have a models directory and we have this job class, well, maybe the job class should go in the models directory. So let's do that now. If I open up models, you'll see we already have a user class, and we will learn about that more a little later. So let's create a class here, and I'll call it job. And you'll see my editor populates the class, but I'm going to remove that so that I can copy over the one that we've already created. So I grab that and move it over. Okay, now if I scroll up real quick, I want you to notice that we have a namespace of app models. And notice how that correlates to the directory structure here, app models. Okay, so I'm going to assume that you understand what a namespace is, but if not, the 5-second explanation is it's a way to organize your code, right? As you can imagine, the class name job is not that unique. So for example, if I look in the entire project and framework for job, right at the top, I see 3 different files that have the name job. One of them refers to a queued job, one of them refers to an interface, and one of them is our job model. So as you can imagine, without some kind of organizational structure in place, you have collisions. Just like 20 years ago when you were organizing your downloaded music. You didn't put everything within a top-level folder, right? Instead, you grouped it according to the artist. So all Jamiroquai songs went in a Jamiroquai directory. All ZZ Top songs went in a ZZ Top directory. It was a way of grouping things to avoid potential collisions, and also just to make things easier to reason about. Okay, so all you need to know right now is Laravel conforms to an autoloading standard called PSR4, and that is defined within your composer.json file. And yeah, if I scroll down, you'll see it right here, autoload PSR4. And if this is all just gibberish and you're like, I have no idea what I'm looking at, that's okay. Just come along. PSR4 is a convention and a standard for autoloading files. And we can define our mapping, so to speak, right here. And Laravel does this for you automatically. So Laravel is saying right here, I want an app namespace, and I want that root to be located at this path. Okay? So the app namespace is located at this path. From that point onward, any directories you create are sort of like creating a new folder when organizing your music. So notice how user follows that. App models is the namespace. If we go anywhere else, how about HTTP controllers controller? Then it will follow that namespace. App HTTP controllers. And when we do this, we now have enough sophistication to automatically import these files without having to traditionally require them, like you might have done 15 years ago with PHP. Okay, so all of that to explain, when I come back to my routes file, all I have to do here is use it, and it's instantly available to me. I can say use app models job, just like that. Okay. Back to the browser, click a link, and yeah, everything works again just as it did before, which is a good thing because now we're getting a little bit more comfortable. We've learned about views, and now we're dipping our toes into this idea of models and extracting data into its own class to which we can then apply behavior and logic to. So for example, what about right here? This section where we have a route that listens for a specific URI to view a single job. When we do, we fetch all of the jobs, and then we have this array class that Laravel provides that finds the first job that matches the ID from the URI or the URL. So this kind of behavior could go in the job class, couldn't it? Let's give it a shot. I'm going to select this whole thing here, and I will command click on job, which will take me directly to the file. And let's add a new method here. Once again, it'll be static. And I'm going to call this find because I want to find a specific job with the given ID. And that ID should be an integer. All right. And then I will paste in that code. Okay. So ultimately, we will return an array. So let's import this class, illuminate support array. And then I will add the return type to make it clear that we expect an array to be returned here. Okay. So now notice job all, well, we're already within this job class, aren't we? So why don't we just say static all, and that would be fine. And now we've taken some relatively confusing code and we've isolated it behind a simple method that makes it very clear what it does. Oh, this code finds a job with the given ID. Okay, so now check this out. We'll go back to our routes file, and I can get rid of this confusing logic and just replace it with job equals job find by the given ID. Notice how much that cleans things up too. All right, let's test our work. Okay, so back to the browser. Give it a refresh. Click link. It still works the way it did before, but now it's even better. And that's cool. And I think this is really cool, actually. So now, remember in the last episode, we touched on this idea of the happy path. And the happy path is if everything went according to plan, this is how it works. So what about if it didn't go according to plan? For example, what if the user tries to visit a job with an ID that we don't have in our system, like 20? Well, right now, we get an error, right? So for the job class, when we used the find method, we expected the returned value to be an array, but null was returned because there was no matching item here. So this makes sense, but also real quick, we should talk about return types. If I come back to the job class, if you did not add this return type, and types in general are optional in PHP, but if we did not add this, your error message will be different from mine because it will be caught at a different point in the script's execution. So have a look. If I remove it, come back and refresh, it still doesn't work because within the view, we're trying to interact with it as if it were an array, but it's not. It's null. So it still fails, but it fails at a different point. And whether you enjoy types or not, and believe me, there are world wars when it comes to topics like this, just know that one of the benefits is it will pick up on potential issues earlier in the script's execution. And generally, that's a good thing. Okay, anyways, come back, give it a refresh. And now we know, okay, well, we have to handle the situation where we're trying to find a job, but one wasn't available. And we have to handle that in a specific way. All right, let's do that now. So we're going to try to find the matching job. However, in certain situations, job could be null. So why don't we just check for that? So if is null, or I could just write if not job, and that will effectively do the same thing, then we should probably abort and display a 404 page. 404 stands for not found. It's a browser status code, and it's exactly what we want in this case. You're trying to access this page, but we don't have anything to show you. Sorry, 404, not found. So with Laravel, we have a helper function called abort, and we can include a status code as the first argument here. And by the way, one thing that I really love about Laravel is how all we have to do is call this abort function, and it will then bubble up in our system to the point that Laravel will catch it and understand what to do. So, we have a 404 exception here. I'm going to translate that into the appropriate response, and you don't have to do anything to make that work. Have a look here. If I switch back to the browser and we refresh, notice that this time we do get a 404 not found page. All right, so I think that about does it for day 7. Real quick, we're no longer using this class, so I can remove the import. And I think we're in pretty good shape here. So notice we've cleaned up the routes file considerably. We've learned about models, and we've created our first model. We've learned a bit more about data encapsulation and behavior and how to handle the sad paths or the unexpected paths. You've learned about custom status codes and how they are converted into responses automatically by Laravel. We really covered quite a bit for day 7. So no homework for today. Keep playing around with this, get comfortable, and then I think you're ready for day 8. I'll see you then. All right, day 8. Welcome back, everybody. So in our job class, up until this point, we have been hard coding our job listings. And actually, on that note, if you're just building this for your company and at any given time, there will only be, 2 or 3 jobs available, and you don't mind manually updating this file whenever a change is made, then keep it simple. This is fine. There's nothing wrong with this whatsoever. However, if you're building an actual jobs board platform that allows people to sign up and create new jobs, then this doesn't make sense, right? Instead, we probably do need a dedicated database to house all of our job listings. And that's what we're going to work on today. Now, you'll remember when we initially installed this application, Laravel asked us which database we wanted to use. Let me show you that again. Laravel, new, testing. And it'll ask me a handful of questions, and then it will pull in all of the dependencies that Laravel requires through Composer. And then right after this, it's going to say, all right, cool, what database do you want to use? So notice by default, it chooses SQLite, which is a file-based database that actually kind of gets a bad rap sometimes. It turns out you can use this in, I would almost say, the majority of situations. If you're Google, you probably can't do it. If you're Amazon, you can't do it. But if you're just a reasonably sized business and you don't have database rows going into the millions and millions and millions, then you might be okay, at least initially. So that's why Laravel chooses it as a sensible default. But otherwise, if you prefer MySQL or MySQL, then you can select the one you want. So here's what I want to show you. I'm going to cancel out of here with Control-C because we don't need it. But if I switch back to PHP Storm and I go into my environment file, that database choice is determined here. So your .env file is where you configure all of the various preferences and passwords and strings for your project. So notice it includes such configuration of what database do I want to use? Is my application currently in a debug state? Well, if I'm working locally, the answer is yes. When I push it to production, the answer will be no or false. What else do we have here? What session driver do we want to use? What cache store do we want to use? If I'm connecting to some kind of API as part of my project, maybe there will be an API key that I store here, and I can add my own. So I could write some app API key, and then I paste in whatever string they provide me. And then I can reference that safely throughout my entire project without worrying about very sensitive codes or passwords or sequences being shared potentially through GitHub and things like that. So this is important, and we're going to talk about it more in the future. But for now, I just want to point your attention to the fact that if you want to figure out what your default database connection is, you can visit this file, or you can run an artisan command to view it. So let's go to the terminal. I will visit my example project that we're currently working on. And yeah, we touched on this just briefly. Laravel ships with a tool called Artisan. And when I run this, you'll see a variety of commands that you can run, a huge variety. But again, like everything, you're probably in most situations not going to run 90% of these. You'll find a handful that you reach for, and then every once in a while, you'll reach for a different one. Okay. However, if we come up, you'll see they are sorted according to a namespace. So we have an auth namespace, a cache namespace. You'll find a make namespace. This namespace is for creating or generating files. So if you want to quickly generate a class or an event or a factory or a job, and you'll learn all about this later in the course, you would use the make namespace. But yeah, if I scroll back up, notice within the DB namespace, there's a command called show, display information about the given database. All right, so let's have a look at that now. PHP artisan DB show. All right, and now we have a quick UI into our default database. I can see it uses SQLite. The path to that file is here. And then here are the various tables that are included at the moment. Now, here's a key thing to understand. When we initially ran that Laravel new command, one of the steps in that chain was to run your migrations and build up the database and corresponding tables. So I say that because if you're wondering, wait a minute, we're just learning about databases in this video, and yet all of these tables have already been created. How come? Well, that's why. Now, I also say this because if you created a Laravel app without using the Laravel new command, you will need to run this manually. And you can do that by saying php artisan migrate. And I'll show you an example of that. Let's go back to PHP Storm. And you'll remember from up here, the path to the database is right here. So we can check that. Go into database, database.sqlite. However, what if I delete this and then we start again? Okay. PHP artisan migrate. And let's put a pin in that word migrate just for now. We're going to talk about that more shortly. But if I run it, it's going to say, all right, you're using SQLite, fine, but I don't yet see a database. Do you want me to create it? Yes. So now it creates it, and it runs all of your migrations to build up the necessary tables that Laravel thinks you want, as well as the tables that the framework itself will require. Okay, so now if I switch back to PHP Storm, it manually creates that file. Now, your next question, of course, is, okay, cool, but how do I connect to the database? How do I see the tables? How do I inspect all of the rows within each table? And the answer is, of course, you got to connect to it in some way. You could do it directly through the command line if you're comfortable with that, or I would recommend using a dedicated GUI for your OS of choice. So here's what I recommend. So visit tableplus.com. At least at the time of this recording, it is far and away the best database management GUI I've ever come across. It's a free download, and there are versions for Mac, Windows, and Linux, so everyone should be happy and all on the same page. I'd highly recommend it. So give it a download and open it up when you're ready. Now, once you open it, you'll see a screen somewhat similar to this, maybe minus the Laracasts connections. Let's create a new one at the top. And one cool thing about Table Plus is they support all of the various connections. So MySQL or Postgres or SQLite or even Redis. Everything will work. Let's click on this one here. And yeah, it wants us to know what's the name. We're going to call this our example database. And next, it wants a path to that file. So we're going to give it a path directly here. Now, you can either manually select the file, or I will just do it inline. Users, Jeffrey Way, Herd, because we installed Herd in that directory. My project is called example database, and then the file is database.sqlite. Okay, I'm going to give it a test to make sure that worked. Looks good. Let's give it a color of green, save it, and then I can double click here, and here we go. We're all set. We're connected. So here's all of the tables that are available to us. We have one for users and sessions and migrations and jobs and failed jobs. Most of these, I'll warn you, are used internally by the framework. And honestly, you can almost forget they exist. Especially right now, they are not important to you other than potentially this users table. So come down here, we can see the data, and in this case, there is no data yet. We don't have any records. But if I click over to the Structure tab, here's the structure for each of the corresponding tables. So for a user, of course, a user consists of a name and an email address and a password and various timestamps, which is great. And we can append to these if we need to. So if I switch back to PHP Storm now, you'll see there's a migrations folder. And actually, I just want to show you this one more time. If I switch back to the command line, when we ran that PHP artisan migrate command, it ran these files right here. Have a look. Create users table, create cache, create jobs table. So it seems like the logic for creating one of these tables is coded in PHP, which is neat. If I switch back, let's open it up, and here are the 3 files. Now, these are long file names because they include the timestamp, but that's okay. So if we have a look at the users table, let's hide the sidebar. Yeah, this is, think of this as the blueprint for a table. So we can see right here, we want to create a table called users, and then create a table called password reset tokens, and then create a table called sessions. And real quick, if I switch back, there's users, there's password reset tokens, and there's sessions. They're all here, and they were defined within this very file. Okay, so now within the closure here, this is where we construct the table effectively. So a users table needs to have a unique ID. So we call this ID method. Let's come back. There's the ID. Next, it should have a name, and that should be of type string. So there's a name. Next, it should have another string column for email, but we want that one to be unique. And yeah, we can keep going on here. We have a password, we have timestamps, and they're all represented here. Okay, so what if we wanted to add something else? Like what if instead of name, we wanted first name and then last name? Well, I could do something just like this. Okay, but it's not magical. I can't change this file and then switch back and give it a refresh. We have to rerun the migrations. And that's what I want you to think of this file as. It's a migration file, okay? You can run your migrations to make these take effect. You can roll them back. You can reset them. It's really very cool. And actually, on this note, one of the coolest things about migrations is how, because it's defined in PHP and effectively in version control, I can then share this with a teammate, and then he or she only has to run a single command to generate a database that looks identically to mine. So there's no more of that like trying to manually keep things in sync. Oh, what's your table look like? Did you add the index here? Make sure yours looks like mine. That's a nightmare. You don't want to get into that situation. And this solves that. Okay, so let's make this take effect. I'll switch back to the terminal and run PHP Artisan to view all of the available commands, and we'll scroll up to the ones related to running our migrations. Now, I see 2 immediately useful ones, migrate, refresh. And notice that resets everything and starts your migrations from scratch. So of course, you would never run this within production because it would drop all of your database records. But yeah, in the initial development stage, this is incredibly helpful. It's a way to say, okay, just drop everything and build up my database from scratch once again. The next useful one is migrate rollback. Roll back the latest or most recent database migration. So yeah, notice if I open up the sidebar, each of these is its own migration, and you will create more on your own. So you could have a migration to make a table. You could have a migration to drop a table. You could have a migration to add a couple columns to a table or remove a column. Any of those could be their own migrations. Just think of them as actions that you want to perform on a database, okay? So you could say, well, just roll back the most recent one we ran and then rerun it. These are all things that you can do directly from the command line. Okay, but yeah, in our case, we haven't done anything yet, so I will refresh all of our migrations from scratch. PHP artisan migrate : fresh, and notice it drops all of the tables and then rebuilds them from scratch. Okay, so let's go back to Table Plus. And actually, this is an important note that you will run into specifically with SQLite. So if I try to hit Command R to refresh, notice I'm not seeing any difference. So what I have to do in this situation is close out and then reopen the connection. So let's close it out, reopen it from scratch. And now if I come back and switch to structure, I can see the changes there. Very cool. Okay, so now I want to finish up by creating our first migration. So let's go back to the command line, and I'm going to say PHP artisan make migration. And now it'll ask me a question. What should the migration be named? Keep it very simple. Just describe what you're doing. If you're creating a table, then write create such and such table. Now, we actually have something a little bit tricky here. I want to call it jobs, right? However, Laravel already includes a table out of the box called jobs. So yeah, we don't want to double up there. So we'll need to embellish it in some way. Why don't we call it job listings table? All right, and now it creates a file in that same migrations directory. If I switch back, I can find it here. So now I see two methods, up and down. Up represents applying the operation, whatever you want to change or add or remove. And then down should do the inverse. So this is do the thing, and then this one is undo the thing. So in our case, the initial scaffolding is to create a table called job listings. But if we undo the thing, then we would drop that table entirely. As another example, if you had a migration to add a column, then here you'd add the column, and down here you would remove the column. And that way you can apply the migration or roll it back at any given time. Okay, so they've given us some initial suggestions. Well, your table should have a unique ID, and it should have some default timestamps. When was this record created? When was this record last updated? And those are usually good ideas to include. All right, so go back to job. And yeah, it looks like for each one, we just need to add a title and a salary. So let's do that now. Table, string for the title of the job listing. And then for the salary, we can actually set this in a number of ways. If we're thinking of it as money, then we would want to think in terms of cents. That's generally a good way to deal with money, a foolproof way to deal with money. In our case, though, we're thinking of salary as whatever the employer wants to put. They could put $500 a month or $50,000 a year or something else. So I'm going to keep that as a simple string column, salary. All right. That's it. So I've created a migration class. I've defined the blueprint for that table. Now I want to run the migration. So this time I'm not going to run migrate fresh because I don't need to reset and start all over. I just need to apply that newest migration. So I can run PHP artisan migrate. And notice it knows it doesn't need to do the other ones. It already did those. The only one it hasn't yet done is this one here. Okay, so let's come back to Table Plus. And maybe hit Command R to give it a refresh. But yeah, if I come back, here it is. All right, there we go. So now I'd like to finish up by populating some records by switching to the Data tab. So if I switch back to the job file, we have director, programmer, and teacher. So I'll do this very quickly. Director, salary is some arbitrary number. I'm going to leave the timestamps at their defaults for now. I'll do another one, programmer, 60,000, whatever, and then one for teacher, also 50,000, something like that. So notice they're green. That means I've created the records, but I haven't yet committed them. To commit them, you can hit Command or Control S, and now that has been committed. Okay, recap. So we have now created a new job listings table, and we manually populated it with a handful of records. So we used a migration class to define the initial structure of that table. We ran the migration by running PHP artisan migrate from the command line. So now things are looking pretty good, but of course the next step is I want to fetch that data from the database and then render it in the view. So how do we do that? Well, I'll show you in the next episode. Cliffhanger. I'll see you later. Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 9 of 30 Days to Learn Laravel. You're doing great. And I'm really excited for this one because I get to introduce you to Eloquent. And Eloquent really is one of the pillars of the Laravel framework. And I really do think you're going to love it. Okay, jargon alert. Eloquent is an ORM. Not an ORV, not an SUV, an ORM. And this stands for Object Relational Mapper. Here's how you think of it. An ORM maps an object in your database, like a table row, to an object in your PHP code. So think about it. We can go into Table Plus and view the details for a single record, a row. Wouldn't it be cool if that record just had some kind of representation in your PHP code, just like I can see a comment or a post within my database? What if I just had a post object that included all of those details? Well, that's sort of what you can think of when we reference the term ORM, or you might have heard of Active Record. This is Laravel's Active Record implementation. And again, you're gonna love it. So let's have a look. Okay, so return to your editor and open up your job class. I want to convert this into an Eloquent model, and it's really simple. But first up, this data here is superfluous, right? It's being stored in the database. We don't have to double up. So I will remove that entirely just for now. Okay, so all I have to do to make a class, a PHP class, into an Eloquent model is to extend the model class. So I can say extends model, and you want it to be Illuminate Database Eloquent Model. So in my editor, that automatically gets imported, as you see here. Okay, but notice immediately when I did that, we got this red squiggly line. Declaration must be compatible with model all. So as you can imagine, Eloquent has its own API for how we can query the database. And part of that API is a method called all. And also part of that API is a method called find. So you know what we can do? Yep, we're getting rid of it all. There's no reason to reinvent this wheel. Okay, fun. So now let's play around. Let's go into the routes file, and yeah, within the home route, we're just temporarily going to try out some queries. So I will reference our job model, and notice we have all of these methods that we can call due to the fact that we extended that model class. So let's try out job all, and let's just see what happens. Is that instantly going to give me all of the records from that job listings table? Well, let's see. We'll try to get our jobs, and then we will die and dump the response. Okay, to the browser. All right, well, I do see a collection, but notice the items are empty. So we have an empty collection, and we know that's not right. So what's the problem? Okay, well, here's a key thing to understand. Laravel and Eloquent, by extension, rely heavily on conventions. So if we switch back, if we have a job Eloquent model, Eloquent is going to assume that you have a table called jobs. But if I switch to Table Plus, the table isn't called jobs, because remember, we had a little bit of a collision there, didn't we? Laravel already includes one out of the box called jobs, so we had to tweak ours. Okay, so we have two choices to resolve this. One would be to rename this to job listing. And notice how the name of the class is the singular form of the table. So if you had a table called comments, your Eloquent model would be comment. If you had a table called posts, then your Eloquent model would be called post, right? That's an important thing to keep in mind. So we could do this, or in situations where you want a unique table name, you can add a protected property called table, and then here I can assign it, job listings. Okay, so now if I switch back to the browser, now we have a collection of 3 items. And check this out. Each item itself is an instance of that new job class. So now we have a place to tuck any behavior that's related to a job. Whereas before we didn't have that. We were just dealing with simple scalars. There was nowhere to put that logic except in your routes file, which doesn't quite make sense most of the time. Okay, so if we scroll down, you'll see there's an attribute section that has information about the title and the salary for this particular row. If we go to the next one, this one I believe is programmer, and then of course the third one would be teacher. Okay, so check this out. If we go back to my routes file, if I want to grab the first item, well, we have a couple ways to do it. So jobs is a collection, as we've seen. And one way that we can interact with that collection is to treat it as if it were an array. So that means if I want the first job, I can just grab the first index within that array, so to speak. Okay, so if we come back and we scroll up and give it a refresh, now I don't have a collection. I have a single job instance that contains these attributes. And if I want to grab one of these values, I just reference it directly like this. Title, director, salary, $50,000. If I want to grab the next item, I can just do 1, and this will be $60,000, and the title is programmer. Cool. So you see how easy that was? We were able to entirely strip our little API that we built in that job class because Eloquent includes it and way more directly out of the box, which is really cool. So I want to see now if I can reproduce our list of jobs. So right down here, when the user visits /jobs, we fetch them all, and then we load a view called jobs. So I wonder, will this just work right out of the box? I think it should. So back to the browser, let's click on jobs, and it just works. But now we're no longer hard coding that array. Okay, what about a single job? Yep, that one works just as before. Very cool. Now, we're not quite ready for forms yet, but we're going to tackle that very soon. But of course, we can also use Eloquent to insert or delete records from the database. So I'll show you a new way that we can play around here. Open up your command line, then run PHP Artisan Tinker. Think of this as your command line playground for your Laravel app. It's a great way to get your bearings and try things out and see, does this work the way I expect it to? You can create variables, you can grab them, you can manipulate things, you can make sure, like I said, that when you call this function, is it returning what you expect? Let's play around and see if that works. This is a good place to do that. So why don't we play around with Eloquent? App, models, job, and if I want to create a job, we call a method create. It's all incredibly readable. So for the values, we can provide an array here. So a job listing has a title, so I'm just going to say Acme Director, and then a salary is going to be $1 million.
$1 million.
And I believe those are the only ones we have here. All right, so you call a create method, you pass an array, and you include all of the relevant columns that your table will require. So if we run that, though, we get a mass assignment exception. To be honest, I wish this didn't happen out of the box because I think it is immediately confusing to newcomers, and it requires a bit of knowledge that you may not have yet. Now, effectively, what's going on here is Laravel is providing some safety and security out of the box. It's saying, hey, you might want to be a little bit careful about mass assigning these attributes all in one go. And that's exactly what we did here, by the way. And it's fine if you know what you're doing. But again, Laravel's just trying to keep you on the straight and narrow. So yeah, what's the potential danger? Well, in real life, you will often be responding to a form request, right? So you could have a form to update the title of a post. The user submits that form, and you could potentially just pass the array of those form attributes to this create method. But, rule number one when dealing with users is you have to assume they are malicious and they're trying to do something wrong. So what if they tweaked that form request to also update the author ID of the post as well? And you didn't know that. You didn't ask them to do that, but they snuck it in anyways. Well, if you then blindly pass that array of attributes to the create method, you're no longer updating the title of the post like you thought. You're also updating the author of the post, which could be catastrophic. Now imagine a scenario where you're updating the admin status for a user and you didn't even know you were doing it. So this is what Laravel is protecting against. As long as you are thoughtful and you know exactly what data is being passed to the create method, it's entirely safe. But that being said, Laravel by default protects you against this, and you either have to turn off the feature or do what we're about to do right now. Notice after the red warning, I see add title to the fillable property to allow mass assignment on the job class.
Okay, so I'll show you what that looks like. I can command click to go to the job class, and we can add a property called fillable. This represents all of the attributes that are allowed to be mass assigned. So for example, if I wrote title and salary, this means these two items and these two items alone may be mass assigned. So if that malicious actor tries to update the user ID as well, it would be as if they never did it because it will be ignored entirely when we pass it to that create method in this example. Okay, so let's come back. I'm going to hit Control-C to exit out, and then we will open PHP Artisan Tinker one more time. All right, and now, rather than rewriting this by hand, you can usually press the up arrow key to cycle between your old commands. Okay, so if I run it now, it's going to work. There we go. So it creates the record within the database table, and then it returns to you a new job instance that includes all of those attributes. Okay, very cool. So let's inspect all of our jobs. Job all, and we should have 4 items, and we do. We have the initial 3 that we created, and we have our 4th one. And also notice in this case, because we're going through Eloquent, it will automatically set these default timestamps, which is very cool. All right, so we now know the all method. We know the create method, but what about that find method that we manually created an episode or 2 ago? Well, of course, we can use that as well. I'll show you. App, models, job, find, and we need to give it a unique identifier. So that's why most tables will include some kind of unique ID, as you see here. So if I want to find this new one I created, I could say find 7, and that will return to me that record from the database. So keep in mind what's going on here. It's not magical. A SQL query, of course, is still being executed at some point behind the scenes. But yeah, sometimes it does feel magical. And you know what? It effectively is magic. The Eloquent code base is very, 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 very complicated and confusing. I don't know what I'm seeing when I look at it. But that's the great thing. I don't have to know what's going on there. It just works. So now, rather than memorizing or learning how to write these potentially confusing SQL queries, Eloquent tucks that away behind a nice API. I have a method called all to fetch all the records. I have a method called find to find a specific record. Of course, I can add conditions like where. I can add joins. I can do anything I can imagine behind this nice, clean API. All right, so if I go back to Table Plus, let's give this a refresh, and now we see our new record. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and delete these old ones, and we'll stick with only the ones that were generated through Eloquent, and that's fine. But now if I switch back, if I want to delete this job, then I could simply say job delete. Whoops, forgot the $sign. One more time, and notice that returns true to indicate it was successfully deleted. If I switch back, give it a refresh, now it's gone. Okay, so I think we're in pretty good shape now. You've had your first introduction to Eloquent. The only remaining thing I want to show you is that in this example, we already had a job class that we converted into an Eloquent model, but most of the time you will be starting from scratch. So here's what I want to leave you with, and this will be your homework as well. If I run PHP Artisan make, you'll see there are a bunch of make commands. And you learned in the last episode, these are used to generate files. So as you can imagine, there is a make model command. Now, often these will accept certain arguments, but it's hard to know which arguments those are. So I'll show you a tip. If you add help before any of these commands, it will give you help for the command. Shocker. All right, so now if we scroll up, at the very top, we can see, all right, we can provide the name of the model, and then we have various options that we can include. So when we generate a new model, this is often the start of a new concept in your application. So it's a great entry point for also constructing other things. And that's why we have these options like -C to also create a companion controller for the model, or a factory, or a migration, or a policy, or a seeder. You don't know what a lot of these are yet, but you will soon. So notice the one at the top, -A or --all, which is the long form. It would generate a migration, a seeder, a factory, a policy, a resource controller, and a form request in addition to the model. So you don't necessarily need to do this yet because you don't know what half of these are. But I want you to know that when you start working on these new ideas and you add new sections of your site, you wouldn't start by creating the migration. You'd probably start by creating the model, and then the model would create the migration as part of its logic. That's something to think about. Okay, so out of the box, and we're not going to keep this. If I were to say make model comment, notice that will create a new file within your comments directory, and you'll see it right here. And notice it extends model. It uses this trait called has factory. We're not quite ready to talk about that just yet, but you can leave it where it is with the understanding that you'll learn more in the future. Okay, let's do another one. And again, keep in mind, I'm not going to keep any of these. I'm going to delete them all at the end of the video. Let's do make model post. But this time, I want to also create a migration. Notice I can add -m for short. So let's do that now. -m. And now it creates two files. It creates the model, but also corresponding post table migration. Let's have a look at that. Post looks good. And then migrations, of course, go in the database folder. And I can see it right down here. So notice these generators give you a way to quickly and rapidly start constructing some of these new features, which is cool. So I could say a post consists of a title. It consists of a body, but a string is too short. So that would max out at 255 characters of varchar. Instead, we're going to use text because it could be a very, very long blog post, and we want to allow for that. So yeah, you're starting to get comfortable, right? We are generating models. We've learned about options to also generate corresponding migrations. You learned in the last episode, you can run PHP artisan migrate to commit that migration. So that is now relevant and visible within your database. So you're making really good progress here. I hope you're excited. And yeah, this is all just so incredibly useful and powerful. I can't stress it enough. This is the bedrock of so much of the Laravel code you will write, even 20 years from now. Okay, so your homework is, work on it. Get this into your fingertips. Play around. You can delete it all when you're done. Generate a variety of models. Practice also generating the migrations as part of those models, and then fill out the migration, and then run PHP Artisan Migrate to see it in the database, and then start writing queries using PHP Artisan Tinker to fetch items from that database, and then see if you can manipulate an item or delete it or add a new one. That's your job. Play around and get these keystrokes under your fingertips. All right, I'll see you in day 10. Is that right? Yes, tomorrow is day 10, so we will next talk in day 10. All right, see you later in day 10. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 10. Let's get to work. So today we're focused on the database folder. Now, you're already familiar with migrations, and that's great. But now, the next stop on your learning is factories. So have a look at this one that comes out of the box, user factory. Okay, so I see a definition method, and it looks like it has various database table attributes that consist of fake data. So notice we have name, corresponds to any kind of fake name. And then email corresponds to a unique fake email address, a timestamp that can just be set to now. And then it looks like we also have additional methods to configure that generated user in some fashion. So if we want a user that's in an unverified state, it looks like we can call this state method where we tweak the attributes in some shape or form. Okay, so what do we use a factory for? Well, the answer is many things. We can use a factory for any situation where we quickly need to scaffold or generate, in this case, a user. So imagine you're writing a test, and that test says, well, given I have 10 users, when I then I should right? Well, that first step, given we have 10 users, we could use a factory to quickly generate those. Another example would be for simply whipping up your local environment. So, for example, in our case, we have job listings, right? And if I switch to Table Plus, right now, we only have one. But yeah, when we're working in our local environment, it might be useful to have potentially 50 different job listings. And I certainly don't want to manually create 49 more records. So again, a factory is a good use case for that. Okay, so we have a user factory here. How do we use it? Well, you can do it anywhere you want, anywhere you can write Laravel code. Once again, though, I'm going to reach for PHP Artisan Tinker. Now, if I want a fake user, then I need to reference my user class. And actually, on that note, let's switch back real quick. So let's go into App Models User. And yeah, remember when we generated a Eloquent model using PHP Artisan Make Model, we saw that there was a use has factory trait. And I said, I think, let's put a pin in that just for a moment. Well, now we're taking the pin out. Has factory adds a number of methods to the user class for generating factories. And one of those methods is, wait for it, drumroll, ... factory. Okay, so let's play around. User, factory, create. Create a new factory for the user class. This is our API. So I'm going to give it a run. Oh, but it fails. Oh yeah, I remember this. Okay, this is good. This is a good learning opportunity. So we tried to generate a new user factory, but it noticed that there's no column named name, even though the factory includes one. So let's have a look real quick. If I switch back to user factory, yeah, this is what comes out of the box. But you'll remember a number of episodes ago, just as an exercise, we changed name to first name and last name. So if I switch back and view the structure for a user, yeah, we tweaked this any number of episodes ago. So of course, it's failing. That's expected behavior. Okay, so we could either bring this back to a simple name column, or why don't we update this? So instead of name, I will have first name. And now you see this fake function here. This makes use of an API called Faker, and I'll switch back here. And Faker includes a variety of methods for just about any form of fake data you can imagine. And what's cool about APIs like this is you can just guess what it is. So for example, if I want a fake name, there's probably a method called first name, and there it is. I didn't even know that was one, but there is, right? That's the cool thing about APIs like this. So with that in mind, is there a last name method? Yes, there is. So I can update this as well. Okay. So we're going to give it one more try, but take a look at this. If I press the up arrow key and I run it again, it still fails. And this is an important thing to remember. When you run PHP Artisan Tinker, all of that code is loaded into memory. So when we make changes, well, we have to exit out and then restart. So I can press Control-C to exit out, and then I will bring it back up. All right, and now once again, I can press up to cycle to my last command, run it, and this time it works. Okay, so notice it creates a new record within the users table, and it returns to us a new instance of that user. So if I come back and switch to users, let's go to data. Sure enough, we have a new record of fake data. Okay, but what about situations where I want many records? Well, we can do this. User, factory, and as the first argument to this factory function, we can provide a number. So let's create, just to illustrate this, let's create 100 fake users. All right, that's done. It's very quick. Give it a refresh. And yeah, now you can start to see the power of this. So when you are working in your local environment and you're playing around with some things and you want a bunch of different job listings, well, you could use a factory to quickly scaffold them. So let's do that now. If I switch back, yeah, at the moment, we only have a single user factory. And of course, I could duplicate this and rename it to job listing factory. But yeah, situations like this always reach for a generator. So Control-C, PHP Artisan make factory. And yeah, don't forget, if you're confused about what argument to pass, you can precede it with help. And I can see, all right, let's include the name of the factory. And then optionally, I can include the name of the corresponding Eloquent model. All right, PHP Artisan make factory job factory. All right, let's give that a run. And now we have a factory for a job. All right, so what about the attributes here? Well, it looks like we have a title and a salary. All right, so let's do a title, and this is a job title. So I believe the Faker library has a method called job title, and it does. Great. Next, salary. What could we do here? We could do a fake number of sorts. Or remember, it doesn't have to be random. So in situations where it just doesn't matter whatsoever, then feel free to hard code a value. Like if this is fine and will suit your needs, then you can do that. But if you want a variety of salaries for filtering or something like that, then you would want to make it dynamic. So it just depends on what your needs are. All right, and I think that should do it. So let's give it another shot. PHP Artisan Tinker, app models job factory create. So again, notice how all we had to do is create the corresponding factory, and Laravel is smart enough to figure out what that mapping will likely be. Give it a run. Ooh, we get a call to undefined method job factory. Okay, let's scroll up, and I think I know why. Yeah. So remember, this particular class we created manually because a number of episodes ago, we already had a plain old job class to work with. But I want you to notice the difference here. If I switch to user, it uses this has factory traits. And yeah, we saw this a couple episodes ago. If we make any old model, make model post, that the generator will include this trait here. But again, because we manually created the job class, we haven't done that yet. Okay, so let's delete this and manually add it on. We're going to use has factory, and notice that long path there. So ideally, make sure you're using some kind of IDE or editor that has auto-completion. Use has factory. Yeah, you have to pull in this trait because the trait is what affords us that factory method call. All right, sorry about that. Let's do it one more time. PHP Artisan Tinker, up, create a factory for a job, and there we go. This time we have a data processing equipment repairer. That sounds like an exciting job, and there we go. All right, once again, let's do a bunch. Let's do 300 random fake jobs. And again, notice how quick that is. Give it a refresh, and there you go. We got musician, physicist, warehouse, geological data technician. It's pretty cool, actually, when you think of it. Now, what about if I switch back to user? You'll remember, let's go into user factory. Okay, so you'll remember there's an additional method called unverified. And it looks like if we want a user in an unverified state, that would mean email verified at is set to null. But notice by default up here, it's just set to now. So if we switch back, all of these users, where is it? Will have the email verified at timestamp set. Okay, so how do we activate this particular state? And that would be the term, by the way, that we use, state. Well, like this, app models user factory, and then we call the state method, which is unverified, create. And that's it. So notice email verified at is set to null. So yeah, you're not going to reach for this all the time, but trust me, once you start building more substantial projects, you'll run into situations like this where, yeah, you need to create a model or a record that's in a very particular state, usually for the purposes of performing a test. So I'll let you take a look at this. Notice you create a method, give it any name you want, and then within that method, you call a state method on the object where you pass it a closure, a function that returns an array. Okay, so you can create these yourself as well. For example, often, we'll just do this as a quick exercise. Often, for simple projects, your user table might have an admin status. And let's say by default, it's set to false. You're not an admin. But yeah, maybe in certain situations, you want to say, well, given I have a user who is an administrator, when I bada bing, bada boom, then I should zip, zap, zap, right? So yeah, that would be a good use case for a state. So I could just copy what I have here and say, okay, well, this state will be called admin, and this will set the admin status to true. All right, and that's it. Now you have a new piece of state. So you would say user, factory, admin, create. And now that will use all of this data, but then it's effectively going to grab these attributes and merge them and override the defaults. And that would be one way to deal with this. Lovely. Now, keep in mind, in the next episode, we're going to have a full lesson around eloquent relationships, but I kind of want to scratch the surface just a little bit to finish up this video, and you'll see why in just a minute. Now, it makes sense that any given job on our site would correspond or have a relationship to a given employer. So you can imagine if we're really popular and Microsoft signs up, then Microsoft could have 100 different job listings, and we want that relationship to exist. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to go into my migrations folder to our job listings table, and now I'm going to say, well, a job listing belongs to an employer. So we'd probably want some kind of foreign ID called, I don't know, employer ID. That would make sense. So for every single job listing, there's an employer ID column that points to the corresponding employer. But right now I don't have an employers table. So that's the next step. Let's do that real quick. PHP Artisan make. Now we could do migration, but like we learned at the end of the last episode, we could also start with the model, which would be employer. And then I could say also generate a migration as part of that. So let's give that a run. And now we have two new files, our employer Eloquent model and the create employers table migration. Cool. So let's have a look at that right here. So an employer will have a name. And yeah, maybe, at least for a demo, maybe that's enough to get us up and running. Cool. So if we switch back to our job listings table, now check this out. I could say, I could say unsigned big integer employer ID. So why are we doing unsigned big integer? Well, that's because whenever you call this ID method within a migration, that's actually creating a big integer column. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, so it's creating a big integer that automatically increments. So when you generate your foreign keys, you want to make sure that the type of the foreign key is identical. So that's why I'm also using an unsigned big integer. However, another option is to use this table foreign ID 4. And notice right here, the argument it expects is an Eloquent model. So I could say, well, follow a convention and create the necessary foreign ID for an employer. And that would be another way to do it. All right, so let's give this a shot. Now, because we've made some changes and we're so early in the project, I will often run migrate fresh. Just drop everything and run it from scratch. All right, so now we've built up all of our tables from the beginning. Okay, so if we come back, give it a refresh, of course, we've lost all of our seed data, and that's fine. But if we have a look at job listings, we now have an employer ID, a title, and a salary, and the employer ID refers to this new employers table. All right, so now if we go back to our job factory, this is no longer enough. And in fact, if we try it out, where are we? There we go. Let's try to create 300 jobs. It doesn't work because, of course, employer ID was not provided. So we need to update our factory. So employer ID, but yeah, what do we set this to? Do we hard code it? Well, if that's fine for your needs, then great, have at it. It'll be the quickest option. But yeah, usually it would be helpful to say, well, whenever you generate a job, as part of that, I also want you to generate any corresponding relationships, like an employer. So we can do that by saying employer factory, just like this. So now when Laravel comes to this, it'll know, okay, we also need an employer factory. So I will generate that, persist it in the database, and then use that unique ID as the corresponding employer ID. Okay, but now this isn't going to work either, right? Let's give it another shot. PHP Artisan Tinker, run it again, and it still fails. Employer factory not found. All right, let's see what the problem is. We come back up. We now have an employer model. It is using the trait, but there's no corresponding employer factory. Okay, so let's have a look at this. If I run PHP Artisan help make model, yes, we know that we can use -m to create the migration. But check this out. We can also pass -f to generate a factory as well. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to delete this just so we can do it together. PHP Artisan make model. I'm not going to do -m this time because we already had the migration, but I will say employer -f, and now we get the model and the factory. Cool. So here's our new employer factory, and like I said, all we have right now is a name. So I could do a fake, maybe, is there a business? No, company. Yeah, company. Let's do a fake company name. All right. So are we on the same page? Now, when I want to generate a new job, it'll create a fake job title. It'll hard code a salary. And then for the corresponding employer, it'll reference an employer factory. So Laravel will read that. It will then generate a new employer record, and that will have a unique ID, right? And that ID will be substituted as the employer ID here. All right, let's give it a shot. PHP, artisan, tinker, press up. And this time I'm going to generate, how about 10 jobs? All right, and it works. All right, let's have a look in our database. So I exited out and I'm going to reopen it. Again, when you're using SQLite, sometimes you should do that when you drop the database entirely and build it up from scratch. If you ever have a situation where your table is not reflecting the change you made, it's probably related to that. All right, so here are the job listing. We have forest fire, fighter, landscape artist, manager, a pipe fitter, and each of those belongs to a corresponding employer. So let's see, the forest firefighter belongs to the employer with an ID of 2, and it looks like that one is whatever this is. These all look like confusing law firm names, but that's entirely fine. And again, I want you to notice how each of these job listings belongs to its own employer. Now, there will be situations where you want multiple job listings to belong to the same employer. And for that, you can use a method called recycle. We're not going to get into that right now, but if you want some extra credit, you could have a look at that. But yeah, otherwise, I think that's going to do it for this episode. All right, so model factories. You've learned that they are excellent for scaffolding data for your local environment and also for the purposes of preparing a test. Now, we wrapped up by learning just a little bit about database relationships. We set it up so that a job listing belongs to a corresponding employer, and we got that to work on the database end. But what about the Eloquent end? So if I do have a job object, how do I then fetch the name of the employer who created that listing? Well, that's going to be the subject of day 11. I'll see you then. Bye. Welcome to day 11. The topic of conversation is eloquent relationships, which, trust me, you're really going to love. All right, let's get going. So we discussed in the last episode that there should be a relationship between a job listing and a corresponding employer. So a job belongs to an employer might be the terminology we'd use. Okay, so if I had a job object, yes, I can access the title or the salary, but what about information around the employer? Well, right now, we can't do that. We've defined that structure on the database end, but in our PHP code, it just doesn't exist. So let's make it exist. And luckily, Eloquent has our back. I'm going to create a method here called employer. So if I have a job and I need information about the employer, then the method will be called employer. And this is going to return a relationship type. Now, in this case, I've said multiple times, a job listing belongs to an employer. So belongs to is our key word there. Return this belongs to, and now I want to reference the class that it belongs to, in this case, employer. So yeah, as you can imagine, there are multiple relationship types. A job belongs to an employer, but in reverse, does an employer belong to a job? No, that doesn't make sense. An employer can have many jobs. So that relationship type is called has many. And there's a variety. There's a half dozen. There's has many. There's has one. There's belongs to. There's belongs to many. And then there's some more complicated options that we're not going to worry about right now. All right. So this is all we have to do here. Check this out. PHP, artisan, tinker. I want to find any job. So let's say app models job. And rather than calling the find method and providing an ID, if you ever just want the first one that comes up, I can use a method called first. All right. So we have forest firefighter. Now, because I have that relationship defined in my Eloquent model, I can call employer, but notice real quick, this can be initially confusing. I know it's a method, but I'm not going to call it as a method. I'm going to call it as a property, just like I'm referencing the title or the salary for the job. And when I reference it as a property, Laravel's smart enough to pick up on that, and it will know, okay, well, we don't have an employer property on this model. So what you're probably trying to do is access the employer relationship. All right, so if we give this a run, now notice we're no longer in a job instance. We have an employer instance. Okay, so that means what I can do here is say job employer, and now I can access any of the attributes from my employer. And in this case, we just have name. Pretty cool, right? So even cooler though, think about what's happening here. Let's do it one more time. All right. So this is effectively running a query like select star from jobs, limit 1. So yeah, notice we're only focused on the job listings table. It hasn't yet referenced the employers table. So here's a key thing to understand. At the point where I say job employer, a second SQL query is being performed. And we refer to this as lazy loading. So lazy as in the loading and the query is not being executed until the last possible minute. And the last possible minute is when you request it. So here is where a new SQL query would be executed. And yeah, it would be something like select star from employers where ID equals 2 in this example. And that's why we have that foreign ID there, so that we can point to a specific employer. All right, that's a key thing to understand. But now, what about in reverse? So if I have an employer, models employer, and again, I'm just going to grab the first one here, it would be nice to grab all of the jobs that the employer has published. So what method would we access here? Well, something like jobs, right? So it sounds like we need a method on the employer class called jobs. Let's do that now. Employer, and I'll create a new one here, jobs. And yeah, this time, what is the relationship? Well, just work it out in your head. What's the relationship between an employer and a job? Well, an employer can sign up and create many jobs. So an employer has many jobs. Has many job. And that's it. So now think about it. If we have our employer object and we call jobs, well, that's going to return a collection, right? Because it could be one or many jobs that are associated with the employer. So you'll see that reflected here. Let's Control C, bring it back up. All right, I'll press up, find the first employer. And now if I say employer jobs, all right, and yeah, notice we get a collection of items. So an Eloquent collection, for now, just think of it as an array on steroids. You can still loop over it like any normal array, but it also includes a full API and a number of methods to make the process of filtering, inspecting, looping, any of that stuff will become infinitely easier because it's all wrapped up within this collection instance. All right, so within the collection, we have our items, all of the items, and in this case, there's only one because this employer only has a single job. So if I wanted to access that first job, again, I can just interact with it like an array or like a collection. And one of the methods on a collection is first. Okay, and I think we're going to stop right there for day 11. So you wouldn't believe this, but these two relationship types alone, has many and belongs to, they're going to take you so far. It'll take you 85% of the way there. And yeah, keep in mind, there are more relationship types. There is a belongs to many relationship, which is great for pivot tables. And then there are polymorphic relationships, which are a good bit more complicated. But yeah, these two that we discussed, they're going to take you so far, you won't believe it. Okay, so your homework is get this into your fingertips, get it into muscle memory, play around, delete the code when you're done. Use the example of a blog because we all immediately understand it. What's the relationship between a post and a comment? Well, a post can have many comments. So that method you'd create is a has many relationship. What about the relationship between a comment and a post? Well, the comment belongs to the post. What about the relationship between a post and a user? Well, a post is written by a user. So the post belongs to the user or an author? What's the relationship between a post and tags? Well, this is kind of a cliffhanger. A post can have many tags, but in reverse, each tag does not belong to a post. So why don't you hold off on that tags example, because it requires a new relationship type that we didn't talk about in this episode. We will cover that naturally in day 12. I'll see you then. Okay, so for day 12, I want to create a connection between a job and any number of tags. So if you've done this before, you probably know, well, we'll probably have to create some kind of pivot table. But yeah, then how do we represent that relationship within our code? Well, the answer is to use a BelongsToMany relationship, and I'll show you that today. Now, why don't we begin by creating our tag model? PHP Artisan make model tag. And this time I also want a migration and a factory. Cool. So now we have the model, the factory, and the migration. Okay. So yeah, why don't we start within the migration file? Now, what does a tag consist of? Well, at least initially, a name should be fine. Okay, so think about it. We have a jobs table, we have a tags table, but then we need something in between, right? A connecting table. And this is our pivot table. So think about it. Within this table, I could store the tag ID as well as the job ID. So I could say, all right, the job with an ID of 1 is associated with the tag with an ID of 1. All right, new row. The job with an ID of 1 is also associated with the tag with an ID of 4. Next one, the job with an ID of 7 is associated with a tag with an ID of 9, right? You get the idea. It's a standard fair pivot table. Okay, so let's create that now. You have two choices. So I could create a brand new migration, but keep in mind, there's no hard rule that a migration class can only ever contain one schema create call. So for example, if I just wanted to group these together, so I could have our tags creation as well as our job tag table, that would be fine as well. And I think you'll find you'll do both. It sort of depends on the order that you create these things. So for example, if you were to add the pivot table a month from now, it would be within its own migration. But if you're doing it all at once, this is fine. You could group them inside the same file. Something to keep in mind. Okay, cool. So what should our pivot table consist of? Well, mostly foreign IDs, right? So I'll show you. We could do table foreign ID for a job. So this is going to handle our job ID column. Next, we're going to need another one for our tag ID. So I can say foreign ID for tag. Now, in terms of timestamps, this is mostly a preference. You have to decide when you create a new record in this pivot table, would you like to track the timestamp for when that happened? Sometimes that's important. Other times it can be omitted. It just depends. But we will add it in this case. Now, I'm about ready to run this, but real quick, a little gotcha. So when we run foreign ID for job, that's going to prepare a job ID foreign key. But we have to be careful because we want job ID to point to our job listings table rather than that jobs table that Laravel includes out of the box. So if I command click on the method, you'll see that I can override the column name. And that's what I'm going to do here. So I will call it job listing ID, and that's a little more appropriate. Okay, let's give it a run and run it. PHP Artisan migrate. All right, so if we come back and refresh, here's our tags table, and here is our job tag pivot table. Now, on that note, keep in mind the naming convention here. We take the singular form of each of the connecting tables, and then we sort them in alphabetical order and separate them with an underscore. So jobs and tags become job tag, and that's fine. Okay, so now let's talk about constraints. So if I were to manually add a tag here, we'll call it programming. And let's go into jobs. Let's say, how about the job with an ID of 10? Okay, job with an ID of 10 is associated with the tag with an ID of 1. All right, this is fine. However, what if I were to delete that tag like so? Well, if I come back, give it a refresh, it still lives. So now we have an orphan, don't we? We have a record that points to a tag that does not exist in our system. And yeah, we don't want to allow for that. So this is where we can add a foreign constraint. And this is especially important because SQLite defaults are a little bit different from MySQL. So this will be a good exercise. All right, I'm going to switch back. And for my job listing ID, I'm going to add a call to constraint, so create a constraint, and then a second one to cascade on delete. And then I'll do the exact same thing for tag ID. Okay, so what this says is create a constraint, and then if that referencing record happens to be deleted, I want you to cascade and delete this pivot record as well. And the same is true for tag. So if we have a job ID of 1 and a tag with an ID of 1, but then the tag with an ID of 1 is deleted, it will cascade and also delete the pivot record as well. Okay, so I want to roll this back and run it again, but notice drop if exists only deletes the tags table. So we need another one here for job tag. Okay, let's give it a run. PHP Artisan migrate roll back and PHP Artisan migrate. We'll do it all in one go. Cool. Okay, so now, let's manually create another tag. And then we'll say within job tag, the job with an ID of 10 has a tag with an ID of 1, and we'll give that a save. And we can see the constraint is in place because we see these little arrows here connecting them. So I can click it, and it'll take me directly to that record. Further, within job tag, if I go to structure, notice I can see the foreign key right here. Okay, but we still have a problem. Again, this comes back to SQLite defaults. If I were to return to tags and delete this record, it lets me. And if I come back to job tag, it's still there. So what was the point? We added the constraint, but it didn't constrain anything. What's the problem? Yeah, this is a common thing that people run into, so it's good to know. Okay, so the defaults for SQLite specify that constraints are not enforced, but in your Laravel app, they are enforced. But yeah, keep in mind, we're not in our Laravel app right now, are we? We're just accessing our database directly. So we are bound by the defaults of SQLite rather than the defaults of Laravel. Okay, so that means if we're directly within our database GUI and we want these constraints to take effect, we need to manually turn it on. But in our Laravel app, we can ignore it. They are turned on by default. And of course, if you want to reverse that and turn them off, you can within your environment file. Okay. Let's go to the SQL tab, and I will run pragma foreign keys equals on. All right, turn on foreign constraints. Okay, so now if we come back to tags, let's re-add that one. All right, we should still have our pivot record, but this time, if I were to delete the tag, it will cascade and also delete the, delete the corresponding pivot record as well. That's good. And of course, the same would be true if we deleted the referencing job. Okay, very cool. So now I want to see this in our PHP code because that's what we most care about. Okay, so let's set up the relationship. We now have a model for job and tag, but no relationship between the two. Okay, let's start within the job. So if I have a job and I want to access all of the tags for that job, then our method would be called tags. And again, if you can't remember what to call that, just imagine you have a job object and you want to access something. Well, ideally, what would you call? You would do something like that. So there's your method name. Okay. So our relationship is not a has many. It's not a belongs to. It is a belongs to many relationship. So it belongs to, but it also can have many. And this makes perfect sense when you think about it. So does the tag called programming, does this belong to, how about the job with an ID of 10? Well, yes, but it doesn't exclusively belong to it. Many, many jobs can be associated with this tag. So yeah, we don't have a belongs to relationship. It's almost like a belongs to and has many relationship. And yeah, we represent that with this one right here, belongs to many. Okay, so let's reference the corresponding tag class. And then I also want to do it in reverse. Now, what's cool is when it comes to belongs to many relationships, it's the exact same code on both ends. So for example, if I go to tag, Imagine we have our tag object, and I want to access all of the jobs that are associated with this tag. Then I would do something like this, right? All right, so we have our method jobs, and that too will return a BelongsToMany relationship, and we'll reference the job class. And that's it. Cool. All right, so now I want to play around with this. Let's go back. We have a tag of programming. Do we have any pivot records? No. I will manually add one, like so. And let's give it a shot. I'm going to start by opening PHP Artisan Tinker. We will find that job. So app models job, it had an ID of 10. And now if I want to find all of the tags that are associated with that job, I can run job tags. But actually, as I think of this, I wonder if we'll see an error. Oh, we do. Okay. This is helpful at the very least. So no such column on the job tag pivot table called job ID. All right, so it's expecting a column name of job ID, but we know that the actual column name is job listing ID. And that's because Laravel is assuming a default here that usually will work. But in our case, our PHP class is job, but the corresponding table is job listing. So yeah, in situations like that where you have to avoid certain collisions, you need to be explicit about the column ID. And here's how we do that. Come back to job. And if I command click here, you can see that we have the related model, then the table name, and then the foreign pivot key and the related pivot key. So let's add that here. So I'm going to override that, and I can use a named argument for this. So I can do the name of that argument, colon, and then not job ID, job listing ID. And that should fix the problem. Okay, so boot it back up, find our job, then get the job tags, and this time it works. All right, a little bit of a bit of weirdness there. Again, this would only be relevant in situations where your Eloquent class doesn't perfectly line up with the relationship or the table names, something to be aware of. And also, this is going to be true in reverse. So if I have a tag and I want the jobs, well, it's going to look again for job ID, but that's not quite right. So in this case, we don't want the foreign pivot key, we want the related pivot key. So I could update this as well. Related pivot key would be job listing ID. All right, so let's give that one a shot. Bring it up. Let's find the tag, app models tag, find one. And now if I want to access all of the jobs associated with that tag, I could say tag jobs. Okay, and now we get a collection of one item. All right, this is great, but now I want to finish up by quickly showing you how you could attach new records. And it's very simple. You could say tag jobs, but notice I'm not going to access it as a property. That would give me this collection here, and I don't want that. Instead, I will call it as a method and then run attach. I want to attach a new record. So I will give it the ID of a new job that I want to attach. So how about this human resource director 7? So I could give it 7, or I could give it a full call to app models job find 7. Either one of those is going to work. Okay, so now if we come back to our pivot table, we have 2 records. Great. But now here's a little gotcha. If I were to run tag jobs again, I still only see a collection of one item. And this is because this collection has already been loaded into memory. It's not performing a new SQL query. So if you want to fix that, of course, you could either refetch the tag from the database and start all over, or you could say tag jobs get. Just run a brand new query. And now we get a collection of exactly 2 items. So why don't we say tag jobs get and pluck the title. So this is just going to grab a single field or attribute from each of those jobs. So now we have a brand new collection of only the job titles that are associated with this particular tag. All right, so yeah, it's kind of a lot depending upon your skill level. If you're already familiar with pivot tables and relationships of this sort, then this is probably a cakewalk. But otherwise, if it's all new to you, then it might take a minute, and that's okay. Watch the video a second time. Work on the homework, which is this. You're working on your little blog idea, right? Well, a post could be associated with any number of tags, right? And now you know how to represent that. You have a post table and you have a tags table. The next step is to create the intermediate table, a post tag pivot table. So play around, see if you can get that to work. And when you feel comfortable, and only when you feel comfortable, move on to day 13. Lucky 13. I'll see you then. All right, folks, welcome to day 13. Today, we'll have a look at the N+1 problem. Let's review an example. So in my routes file, we have an endpoint for jobs. This fetches all jobs from the database and then loads a jobs view. I can command click on that in my editor to go directly to it. Now, if we have a look at this in the browser, this is what we get. Not the prettiest thing in the world. So you know what? Why don't we take 60 seconds and turn each of these items into a card of sorts? To start, let's swap out the unordered list for a simple div. And then for each card, this could be a div, it could be an article, or it could even be an anchor tag. That way the entire card is clickable. So why don't we try that out? I'm going to make the anchor tag a block level element. And then what we'll do is maybe add some padding on the left and right, a little bit more on the top and bottom, and maybe we'll have a border, and then maybe a color of border gray 200, maybe something like that. Okay. Next, we don't want blue text, so I will delete that entirely, and I will remove the hover styling. All right, let's see what we have. So back to the browser, give it a refresh, and yeah, that's looking just a little bit better. The only remaining thing might be to make each of them rounded, and then I want a bit of space in between each one. So I'll show you a little trick. On the parent element, you could do something like space Y4, and that'll add just a little bit of margin in between each of the individual items. And I think that looks fine. Okay, so now notice the entire thing is clickable, and it takes me to the actual job page. Cool. All right, so now the next step is I'd like to display the employer right above the job title here. So let's do that. Okay, so I will select this, and why don't we wrap it? It could be a span. I'm just going to do a simple div here. It's not really a paragraph, so I wouldn't do that. Maybe there's an argument for that, though. And then above it, we'll have another div where I echo the job employer. So there's our belongs to relationship, and then the name of the employer. Okay, let's have a look. Come back, give it a refresh. All right. Next, why don't we add a little emphasis? So let's make it bold. I'm going to make it blue. It's not a link currently, but it eventually would be, wouldn't it? So that's okay. And at that point, it does become a link. We'll swap that out with an anchor tag. Okay. So now for every job listing, we can see the employer's name, the job title, and the salary. It's looking pretty good. Okay, but now we have introduced a bit of a problem, and that problem is called the N+1 problem. Okay, so what's the issue? Well, do you remember an episode or two ago where I mentioned that when you reference the relationship, a new SQL query will be performed? And I called that lazy loading. All right, well, how does lazy loading work within the context of a loop? Could we end up in a situation where for each item in the loop, you execute another SQL query to load the employer? Could that happen? And the answer is 100% yes. And that's specifically where the name N+1 comes from. Okay, so now I want to illustrate this, and I'll show you two ways to do that. All right, first up, Laravel debug bar. So you can search for it. Here's the direct URL. I'll let you take a look at that. And yeah, it's going to add a helpful debug bar to the bottom of your browser window. And notice it'll have tabs for messages or exceptions or your views or your database queries that are being executed or the models that are being loaded. It's incredibly helpful. Okay, so why don't we install this? Notice I can pull it in through Composer. And I will paste this in. Okay, so you've learned at this point that Composer is a package manager. So if I want to pull in some kind of a tool or library or helper, I can simply require it using Composer, and that will pull in all of the necessary files. It'll pull in the package. Cool. Okay, so we can see that Laravel uses auto discovery, so it doesn't require you to manually do anything. It should just work out of the box as long as your app debug setting is set to true. All right, so where would that be? It's going to be within your environment file, and that'll be in the root of your project right here. And notice at the top, app debug is set to true. But of course, in production, it's set to false. And that way we can ensure that you never display a debug bar in a production environment. Okay, so let's go back to the browser and have a look. Give it a refresh, and there you go. You instantly have a new debug bar. All right, so I want you to notice queries right here. 12 SQL queries are being performed. It seems like a bit much, doesn't it? Let's have a look. All right, so we have one for sessions. We can ignore that. But notice we have a query to select all from job listings. And then right down here, this is a dead ringer for an N+1 issue. If you ever see multiple queries that are nearly identical other than a particular ID, that's an N+1 problem. So notice, let's just count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that right? It performed 8 queries. And if we have a look in our database, within job listings, we have 3, 6, 8. 8 records, 8 SQL queries. Or if I had 100 records, then we'd have 100 SQL queries. So this is precisely where the N+1 problem comes from. For every single record, we will +1 to the SQL query count. It's a problem. It's something to be aware of. So while lazy loading can be helpful, if you're not thoughtful and aware of what's going on, sometimes these performance issues can sneak their way in. All right, let's fix this. Return to your routes file, and let's extract this into its own variable. So I could say jobs equal job all. Okay, but now I want to tweak this. I want to implement eager loading. I'd like to say, give me all jobs with the employer for each one. So I will eager load the employer relationship. And here's how we do that. Job with, and then we reference the relationship name, and that relationship is defined right here. So that's where I'm getting that value. Job with employer, get me all of the results. Okay, so keep in mind with get, that's select star. We are grabbing all of the records. So if you had 1 million records in the database, you don't want this. You'd want to implement some kind of limiting or pagination. And we'll take a look at that soon. Okay, so now if I come back to my browser, let's give it a refresh, and it's still going to work just like it did before. But now, if I open up our query count, it has been reduced. Let's have a look here. All right, so now we only have 2 relevant queries. So we have one query to grab all of the job listings, and then a second query that now eager loads all of the employers where the ID is referenced from those job listings. So compare this to what we had before. Let's go back real quick. Job all. Refresh. Before we were lazy loading each item within that loop. So here's a query for employer 2, employer 3, employer 5. It'll just keep going on and on. But when we tweak it to this, we are now eager loading the employer relationship as part of one single query. So even if we fetched 100 records from the database, we would still only have 2 SQL queries. And that's what we want. So you might decide that for your own projects, even though lazy loading is helpful, it might be a bit too risky for your preferences. So in these situations, if you want, you can disable the feature entirely. But I want to emphasize this point. I'm not leading the witness. I'm not suggesting it is too risky and you should disable it. I'm just saying it's an option if you prefer it. And I think you should make up your own mind on this particular issue. I find developers somewhat split down the middle. Certain people disable it at the very beginning of the project, and others feel like they know what they're doing. They know when they should eager load. It's not a concern for them. So you should decide for yourself. So let's imagine that you do want to disable the feature entirely. This will bring us to a new directory, app providers, and we only have one to start, app service provider. Okay, so you can think of this as a file for configuring your application however you need to. So in our case, I want to configure my app by disabling lazy loading. All right, so we're going to do this in the boot method. The boot method is triggered after all of the project dependencies have been fully loaded. All right, so I'm going to reference our model right here, Illuminate Database Eloquent Model. And this is where IntelliSense is incredibly useful. I can now say prevent lazy loading. And if you're working long, be careful. There's also a prevents lazy loading method. That's not the one you want. That returns a Boolean. In our case, we want prevent lazy loading. All right, and that's it. So now have a look what happens here. Let's go back to my routes file, and I'm going to return this to a simple job all call that leads to lazy loading within our view. So if I come back to my browser and I refresh it, now we get a lazy loading violation exception. And this is specifically because of that one line that we added to App Service Provider. And it's really helpful. Hey, you attempted to lazy load the employer relationship on the job model. And where did you do that? Well, you did it in line 9 of your jobs.blade view. And yep, there it is, lazy loading. Okay, so if we want to remove this screen, we have to solve the problem. So we solve it by eager loading the relationship. So once again, job with the relationship name, get me the results. And that's it. So we come back, give it a refresh, and we have solved that problem. Okay, so now we are eager loading our employer relationship. We have minimized the number of SQL queries. I think we're in really good shape. So in the next episode, we will move on to day 14. I'll see you then. All right, welcome back. So today I'd like to have a look at pagination. So check this out. If I return to my routes file, we talked about this a little in the last episode. So this get call here is fetching every single record from the jobs table. And of course, right now we're testing. We have 20, 25 records. It just doesn't matter. It's a non-issue. But of course, in real life, we could potentially have thousands or tens of thousands of jobs. And this query would fetch every single one of them, which of course, you don't want. Your memory is going to go through the roof almost immediately. So instead, in situations like this, we defer to pagination. And luckily, in Laravel, it's incredibly simple, and you have a few different options. So I'd like to show you them today. Instead of running job with employer get, I'm going to change this to paginate. All right, so let's command click to go through to the method definition. And you can see for the first argument, we can specify how many records do we want to show per page. So at least initially, I'm going to put a very small number, and then we'll bump it up. So let's do something like 3 so that it's immediately obvious that the pagination is taking effect. Okay, so if I go back to the browser now, I haven't hit refresh yet, so we have 10 records or so. Let's give it a refresh, and now we see only 3. But notice I don't see any pagination links, and that would make sense. We haven't added them to our view. But in fact, the pagination is working, and I'll prove it to you. Why don't we update the URI, and we'll change it to page 2. So I want you to notice page 1 had forest, firefighter, and dredge operator. If we give this a run, now we have landscape artist and human resource director. All right, so the paging is working. The only remaining step is to display the individual links. So let's do that now. So back to my editor, let's go into jobs.blade.php. And how about right down here, I will render the links for the paginator. So I can say jobs links. Come on, it's so easy. It's ridiculous how easy this stuff is. All right, back to the browser, give it a refresh, and there we go. I mean, and it looks great out of the box too, and we'll talk about that in just a minute. But we're currently on page 2, so we are showing results 4 through 6, but I can switch back to page 1, 2, 3, or we can use the arrows. It's really cool, and it's just seamless. It kind of blows me away how easy this is. Okay, so first, why does it look good? Well, it looks good because Laravel assumes that you're using Tailwind. Now, of course, you don't have to, but if you are, you get some conveniences like this, where the formatting is already set up and ready to go, which is cool. But in plenty of situations, you're going to be using a custom library you've made or something different from Tailwind. And in those situations, you will need to manually edit the paginator. Okay, I'll show you how. Back to the terminal, let's run a new command, php artisan vendor publish. Okay, so vendor refers to any package that we've pulled in through Composer, and publish means I want to publish any relevant assets or routes or files or views to my application folder so that I can manually control and edit them. It's a very common practice. Okay, so yeah, think about it. Where is the markup? Where is the view for these pagination links? Currently, it's nowhere in our resources folder. It's in one of those vendor packages. So I want to publish them so that I can manually edit those files. Okay, so we give this a run. And if you don't know what the provider or the tag name is, just search for what you want. And then we can see, yep, we want this tag right here, Laravel pagination. So I can press the down arrow key to select it. Okay, so now notice it's literally doing a copy command. It is copying from the vendor folder, which is where all of your Composer packages are installed. And it's going to take that views folder for your pagination, and it will publish them to your views vendor pagination folder. We should now have a resources, views, vendor, pagination folder. And yeah, notice we have a bunch of different pagination files here. And of course, yeah, that's because Laravel supports many different ways of displaying your pagination links, as well as many different CSS frameworks. So yes, it supports Tailwind, but it also supports Semantic UI or Twitter Bootstrap. Twitter Bootstrap. So is that X Bootstrap now? Is that still a thing? I don't know how they have dealt with that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. The point is you can pick your tool of choice, and Laravel should be smart enough to render those links in a reasonable way. So yeah, imagine we're not using Tailwind for our project. Instead, we're using Bootstrap 5. If I want to switch the default view from Tailwind to Bootstrap 5, again, that requires configuring our application. And we've learned a good place to configure your app is within your app provider's app service provider. And we already have one for preventing lazy loading, which again is optional. You can turn that on or off depending on your preference. Okay, so I want to configure my paginator. So I will reference the paginator, illuminate pagination, paginator. And yeah, notice there is a method for setting the default view. So if you just want to control pagination yourself, you could reference a view name here. If we want to switch the default view, there should be, notice we have use Bootstrap. Let's see what else we have here. Use Bootstrap 5. Of course, they are different depending upon if you want an older version of Bootstrap or a newer version. So if I want Bootstrap 5, I can call this method, and now the default pagination views will be swapped out. Let's have a look. If I switch back to the browser and refresh, it'll be unstyled because I haven't pulled in Twitter Bootstrap, but sure enough, we can see that that particular change has been made, which is cool. So I'm going to come back and I will comment this out just so you can see it in the source code and you don't forget. All right. So if Tailwind is the default, this is the file we should tweak if we need to make any relevant changes. So let's see, let's come back, refresh, showing 7 to 8 results. Let's look for showing, and there we go. Now I can say viewing, come back, give it a refresh, and yeah, now it works. We can see any of the relevant buttons. And yet notice the API for our paginator. You have access to methods like, are we on the first page? Well, if so, you probably shouldn't display a back button, right? Because there is no back button. Get the previous page URL, and we can use that for the href. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. Most of the time, you can probably stick with the defaults, but it's good to know if you need to tweak things or adjust the layout, you have the ability to do so. Okay, so now one thing to keep in mind is that there's a small, relatively big performance cost to displaying pagination in this way. So imagine a situation where you have a forum with literally millions of records. It can actually be relatively costly to calculate all of the page numbers and render them. In this case, it's irrelevant. It's superfluous. But yeah, for a gigantic forum, these are things you need to be aware of. If you're displaying page 392, you might find that your SQL query could take a little bit of time. So you have a couple options here. You could render simple pagination links, or you could even reach for cursor-based pagination. I'll show you how to do that so we can finish up for the day. So instead of calling paginate, I could reach for simple paginate. Okay, so you'll notice a slight difference here if I switch back. No longer will you have page numbers. And keep in mind, if we had way more records, we'd see page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't remember what the default is for Laravel. Maybe 5 page numbers on each side of the current page. That might be right. But yeah, we only see 3 here because we only have a total of 8 records. Anyways, we've swapped out to simple paginate. If I give it a refresh, now it's literally simple pagination, where we just have a prev and a next button to go back and forth. And yeah, often that will be fine. You probably don't even need to display those page numbers unless you have a good argument for why the user would want to switch to page 8 from page 2. Often it's just not necessary. All right, so that's an option. Next, we have cursor-based pagination, and this does come with a caveat. So if I switch back, if I call cursor paginate, yeah, this is far and away going to be the most performant option, but there's a bit of a cost. So if I come back and give this a refresh, we still get our prev next links, but I want you to notice something. If I hover over the next button, notice what the URL is here. Jobs, and then it's not page 2, page 3, page 4. It's cursor equals and then some random string that represents which records need to be fetched from the database. So if I click on this and we take a look at the current URL, it's not ideal. So this is something to consider. If you switch to cursor-based pagination, you no longer have the ability to say, go to my forum and visit page 12 in that result list. So you have to decide, is that a deal breaker? So for example, for the Laracasts forum, that's probably a deal breaker for me. I don't want URLs like this. But you can imagine for situations like areas where accessing a direct URL manually isn't as important, or infinite scrolling, these would be perfect scenarios for cursor pagination. All right, something to be aware of. Now, to finish up, I want to show you how the query differs. So if I bring this back to simple paginate, come back, refresh, of course, we can open up Laravel debug bar to view the query that's being executed. Yeah, this is the one we care about. So notice it's not a simple select star from job listings. We also add a limit and an offset. So just to make this crystal clear, if I bring this back to get, now it's going to break my page because the links method isn't available if we're not using pagination, but still I can see what the query being executed is. It's a select star. Give me everything from that table. But for pagination, of course, we don't want that. So if I give it a refresh, that works. If we close this and we switch to page 2 or 3 and bring it back up, now notice it's select star, limit 4, offset 6. So that's how we deal with, well, we don't want the first handful. We want to offset it according to the current page. And again, Laravel takes care of all of that behind the scenes. You don't have to perform that calculation yourself, which can sometimes be a little bit confusing. Okay, anyways, if I switch to cursor-based pagination and I give it a refresh, yeah, it's a little bit different, isn't it? So notice with cursor-based pagination, there is no reference to the offset keyword. So for example, we're not going to see for page 2, quote unquote, offset 3 or offset 6 or offset 9. It doesn't work that way. Instead, if I go to page 2 and have a look at the URL, yeah, it uses this encoded value here, cursor. So this is an encoded string that represents the starting point, the location for the next set of results that Laravel should fetch from the jobs table. That's effectively what's going on there. And again, this is far and away going to be your most performant option. If you're dealing with extremely large data sets, this is probably the way to go. Here's another example. Imagine you're building a table to display 800,000 customer records for your company. In those situations, cursor-based pagination would be a great way to go, a great way to deal with that. All right. So yeah, busy day, right? You've learned about pagination and simple pagination and cursor-based pagination and rendering pagination links. How many times can I keep saying the word pagination, by the way? How about publishing pagination views so that you can edit them yourself, or configuring the default pagination view that you want Laravel to reach for? This isn't going to take you so far. This is 95% of what you need to know. So if you feel comfortable, let's move on in day 15. We are halfway through and you're doing a great job. I'll see you then. All right, let's talk about database seeding today. So imagine that you need to refresh your database. You can run migrate fresh. All right, so that drops all of your tables and builds them up from scratch. But if I switch back to the browser, now, of course, we don't see any records at all. So think about it. What would we have to do at this point? Well, we'd have to boot up PHP Artisan Tinker. And then once again, I could say app, models, job, factory, 100, create. We would manually have to run a command to build up this table. And then I'd have to do it for all of the various tables for my application. It's not ideal. Ideally, I'd run PHP Artisan migrate fresh, and then seed the database, populate all of those tables however I require. All right, well, as it turns out, we can do this through database seeders. So check this out. Within my editor, let's open up the database and a new folder, seeders, and we have a single file to get us started, database seeder. And notice they give us some examples. Do you want to create 10 dummy user records or a single user record? All right, very cool. How do we execute this? How do we trigger this? Well, from the terminal, you can run PHP Artisan db:/seed. And remember, if you ever forget, you can just run artisan and then do a command F and just look for the command. And then you can find it. This is the one we want. Seed the database with records. Okay, so let's run it. PHP Artisan db:/seed. Oh, it fails. What did I do wrong? Table users has no column named name. It's the exact same problem we found ourselves in a couple episodes ago. Yes, once again, we changed it to first name, and I'm just going to do John, and then last name will be Doe. All right, try it one more time. Sorry about that. There we go. So we seeded the database. If I now have a look, within the users table, sure enough, we have John Doe. Great, it works. So now think about this. If I were to run PHP Artisan migrate fresh, well, we've learned that drops all of the tables and builds them up from scratch. But then as a result, we lose all of our seeded data. But check this out. If I run it again, but I add the help command before it, this will show me all of the various options that we can pass. And one of them is seed. Indicates if the seed task should be rerun. So this effectively means refresh the database and then run PHP Artisan db seed. But we can do that as part of a single command. PHP Artisan migrate fresh -- seed. So it drops the tables, it runs the migrations, and then it seeds the database all in one go. Come back, refresh, and it works. Very cool. Okay, so maybe when you seed your database, you want a single user, and then we want some jobs. So I can say job, factory, let's do 200, and create. All right, so let's try this. Now, keep in mind, though, if I run db seed, it's going to fail. So can you guess, actually, before I show you, can you guess why did that fail? All right, well, it failed because of a unique constraint. Of course, a user's email address has to be unique. The problem is we're trying to add a new John Doe with an email of tested example, but that already exists. So this is something you should be aware of. If you're going to run that db seed command, you either need to clear out all of the previous records or combine it with migrate fresh. Something to be aware of. PHP Artisan migrate fresh seed. Okay, and now we avoid that problem. We have one user and, job listings. We have 200 random jobs. It works. Okay, so the last thing I'm going to leave you with is if I run PHP Artisan make seeder and we give that a run, yeah, you may find that in some situations, it's advantageous to split these up. So you could have one seeder class just for your users. You could have another seeder class for your jobs. And this has two benefits. One, when you split them up, you can now run them or trigger them in isolation. So I can run my job seeder class without running all of the other ones at the same time. And that can be helpful in some scenarios. And then two, you could even create dedicated seeder classes that have the sole purpose of helping out with a particular complicated test that you're running. So that test could run a single seeder class that builds up the database in the necessary way so that you can perform a test against it. And that can be very helpful, trust me. All right, so anyways, if I go back to my editor, now I have a database seeder and a job seeder. So yeah, what I would recommend is initially just keep it all within a single file. Keep it simple. But as it grows and as you find yourself needing a little more flexibility, at that point, create dedicated Cedar classes where you can house logic like this. All right, so now we have our root database Cedar, and that just builds up a single user. And then if I also want to trigger my job Cedar, I can say this call, and then I reference the class, as you see here. Yeah, it just helps with structure. All right, and especially for large projects, you're going to reach for this. So if we give it another run, migrate fresh seed, you will see it migrates the database, and then it runs and completes the job Cedar. Within our database, we now have our default user as well as 200 job listings. It all works just like it did before, which is great. All right, 30 seconds to go. The last thing I want to show you is if I once again run help for dbc, you will see that there's an option for class. Set the class name of the root Cedar. And again, by default, it is that database Cedar root. But if we only want to run the job Cedar instead, we could say phpartisan db seed class, and then we reference the class name, in this case, job Cedar. Okay, so now notice it's not, if I switch back, it's not running this file, it's exclusively running this file. So that means if I switch back to job listings and refresh, we should now have 400 records, and we do. Okay, so now you've learned about the distinction between database factories and Cedars. And I know at least initially that can sometimes be a little bit confusing. When do I use this one versus that one? Okay, so as it turns out, factories are helpful for quickly scaffolding data. They are immensely useful for preparing your tests, which you will learn about in the future. Database Cedars give us a class where we can then trigger those factories. And keep in mind, a Cedar doesn't have to trigger a factory. It could use the database facade directly. It could reach for Eloquent directly. It's just that usually they will reach for factories because they're so incredibly easy to prepare. So yeah, as it turns out, we're going to use both of these in tandem, which makes them punch far above their weight. Okay, very cool. Good job. In the next chapter, starting in day 16, is that right? Day 16? In the next chapter, we are going to move on, finally, to forms. Please be excited. All right, welcome to day 16. Now, today is a very special day because we finally get to discuss forms. But in order to do that, we also have to touch upon a number of other topics like request data and folder organization and even cross-site request forgery. So yeah, a lot to cover, and worse, I want to try to get this all done in 10 minutes or less. So wish me luck. Let's get going. Let's begin within our routes file. And I want you to notice something. We're starting to see a bit of a pattern forming. All right, so I have one route to show all jobs. I then have a second route for displaying or showing a single job. But now I want a third route to show a page to create a new job. So if we're going to stick with conventions, this URI will be called jobs/create. All right, but I want to show you something. If I simply die and dump and say, hello there, and we load this in the browser, it's not going to work. So have a look. To the browser, I will visit jobs/create, and it fails. It's kind of weird, right? We expected to die and dump hello there, but it seems like it's trying to load a different route. So let's see why. If I switch back, notice that we have a wildcard declared above jobs/create. So think about what this is saying. This is saying, listen for a request to jobs/anything, including create. So even though we declared explicitly jobs/create, it occurred after this route, which means it doesn't take effect. So that's something to keep in mind. Your wildcards should generally go closer to the bottom. All right, so I'm going to bring this up. And now if I come back and give it another try, it works. All right, so that's a common pitfall that you should be aware of. Okay, so next I want to return a view to create a job. But at this point, I think we need to adjust our folder structure. For example, do I call the view create job? Well, you can if you want, but again, I like to stick to common conventions. If we all stick to them, then when I view your project, I immediately feel right at home. And the same is true if you view my project. All right, it's a perk of following conventions. So with that in mind, we have one view for all jobs, another view for a single job, and a third view to create a job. So let's do this. In my views folder, let's nest all of those under a single jobs directory. So create a directory called jobs, and then I will take this and move it over. But now think about it. Jobs/jobs doesn't really work. Well, let's rename this. Instead of jobs, I will call it index. And again, this is a common convention. The view and the action for displaying all of a resource is typically called index. Next, the view for displaying or showing a single resource or record is called show. So I will rename this to show.blade.php. All right, so you're going to repeat this for all of your resources. If you have tasks, then you would have a tasks folder in your view. You'd have an index view for displaying all tasks, a show view for displaying a single task, a create view, and I'll create that right now, for creating a task or creating a job, as we're doing in this example. Okay, so now let's go back and adjust our routes. And you can see because I'm using a plugin called Laravel Idea, it immediately notifies me that this view no longer exists. All right, so I could say jobs/index, and that would work. However, you can also use dot notation in place of a / for the directory separator. So this is a little bit more common. All right. This one would be jobs.create. And notice I have auto-completion here, which is great. And then finally, we have jobs.show. All right, this feels a little better to me. Okay, so now let's go into our create view and we'll update the heading to create job. And then we'll say to do. All right, let's have a look in the browser. All right, so here is the index view to display all jobs. Here's the show view to show a single job. And then we have a new one, create, will display a form to create a new job. All right, so let's head back over to Tailwind UI so that I can quickly snatch a form that we can use in our project. TailwindUI.com. And of course, we're only going to grab something that's freely available. So within components, we'll come down to application UI, and I'm going to look for form and see what we come up with. Aha, here we go. So it looks like we have some input groups. Why don't we just grab a full layout here? And yeah, usually with some of these examples, the first one is freely available. You don't have to purchase. So that'll give us a big form layout, most of which we're not going to use, but that's okay. We can delete it pretty quickly. So I will copy that and switch back to my editor. And I'm going to paste the entire clump right here. All right, back to the browser. And yeah, this actually looks pretty good to my eyes. Okay, but yeah, most of this we don't need. So for example, notifications, personal information, cover photo, we don't need any of that. So let's get rid of it. I'm going to look for notifications. All right, and it looks like I can select this entire thing to get rid of it. Cool. Next, I said personal information. So let's get rid of that section. Next, I said cover photo. So I can get rid of that section. Come back, give it a refresh. All right. Next, a avatar photo. Let's see, photo. Yep, we don't need that one. So yeah, this is what you will often do with Tailwind. You only need to grab the sections you require. So we have username, about, and I can repurpose those. Okay, so let's see. Username, first, this is going to be the title of your job. So yeah, basically all I'm doing here, if I switch back to Table Plus, is replicating the fields within the table. So the employer ID, we're going to automatically assign that. But next, I need a title and a salary. So only 2 fields. Very quick and very easy. All right, so we will have title, and I will use multiple cursors to quickly select some of these so that I can change them all at once. All right, we'll have title. All right, next, you will see that Tailwind shows an example of your username, preceding the URL. So I don't actually need that in this case. So I can get rid of that. But then if I give it a refresh, we lose some of the padding, and that's because they automatically adjust that. So I'm going to bring it back to px3 so that we have some padding on the left and right. Now, the placeholder right here can be a dummy job title, like Shift Leader. Okay, so do I need a text area? Actually, no, in this case. So what I will do is duplicate this, and then down here, I can select the text area entirely and delete it. All right, so this next one will be salary. So I'm going to select all of this, salary, update this here. And real quick, autocomplete, that's irrelevant in this case. It would make sense for a username or an email, but for title and salary, it's not useful. So I can get rid of that. All right, next placeholder. Again, it's going to be something like 50,000 per year. It's whatever the employer wants to add there. All right, come back, give it a refresh. And that's looking pretty good. We have our buttons. The only remaining step is the profile information at the top. So I'll say, create a new job. We just need a handful of details from you. All right, I like it. So now if I add some dummy data here and I click save, well, nothing happens. And of course, that would make sense. If I switch back, and real quick, I can get rid of the comments here because I'm using the CDN. But yeah, anyways, the form is blank. So if we have a look, it's making a GET request to itself and passing through those fields. And that's not what we want. All right, instead, I want to make a POST request to where? Well, again, following a common convention, we would make a POST request to the resource itself. So in this case, that would be jobs. So if you make a POST request to jobs, that is our signal that we are going to persist a new job to the database. Okay, so let's give this a try, but we know we don't even have a route that listens for a POST request to /jobs. But yeah, nonetheless, let's just see what happens. We give it a run, and Laravel lets us know, hey, the POST method is not supported for that route. We have a GET request, but not a POST request. Okay, let's fix it by returning to my routes file. And yeah, once again, we are continuing this route URI naming convention. So I'm going to listen for route POST to /jobs. And then like we did before, sanity check, we will die and dump and say hello from the POST request. Don't feel bad about doing this stuff. They are sanity checks just to make sure you're actually hitting the route that you expect, because often it doesn't turn out that way. Okay, so let's come back and give it another shot, and I should be able to just hit Command or Control R, but I bet this won't go the way we expect. No, we got a 419, page expired, and worse, we have no clue why. All right, let's just try it again for sanity. Job/create, maybe we did something wrong. Add a title, add a salary, submit it, 419. What's the problem? And if you want me to be honest, this is one area where I feel like the framework could be, I don't know, a bit more clear, at least in a local environment, as to what the problem is. So let's talk about it. Okay, so this 419 error refers to Laravel's automatic CSRF protection, or cross-site request forgery. Okay, so if you hear that and it just sounds like gibberish gobbledygook, then I need 2 minutes of your time. And I promise at the end of those 2 minutes, you will perfectly understand why this is so important. All right, so maybe hit pause, get yourself some milk, get yourself some juice or beer. I'm not going to judge you. I like water. Story time. Okay, so think of an example, Jeffrey. Imagine that you are a member of a local bank, and we'll call it localbank.com or localbank.test, just in case that's a real URL. You're a member of this local bank, and they offer a page once you sign in to update your password. Pretty standard fare stuff, right? Visit the URL, log in, visit the settings area, update your password. What's the problem? Well, nothing except, in this example, local bank doesn't know anything about security. They don't even know what CSRF refers to. So if that's the case, though, I, Mr. Malicious Person, can take advantage of both local bank as well as you. And here's what I do. I would send you an email, and I would represent that I am from local bank. I might even make it look like an automated email. Hey, John or Jane Doe, it's time to update your password. Please click here. Now, you're a programmer, and you know to be suspicious of things like that, but most people aren't built that way. So they click the button, and they're taken to a form to update their password. They fill out the new password, they submit it, and they're on their way. And here's the cool thing, at least in a malicious sort of way. Here's the cool thing. They don't even know that something just went down. All right, but something did. So here's what happened. When they clicked on that button, of course, they didn't go to localbank.com or localbank.test. Instead, I sent them to my malicious person website, .com. Now, you're thinking, well, wait a minute, it looked like local bank. We saw the logo, so what happened? Well, I know how to write CSS, dude. I know how to grab an image. So I can just make it look like local bank. That's the easiest thing in the world. And it's one of the simplest tricks you can do for people who aren't overly technically inclined. Okay, so what happens? Well, think about it. You thought you were on a local bank, but you're not. Okay. You filled out a new password, and we tracked it. So now I know what you want your password to be. And then when you submit it, here's the secret sauce. That post request still goes to localbank.test. All right, so wrap your mind around this. You're on my malicious site. You filled out a form on my site, but it's actually making a post request back to local bank's site. So that's the cross-site portion of the request forgery. Okay, so does that work? As what you're probably thinking, wait a minute, you got to be signed in, so that request won't work because you're not signed in. Well, you very likely are, though. Let's say you logged in earlier that day or even the night before to check your account statement or something. All right, well, you're in the session, you're still signed in. There's a cookie in your browser that says you're signed in. So if I make that request to local bank, then the cookie will be read and you're signed into local bank, so the post request will complete and your password will be updated. All right, so isn't that weird? From my site, I basically replicated the form to update the password. The only difference is I was able to intercept your new password while still physically updating the password on local bank's end. So now all I have to do is the next day sign in with that password that I captured, and I now have access to all of your data. So how do we fix this? We fix this by leveraging what is effectively a token. There is a token that will be included as part of the form, and we will then compare that token from the form to a token that's in your current session. And if those two match, we can be pretty sure that you are the person making the request on the current domain. But if they don't match, then we know something's going on here. And in the case of Laravel, it throws a 419 error. And now you know. All right, let's fix the problem. Back to my editor, let's return to the create view so I can command click on that. And at the top of our form, I'm going to add a blade directive called CSRF. Now, behind the scenes, once this is all compiled down to vanilla PHP, this will expand to a hidden input. And we can actually inspect the HTML in the browser to review it. Jobs/create. Let's right click and choose inspect. And yeah, at the very top of the form, here we go. So yeah, again, this directive compiles or expands to this hidden input. So notice it has a unique token. All right, so that's what I'm referring to. Once we submit this form, that token will be included along with the request. And then Laravel, behind the scenes, you don't even have to deal with this yourself. Laravel is going to compare that request token to a token that's in your session. And as long as they match up, you're good to go. But if they don't match up, and I'll show you an example of that in just a second, it will once again throw a 419. Okay, so let's do the happy path. I will fill it out. We now have our token. Laravel will read the token, compare it, it will match, and sure enough, we hit that post request. It works. But let's go back. Now, let's tweak it. So once again, I will come back And I'm just going to add a bunch of characters here to force a mismatch. Okay, so now if we try it again, we should get a 419 because the token from the client does not match the token from your session. And so a 419 is thrown. Okay, so I know I was a little verbose there explaining it, but it's really important that you understand this concept. All right, so I'm feeling pretty good here. I can now return to my routes file and we can proceed. So how do we get the attributes from the form? Well, we can use this request helper function. I can say, from the request, give me all of the attributes. So why don't we pass this to die and dump and review the output? So let's come back. We'll say shift leader and 50,000. That's fine. Submit it. And sure enough, here is our request data, the title, salary, and the CSRF token. Cool. Now further, instead of saying request all, I could also pass an attribute name here. So if I want the title, I could say request title. I come back, give it a refresh. Now we see shift leader. All right, I think we have everything we need. So we're going to skip validation just for this episode, but I promise we're going to return to it. But assuming that everything is valid, we can now create a new job in the database. App, models, job, create. And what do we need? We need the title of the job, we need the salary of the job, and we need the employer ID for the job. Now, you might be wondering, well, why didn't we have an input in the form to set the employer? Well, that's because I would assume that would be fetched from your authenticated account. So if you're already registered and signed in as an employer, then you don't need to fill in the employer a second time. We can grab that off of your account. So yeah, just for now, though, while we haven't yet reviewed authentication, I will hard code an employer. Okay, so the title can be request title. The salary can be request salary. And I think that looks good. Okay, so now where do we want to return? Well, assuming that the job was created successfully, it would make sense to take the user back to this page to view all of the jobs. Okay, so let's do that now. Return a redirect to /jobs. All right, so I'm going to let you take a look at this. Now, I actually think we're going to see an error if we run this, but let's go ahead and work through it. So back to the browser, we'll say shift leader. This one is 30,000 USD. And it does fail. Okay, good. So we get a query exception. Not null constraint failed for employer ID. So yeah, let's take a look at the query. Title, salary, no reference to employer ID, even though we know that we included it. So what's the problem? Well, the problem relates to those fillable fields on your Eloquent model. And we learned about this a few episodes ago. If I return a job, notice that fillable fields, this refers to fields that can safely be mass assigned. We have title and salary, but not employer ID. So I could add that here. But yeah, already I'm noticing that this is kind of annoying. But nonetheless, let's just keep trying. So I will come back and refresh the page, and it works. So if I return to Table Plus and refresh, there we go. We have our new record. But now, real quick, notice I don't see it here. And that's probably because of the ordering for all of our jobs. So I can fix that. Let's come back to our routes file. And when we fetch all jobs right here, yeah, the ordering isn't what we want. I actually want to see the most recently created job first. So we can add a method called latest. And this, behind the scenes, just adds an order by clause to your SQL query. And it's basically order by the created at timestamp in descending order. So give me the latest records first. All right, so now if I come back and refresh, sure enough, I see our new job. That's working. Very cool. But yeah, if I come back, it's just a little bit annoying that every time I need to assign to a new field, I have to make sure that it's represented in the fillable fields. So I'm going to warn you, this is an area where programmers very much disagree. It ultimately comes down to how much safety and security you want by default. Now, my general view, and by the way, you are free to disagree with this, but yeah, my view is that as long as you and anyone on your team understands the potential dangers, it's okay to disable this feature entirely. Mostly, I kind of find it annoying more than helpful. So there's 2 ways to disable it. For now, I will just show you a simple way directly in your model. Instead of setting the fillable fields, I'm going to do what is effectively the opposite, the guarded fields, fields that should be guarded from being mass assigned. And if I set this to an empty array, I'm basically saying you don't need to guard anything. I'm effectively disabling the feature entirely. All right. So now, if I come back and we try it again, job/create, this one will be programmer at 100,000 per year. Submit it, and it works. And that's because we disabled that feature entirely. So just remember right now, for any Eloquent model, you would need to add this property, or of course, you can configure your application as a whole to disable it. And maybe if you want on your own, research that and figure out how to do it, and then leave a comment below. All right, day 16 in the books. So I do hope we were able to get that done in 10 minutes or less. And by the way, if you're thinking, well, Jeff, you recorded the video, the answer is actually no, I don't at this point in time. A little tip, the amount of time it takes to record a lesson is much, much longer than the edited version that you're watching right now. So you know if I pulled it off, but I don't.
Even close.
Please make sure you understand the concepts from this lesson. It's really important. Understand how to submit a form. Understand what cross-site request forgery is. Understand how to fetch request data from the form. Understand the difference between fillable and guarded fields. And if you feel like you're comfortable, in the next episode, day 17, we move on to request validation. I'll see you then. Welcome to day 17. Okay, so in this episode, we move on to the topic of validation. And I don't want to speak too soon, but I think this should be relatively easy to understand. So I'm going to predict that we're in and out in 7 minutes. Let's get going. If I check out our jobs website, notice at the moment there isn't any link to create the job. That means I have to manually open the URL. Let's solve that really quickly. Within my editor, let's put this in the layout file. It'll be available anywhere. I'm going to look for header. Yeah, this section right here corresponds to what you see on each page. So yeah, we're just going to assume the create job button is visible no matter what page you're on. Maybe that's not appropriate, but for a little demo, it's fine. And I want the button to show up right here. Okay, so within our div, we will add an anchor tag, and we'll call it create job. And of course, that's going to go to /jobs/create. Okay, so if I come back and refresh, it doesn't look like a button, and the alignment is off. Now, we can fix that pretty easily by leveraging Flexbox. So on the container, we'll say, for small devices and up, set a display of flex, and then I'm going to set the alignment to justify between. So justify the spacing in between each of these direct children. So if the spacing is justified, it will be the same, which will force the first one all the way to the left and the second one all the way to the right. Okay, next I want this to look like a button. So I think, why don't we just steal some of the styling here from the pagination. So I believe that was in the Tailwind pagination file. All right, so I'm looking for the next button, and I think it's right here. Okay, so I'm just going to steal the CSS classes, and then I will switch back to layout, and I will paste it in as the class. So notice real quick, it's a lot of CSS classes. So keep in mind, Tailwind assumes that you're going to extract these things into reusable components. That way you can reduce the amount of duplication. So keep that in mind. But if I come back to the browser and refresh, sure enough, we now have our Create Job button. I can click it, and we're all set to go. Okay, so if this does represent our default button styling, I'll show you how to quickly extract that component. Create a new file in the components directory. I'm going to call it something simple, button or link, whatever you want. I'll call it button. All right, switch back, and I'm going to copy the whole thing, move it in. All right, next, of course, I don't want to hard code the href, that'll be passed in, but I do want a default set of CSS classes. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to copy those classes, and then say attributes merge and set the initial classes to that long string. Okay, and then of course we're not going to hard code create job. This will be our slot, and that should do it. All right, so let's come back to our layout, and now this can be swapped out with X button component. The href will be jobs/create. Create job. Yeah, it should work. So come back, refresh, and click on it, and we're all set to go. All right, now we can move on to validation. So if I go into my routes file, yeah, you'll remember that when we make a post request to /jobs, at the moment, we are taking the happy path all the way. We are just assuming whatever you gave us is good to go, and we throw it into the database. So that means if I were to submit this form, it fails. So why did it fail though? Because I thought we were following the happy path. Well, on the PHP end, we did. But of course, on the database end, we do have restrictions in place. And one of those restrictions is the title cannot be null. But notice we tried to set it to null. So we got all the way to the point of the database query before things failed. Okay, so we'll take 2 steps to solve this problem. And as you'll see, one is going to lead to the other. All right, so first up would be client-side validation. And luckily, browsers make some basic validation fairly easy to implement. So if I go into our create view, jobs/create, so here is our input for the title. And yeah, at the very end, if I simply add required, and yeah, this will add a bit of browser-based validation. So now if I try to submit the form, it disallows it. It's almost like a guard who is protecting entry into a building. Hey, you got to fill out this field or this form in order to proceed. And that's really helpful. Okay, but now if you're a beginner, you might be thinking, well, what else is there to do? We've solved the problem. We're done. Why is this only step 1 of a 2-step patented process? And the answer is, well, you can never assume the browser. What we have here, this client-side validation, is great, and you should do it. It's helpful for just simple UX or user feedback. But if I wanted to, I could bypass the browser completely. I could submit the post request from the command line, in which case we'd be in exactly the same situation as we were just a moment ago. So here's what I'm going to do. It's helpful to bypass this required attribute so that we can hit the server-side validation. So I'm going to delete it just for now, and then I will return it at the end of the video. Okay, so back to my routes file, and you're going to love this. It's so easy. I can say request validate, and then I provide an array of attributes that need validation. So for example, we have title, and notice my editor's trying to autocomplete it for me. Kind of a spoiler there. So we have fields from our form, the title and the salary. Okay, so this corresponds, if I switch back, to these inputs, title and salary. Okay, that's where those values are coming from. So now I can provide 1 or more validation rules. What is the minimum length this needs to be? Should it be a string? Is it required? Should it be an image? Laravel provides, and I haven't checked this, but dozens and dozens and dozens of different validation rules. And as always, you will generally use, a small handful of them, but when you need those more exotic rules, they are available to you. Okay, so in our case, I'm going to say the title is required and the salary is required. And yeah, maybe in situations where that salary needs to be more specific, like a number or something matching a particular format, this is where you would specify it. Okay? Okay, so why don't we say the title is required and it should have a minimum number of 3 characters. That probably makes sense, but also it's helpful for a demo. Okay, so here's the coolest thing about Laravel validation. What if the validation fails? Well, do you have to do something like check the results and then redirect manually? And the answer is no. Laravel is going to take care of that for you automatically. If this validation fails, it will redirect back to the previous form and send through an errors variable that is populated with all of the attributes that failed validation. Have a look. So let's fail this validation in 2 ways. For the title, I will provide only 2 characters instead of the minimum of 3, and then I'm going to leave the salary blank entirely. And don't forget, because I removed that required attribute from the HTML, it will allow me to submit the form successfully. Okay, so I run it, and it's almost like the page just refreshes, like nothing happened. However, I assure you something did. We made the post request, we performed the validation, it failed, so we never reached this point at all. Laravel immediately redirected back. The only issue is it included the errors when it redirected back, but we never displayed them anywhere. So it feels as if nothing changed, even though something did. All right, so let's solve the problem by displaying those validation errors. I'm going to return to our create view. And yeah, why don't we say, how about, where would be a good place? So perhaps after our grid, I'm not sure, maybe Tailwind has some specific recommendations, but I'm just going to throw it right here. Let's say if errors, any, which is nice and readable, but also a quick note, this errors variable is always available to you. So you don't have to first do something like if is set errors, then loop over it. No matter what, an errors variable is available. So now we check, well, if there are any validation errors, let's loop over them and display each one within a list item. So I could say something like for each errors, all as error, then within a list item, echo the error itself. Okay. And again, when I say error, I mean validation error. All right, let's have a look in the browser. Refresh, once again, fail the validation, and now we see the results. The title field must be at least 3 characters, and the salary field is required. So yeah, what we might do now is wrap this within a div, like so. We'll give it maybe some margin top, and then the error itself will be, I don't know, red, italic, something like that. It doesn't really matter. One more time. Run it, it fails. Let's make the title validation pass, but the salary fail. So we run it again, and now we see only one validation error. Okay, so this is helpful, but another option is to display the validation error directly below the input. And of course, you can do that as well. I'll show you. Let's comment out this example so that you can refer to it in the source code. And if I scroll up, so I'm going to add a new blade directive called error. And this is cool. I think you're going to like it. It's one of my favorites. So I'm going to reference the attribute name, in this case, title. And what this is saying is, well, if we have a validation error for the title, only on that condition should we proceed. And in this case, we echo the message itself. Okay. Now keep in mind, this message variable is only available within this error directive. So it's a tiny bit magical, at least in terms of what we see in the blade file. But if you can get beyond that, it ends up being incredibly helpful. So what I'll do here is use a paragraph tag and echo the message, and then very quick styling, make the text extra small, red, and maybe semi-bold. All right, good enough. Come back to the browser, submit the form, and now we have a little validation error. Perfect. I might even add a little margin top above it. One more time, and that looks good. Cool. So now I could do the exact same thing for all of my inputs. Paste that in, and this time I'm checking for validation errors for the salary itself. All right, one more time, submit it, and now we have inline validation that's coming from the server. Very cool. So the final step is, of course, I want some client-side validation as well. So I want that user experience to be as instant as possible, and client-side validation is the best way to do that. So the salary is required and the title is required. Cool. So if we come back and give this one more shot, now we'll have some instant client side validation, like so. But then we also have some backend validation as well. And in this case, that will fail. Very cool. Okay, so here's where I'm going to leave you. If you're working along, go to laravel.com/docs/validation. Within the table of contents, if I scroll down, you'll find a section for all validation rules. And yeah, trust me, there's a lot, and there's too many to remember. I can't remember them. As always, you're going to use 7 or 8 of them most of the time. But when you need to, you will refer back here for something a bit more complex, maybe something related to a custom regular expression. But whether you need a number or a value that exists in the database or a date or a minimum number of digits or a maximum number of digits, it's all here. Should it be a URL? Should it start with something? Should it be the same as something else? It's all there, and you can refer to it when you need to, okay? And I'm not going to bore you by going over all of these. So that would take way, way too long, and you don't want to hear it. Okay, so how'd we do? 7 minutes? It probably went longer. I can't help it. There's so much to cover and so much to explain, but I hope it was helpful. All right, so that wraps up day 17 of our course. Now, for day 18, I'd like to return to our routes file and finish scaffolding our jobs resource. So think about it. Right now, we can view all jobs. We can view a single job. I can persist a new job. But what about editing, updating, and deleting a job? We still haven't reviewed any of that, and we really need to. So we will cover that in day 18. I'll see you then. All right, everybody. For day 18, we will focus on editing, updating, and deleting. And don't worry, this should only take 4 minutes, tops. I mean, maybe 5 minutes, but definitely no more than that. Maybe 20. Now, if I click on any job listing, right at the bottom, we should have a button to edit the job. Let's do that now. So let's go into that job/show view. And right down here at the bottom, let's add a little bit of margin top, and then I will use my X button component to link to a page to edit the current job. And it will say something like edit job. Okay, let's switch back to the browser, give it a refresh, and that's what we get. But actually, as I see this, notice there's a little bit of padding. So maybe on our component, ML3, that should not be there. All right, I'm going to command click through to my component/button page. And let's get rid of that entirely. And actually, while we're here, if I open the sidebar, notice that I made the components folder name capital C. I think that's probably fine, but you might run into situations, maybe on Windows. It's always Windows. I can't help it. But that said, it's more common to make it lowercase. And sorry about that, kind of a muscle memory thing. Okay, anyways, if I now come back to the browser, give it a refresh, there we go. Okay, so where should we be directed when I click on this link? Well, let's go back to our routes file, and let's start documenting this. So this route displays all jobs. We can often think of this as the index action. All right. This one displays a form to create a job. So I will write create here. All right. This one displays a page to show a job. So let's add show for that. Next, this one stores a new job or persists a new job in the database. So I will call this one store. So now I need one to edit an existing job. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to grab this route right here, and I'll put it down at the bottom. And now I'm going to say, listen for a GET request to jobs / the ID of a unique job / edit. And I think that URI ends up being really nice. So this should display a form to edit the job with this ID. Okay, so with that in mind, let's make the view edit. All right, let's switch back to the browser. And it's going to be similar to the create form. So I will duplicate create and call it edit.blade.php. And if we have a look here, we'll change this to edit job. And then I'll expect to have a job object. So I will say edit job and then the title of the job. And then let's get rid of this section right here. And we'll have a look in the browser. So if I go back to my show view, I can update the href to jobs / the ID of the job / edit. But actually, before I do that, notice how we're now accessing our attributes in 2 different ways. So here, I'm accessing them as properties, But up here, I'm accessing them as array keys. And that's because this example was created before we switched over to Eloquent. Now, Eloquent doesn't care how you access those attributes. You can use them as array keys or properties. It doesn't matter. You'll get the exact same thing. But of course, you want to be consistent. So with that in mind, I'm going to swap these over. This is what you will typically see in the wild. All right, so let's come back to the browser, give it a refresh. And now if I click Edit Job, we're brought to a new page to edit this secretary position. But now, of course, I would expect these inputs to be populated with their existing values from the database. So let's do that now. Back to edit.blade. And let's see, here is our input for the title. Here's what I'm going to do. I generally like to put all of these on their own line, like you see here. Yeah, just like that. Okay, so now I'm going to set the value equal to the job's current title. And then if we scroll down, I'll do the same thing here, like so. But this time I'll set the value to the job's salary. And that looks good. So now if I come back and give it a refresh, I can see the existing values from that record in the database table. All right, so now let's point our attention to these buttons here, cancel and save. That's probably fine. And by the way, I can get rid of this little placeholder. But yeah, rather than save, I would rather this be update. Okay, that looks good. So let's start with cancel. What should happen when I click cancel? Well, maybe it just takes you back to the jobs page. So with that in mind, that should be an anchor tag. So href takes us back to jobs/the ID. And now if I refresh and click cancel, and now it takes us back to the show view. Great. Okay, but let's go back to edit job and handle the update click. Where should this send us? Well, let's go back to our routes file. Now, at this point, you've learned about two different request types. First, we have get. So a get request refers to getting a page, just like you would normally interact with a web page. Next, we have a post request, again, very common for submitting a form that stores some data in the database. Now, as it turns out, these two request types are the only ones that your browser supports natively. However, most common frameworks implicitly understand a few more, and we're going to focus on two of those few more. Those two are patch and delete. So to keep it simple, think of patch as updating a resource. Think of delete as destroying or deleting a resource. So we're going to keep this really simple, and I think you're going to like it because we can reuse the same URI, but then swap out the request type to signal to Laravel what we expect to happen. And I'll show you an example. So let's copy this right here, and I'll bring it right down at the bottom. I'll give this a little comment that we will reach for in the next episode. This one will be update, and I'll paste that in. Okay, so if I want to update a resource, I'm going to use the patch request type. And notice the URI does not change, and that's because it doesn't need to change. Think about it. If we were using a post request, well, then I would need to distinguish between, well, are we storing a new job in the database or are we updating an existing job? So in those cases, we'd have to use kind of an awkward URI like this. However, because I can swap out the request type to patch, now the framework understands what we're doing. We're trying to submit an update to this particular job. That's cool. And I can keep the same URI. And while we're here, I can also handle a delete request. So let's duplicate it. And I'm going to call this destroy. This is the route we will hit to destroy a record in the database. And once again, I'm not going to change the URI. Instead, I will tweak the request type to delete. Yeah, I want to be crystal clear here. There's no point in adding /delete at the end because the delete behavior is explicit in the request type itself. So we're trying to keep as simple URIs as we can possibly manage. All right, so I will clear these out and then we will implement the behavior for both real quick. Now, let's think about what would need to happen in order to update a job, and I will write it out as comments. Well, we'd need to validate the request, and we learned about that in the last episode. Never trust the user, always validate. Next, we would also need to authorize the request, and this is a little bit different This would be our way of saying, do you, John or Jane Doe, have permission to update this job? So if you created the job yourself, then probably the answer is yes. But if Frank over there created the job, it wouldn't make sense for you to have permission to update his job. But I'm going to put a pin in this just for now. So I will say on hold until we learn a little bit more about authentication in future episodes. Okay, so we will skip over that part. Finally, we will update the job and persist. Okay. Finally, once we're done with this action, we should probably redirect somewhere. Where do we redirect? Why don't we redirect back to the job's specific page so that you can see your changes in effect? All right. And yeah, this is often helpful. I've been doing this for many years, and I will still often write out the sequence of events that need to take place. All right, let's get started. Validate. Well, you know what? I'm going to reach for a bit of duplication by scrolling up, and we can copy a bunch of this. And yeah, if that makes you feel icky and you want to combine that logic, there are options that we will review in the future. But let's keep it simple for now. Next, authorization. That's on hold, so I will leave that comment. Next, update the job. So let's find the job find by the ID. And actually, on this note, if you'd like a little bit of extra credit, as it turns out, you don't have to manually fetch these jobs from the database. You can let the framework do it for you. So if you'd like to learn more about that and get a head start, research Laravel route model binding. All right, back to the show. So now that we've found the job, I'll show you two different ways that we can update this. First up, we could set each property individually. So I could say the title equals request title, and then the salary equals request salary. Finally, I can save it to the database, and that would be fine, and you will often reach for this method. Another option is to leverage job update, and this is very similar to the create method. Pass an array of all of the attributes and their respective values. So that would take the shape of this: request title, and then once again, salary. All right, so this and this are effectively identical. Now, while we're here, though, I want you to consider the possibility that the ID of the job we're trying to update does not exist in the database. Or in other words, what if I manually make a patch request to jobs/1 million? Well, in that case, think about it. We would find the job with an ID of 1 million that does not exist in the database. So this would return null. Then we would try to call an update method on null, and your application would blow up. Okay? So in situations like this, you can swap out your find method with find or fail. So this says try to find the job with the matching ID. But if you couldn't, abort. Throw a model not found exception that will bubble up, and Laravel, the framework, will then convert it into the appropriate response. So this is often the appropriate way to go. Now I don't have to worry about a situation where job is set to null. That would never happen. All right, very cool. So let's move on to the next step. Persist, we already did that. Finally, redirect to the job page. Return a redirect to jobs/job ID. And we're all done. So I can delete that entirely. And this is your update action. All right, now let's handle the destroy action as well. And this is a little simpler. We would authorize the request, and I'll say on hold once again, delete the job, redirect, and that's it. Okay, so this is on hold. Delete the job. Well, let's find it. So job, find, or fail by ID. Or once again, learn about route model binding, or I'll show you it in a couple episodes. And then finally, let's delete it. So I can say job delete and then redirect. So return, redirect, and where should you be sent after you delete a job? I don't know, maybe let's send you back to that index view that shows all of the jobs. And that has a URI of /jobs. All right. And that'll work. Now, you'll notice here I am storing the response in a variable called job. Of course, if you want to inline these two, you can. So I could just do something like this, and that will do the trick. Cool. So let's switch back to our edit view. And that was a little bit of work to handle the endpoint, but now it should be fairly seamless. I want to make a post request, and more on that in just a second, to jobs/job ID. But yeah, remember earlier in the video where I said browsers only natively support get and post. So you'll notice in my IDE, if I try to set this to patch, I get a squiggly line. Let's have a look. Yep, a wrong attribute value. So the browser won't understand this, but the framework will. So here's how we handle situations like this. I'm going to set it to post, but then I want to send kind of a hint to the framework that what I really mean is a patch request. And Blade has a directive for this. It's called method. So I'm going to set this to patch. And yeah, this is our way of signaling to Laravel that, well, yes, we made a post request because we had to, but we actually want you to treat and route this request as if it were a patch. And yeah, this directive is going to expand to a hidden input that will then be posted to the server, and Laravel will read that hidden input automatically. So now it will detect, you want this to be treated as a patch request, so I will hit this route closure instead. And that's the way it works. All right, so we submit the form, it'll validate the request, it will find the job, it will update the job, and it will redirect back to the show view. Let's give it a shot. Let's change this to, I don't know, administrative secretary, is that spelled right? Update it. And there we go. We redirect back, and let's just give it a refresh to make sure it worked, and it did. We now have updated the title. Let's tweak this. Maybe an administrative secretary makes $80,000 a year. Update it, and we're all set. If I go back to all jobs, I can see it listed here. Congratulations. Okay, so now the only remaining step is to add a button to delete the job. So maybe we'll handle that within this edit form. What I'm imagining is right down here, a little red link or button that says delete. All right, let's do that now. Let's go back to edit.blade. And let's see, let's scroll down to this section. So this div corresponds to what you see here. So it sounds like I will need two different sections, one for the left side and one for the right side. So what I will have to do, let's clean this up, is once again set flex and item center and gap x6 on this wrapper. And often when I'm using Flexbox, I'm not sure what the actual rules are, but I have found that you can sometimes end up with weird button issues if they are direct children of a Flex container. So I almost always wrap those within divs. Like I said, I'm not sure what the real rule is there, but it's just something I've encountered more than once. So yeah, I still see that there, and that looks good. Next, I will have a button for delete. Come back and refresh, but now it's all the way over there, and that's because on the main container, we have justify end. I'm going to change that to justify between. Come back, refresh, and now it's over here. Cool. So now let's style it. Let's make it red, small, and bold. Yep, but now notice if I line these up, the formatting isn't quite right, or the alignment isn't quite right. So on this one as well, I will set flex and items center, because maybe in the future we will have more than one link there. All right, if that looks good, and yeah, if we use a quick ruler here, it lines up. Okay, but now think about it. This entire page is an edit form, so that's going to make the patch request. But this button is sort of its own form, right? It should make a delete request. So as you may know, you can't put one form within another form. So we'll have to get a little bit tricky. Here's the way I would handle it. At the very end, below our current form, I would create a brand new form, and this will be for my delete. Now, I'm going to set this to method. And again, I have to use post because the browser doesn't understand delete. So with that in mind, I'm going to send that little hint to Laravel that I want you to treat this as a delete request. And also we've learned a couple episodes ago that we have to provide a token to guarantee that this request is coming from the current site. So I will add the CSRF directive. And if I scroll up, you'll remember we've already done that for this form. Cool. Okay, so now all we need to do here is set the action. And the action would be /jobs/job ID. Once again, we have the exact same URI, but then the request type will determine how Laravel routes this request. Okay, Now, the only remaining step is I want to hide this form, so I will apply a class of hidden, because remember, I don't need to see it. I just want to see the button way up here. But then I want to target that form from the button, and I can do that through a form attribute on the button tag. So this would reference the ID of the form that we want this button to correlate to. So for example, if I gave it the name or ID delete form, then I would need to also apply an ID here. All right, does that make sense? So if you're not familiar with the form attribute, honestly, I wasn't. If you don't have it, it is implicitly set to the closest parent form for that button, and that would be this. But yeah, in situations like this where you actually want a different form to handle that button, if I scroll down, then you can define it. And I can say, no, I don't want the parent form to be associated with you. I want delete form to be associated. All right. So let's think about what happens now. When I click that button, it will submit this form. That form will then make a post request to jobs/NID, but then we send through a signal that we want it to be treated as a delete request. So Laravel will detect that and say, all right, well, let's use that URI, but instead of calling the post request, I will treat it like a delete request. That will then find the job, delete it, and redirect back. Let's see if we got it to work. Come back, delete. All right, and it's gone. Let's also delete nuclear equipment operation technician. Delete, and it works. Yeah, and again, I want to remind you, there is currently no authorization yet. Anyone can delete these jobs or update them, and maybe that's okay for what you're building, but usually it's not. So we will solve and fill in that puzzle piece once we reach the authentication chapter. And that does it. So congratulations. You just completed your first round trip for a resource. And by round trip, I mean show all jobs, show a single job, create a job, store a job, edit a job, update a job, delete a job. I think that's all of them. You did the whole thing. And yeah, this is the essence of CRUD. Create, read, update, and delete. Okay, so in the next episode, we will return to our routes file. I want to show you a whole bunch of things. Some nice to haves, some refactoring ideas, and then we will introduce a whole new concept, which is dedicated controller classes. Please be excited. I'll see you then. All right, folks, welcome to day 19. I'm calling this episode Routes Reloaded, like the Matrix, but not as cool. Definitely not as cool. All right, so let's see. I have 4 or 5 different tips or techniques that are uniquely related to your routes file. So think of it like this. We are taking a broom to that routes file, and you're going to enjoy it. So let's get started. Okay, first up is route model binding. So work along. Open your routes file and scroll down to this show action here. All right, let's have a look. We are listening for a GET request to jobs/ some kind of identifier. We then capture that ID. It is passed to the closure here, and we then use that to fetch the corresponding job from the database. Great. But as you can imagine, this is something you will do over and over and over within your projects. And luckily, Laravel has a shorthand of sorts. It can fetch the model instance for you automatically if you follow a common convention. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to comment this out temporarily. And for the wildcard, I'm going to change it to job, something a little more generic. Fetch me the job. And you can use an ID, and the default is an ID, but often it might be a slug or some other kind of unique token or string. All right, so now I'm going to change the ID variable to match that. So job, they're the same. Okay, next I'm going to add a type. I expect a job instance. All right, so is it that simple? Let's get rid of this, uncomment this line, and see if it works. Let's have a look at Carpet Installer. This is the show action, and yeah, it works exactly the way it did before. I mean, come on, how cool is that? All right, so what is the convention? Well, it's twofold. First up, your wildcard and the parameter name need to be identical. So notice job and job. Next, we add a type to the parameter. And this is a signal to Laravel that, hey, I'm not expecting the string that's in the URI. I want an actual instance of job. Okay, so now Laravel sees that, and it goes, all right, I'm going to give you a job, but which one? Which identifier from the database? Well, these match. So whatever this wildcard is represents the ID in the database. And of course, if you need to, you can configure that. So for example, very quickly, let's imagine you have a blog. Well, often the identifier for a post isn't the ID. It's some kind of unique slug. So in these situations, you can add a colon and then the name of the column that should be the identifier. So if I want you to find the post from the database where the slug equals this value, then I would use :slug. Or I could do this, or this is the default. So I could leave it off entirely. All right. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Next, we can update any other references within our routes file. Here's another one. So let's do it together. All right. Update the wildcard in the parameter to be job. Next, I apply a type, and then I can remove this manual fetching there. All right, next up, update the exact same thing. Job, and then I don't need this anymore. And also, by the way, authorize is actually something you would do at the very beginning, and then you validate. All right, finally, we have this one here. Job, and then this section right here can change to job, delete. All right, let's do a quick run through just to make sure we didn't break anything. So we have all jobs, have a look at construction manager, edit that job. Let's say senior construction manager. Is that a thing? Update it. That looks good. Let's delete one. All right, that one's gone. Yeah, everything's working exactly the way it did before. Good job. All right, let's switch back and move on to tip number 2. So what we have here is just fine and dandy for relatively simple projects. But as you can imagine, if you're building a very large application that has potentially hundreds of routes, pretty quickly this becomes unwieldy. I mean, we're just dealing with jobs at this point, and it's already quite a bit of scrolling. So instead, what I think you'll find is for most non-trivial applications, developers reach for dedicated controller classes. And we'll do that now. PHP artisan make a controller, and I can then apply a name right here. Or if I omit it, Laravel will ask me a handful of questions. All right, what should the controller be named? Well, generally it will be job or jobs, whatever convention you want to follow, and then controller. All right, next, what kind of controller do you want? Should it be an empty class? Should it be a resource? We're going to put a pin in that because I'll show you that later. A singleton, API, or invocable, which is like a single action controller. That's confusing. Just add empty for now. Let's now open app HTTP controllers, and there we go. And yeah, notice it's an empty class because we told it to be empty. Okay, so here's the cool thing. I'm going to open up a split pane and then return to my routes file. And notice how we applied these action names above every route an episode or 2 ago. I'm now going to convert those to methods like this. Method index, one for create, one for show. And yeah, I'm just going down the list here. One for store, one for edit, one for update, and finally, one for destroy, as you see there. Cool. So now I want to say, well, listen for a get request to /jobs, but don't run a closure. Instead, call the corresponding action within this controller. So here the action is index, so I want to trigger this method right here. Okay, what I'm going to do is add die and dump hello for a sanity check, and then I will comment this out and replace it with our new version. Route get jobs, and then I will provide an array here. The first item will be the controller class. So I can say job controller class. And yeah, of course, if you want, you can simplify and import that at the top of the file. All right, the next item will be the name of the action that we want Laravel to call. In this case, it's index. And that should do it. So yeah, if I visit /jobs, if we did everything correctly, I should die and dump hello. Come back, refresh, and it works. Pretty cool and not too hard to implement. So now think about it. Let's uncomment this out, all I have to do is take the contents of this closure and move it over into this new home. And then I can delete this entirely. Okay, next, I, of course, will import the job class. All right, so now, we've done our first successful migration from a route closure to a dedicated controller action. And that's the term we would use to describe each one of these. They are actions on the controller. Come back, refresh, and it works. So cool. Okay, now I will go down the list and update all of these, and I'll do it a little bit quicker. So for the create action, I can cut and paste that in. For the show action, once again, cut, paste it in. But what about this section here? Can I just move that over? And the answer is yep, you got it. All right, get rid of that. All right, next store action. I will cut all of that, paste it in. What else? We have edit, add our type, and then update. A little bit tedious, but it's just for demonstration. All right, job, and then finally we have destroy. All right, very cool. So our controller is looking good. I will close that out. And then I just want to update all of these other routes. So I can say we have job controller class. This time we're calling the create action. Okay. And what I'll do here is select all of that so I can save myself some time. All right, paste it in. This one is show. This one is store. This one is edit. And this one is update. And finally, we have destroy. Yeah, a little bit cleaner, don't you think? Definitely easier to reason about and scroll. Okay, so now I can get rid of all of these comments. That's redundant. And this is what we get. Now it's crystal clear that these are the routes related to our jobs. And also, by the way, I can get rid of this job import. Okay, number 3, route view. So often you will have situations where you listen for a GET request, and in response, you do nothing else except load a view. And yeah, this is especially common for static pages, like a contact page or an About Us page. So in these situations, Laravel has a small shorthand. I can replace this with route view. I provide the URI, and then I reference the view it should load, like this. So this and this are effectively identical. It's just a shorthand. I can do the exact same thing here. Route, view, contact, and contact. Get rid of it. And yeah, nothing will change here. It all still works, which is pretty cool. But sure, sanity check. Here's your home page. Here's your contact page. You're all set. Cool. That was a short one. Next, number 4, listing your routes. Now, what we have here is fine and simple, but of course for real projects, the size of your routes file will grow significantly. You'll have dozens and dozens or potentially hundreds of routes. So for this reason, Laravel has a helpful artisan command called route list. And as you can guess, this will list all of the routes in your application. But it is unique. Notice if I scroll up, here's all of my jobs, here's contact. But then I also see some routes related to third-party packages like Ignition and Debug Bar. And yeah, this might be helpful, but generally you can avoid these or ignore them. So if you want, you can say route list except vendor. Show me all of the routes except the ones that were defined within my vendor folder. And this is what I get. And this is really what I care about. Homepage, contact, and then the jobs resource that consists of 7 actions. And yeah, it's really helpful. We have the request type, we have the URI, and then way over here, we have the controller that is responsible for handling it. Pretty helpful. Okay, so that brings us to our next tip. Notice here for the resource, I keep repeating that controller name. Job controller, job controller, job controller. And yeah, there's no real problem here, but if you want to remove just a touch of duplication, you can define it once and then group all of these routes under that single reference. And here's how. I can say route controller, job controller, then group, and then I provide a closure here. So I'm creating a route group where all of them will assume this controller. And then I can move all of these within it. Okay, so now the only remaining step is to, of course, remove the controller reference. I will use multiple cursors for this. Select all of them, delete, look for the closing array, and delete that as well. And yeah, maybe you might decide this is a little cleaner. So can we confirm this works? Well, let's switch back to the command line, run it again, and if we did everything correctly, it should look identical to the way it did before. And it does. Notice they all refer to job controller. All right, very cool. But now that brings us to our next technique, which is route resource. So yeah, multiple times in this video, I have used that term resource to represent this collection here of actions. So as it turns out, Laravel has its own dedicated route resource method. I'll show you how to use it. The first argument will be the resource name. This will also be the URI, in this case, jobs. The next argument is the controller that is responsible for it, job controller. Okay, so check this out. If I comment out this line here and I rerun route list, notice I get the exact same thing because that's what route resource does. It registers all of the routes for a typical RESTful or resourceful controller. And notice the convention that we're following here. If I didn't have any of these here and I just had an empty controller, if I run route list, I still see that it's going to assume and default to these action names. And yeah, on that note, this is specifically why I've tried to be crystal clear about these action names over the last few episodes. And it's also why we added a little comment above each route declaration 2 episodes ago. But yeah, if you can't remember them, you got to do it. Just practice. Close your eyes and say them out loud. Index, show, create, store, edit, update, destroy, index, show. Just do it over and over until it rolls off your tongue. Okay, now I have one final extension to route resource. What we have here is helpful, but often you don't need to generate or register all 7 resourceful routes. Instead, you only need maybe a handful. So for this reason, you can pass an array as the third item. Now, you have a couple options here. You could specify only the actions that you want it to generate or register, or you could do the inverse, except. Do all of the default ones except such and such. So maybe we decide we don't actually need an edit action in this case. I could say generate a resource except edit. Now, notice we have it right here, but if I run it again, it disappears. We have all of the routes except edit. On the other hand, if I swap this out with only, maybe we only need index, show, create, and store. But there is no option to delete or update. Now, if I switch back and run it again, you can see we have only 4 corresponding actions. All right, so that's all of the routing specific tips that I have for you at this stage in your learning. So now let's get prepped for the following episode. I do want all of these actions, so I will simplify it. Route controller is very useful, but we don't need it in this case. So now I will move my route view calls at the top. We have one for home, one for contact, and then a resource for jobs. And that resource will be handled by a dedicated controller class. All right, that's a wrap. Now, before I let you go, one final note. I really do hope as much as possible you are working along with each of these videos. It's one thing to watch me type it out, but trust me, when you are responsible for each character, it makes a mountain of difference in terms of what you retain and remember. Okay, that's it. In the next episode, we will start a new chapter, which is authentication. I'll see you then. Hey there, welcome to day 20, which is also the start of a brand new chapter on authentication. So we have a lot to cover, and keep in mind, day 20, that means 10 days to go. And at least probably 4 of those episodes will be dedicated to our final project. So that gives us about 5 or 6 videos to cover a lot of material. So let's get started. For many years now, Laravel has provided starter kits to get you up and running as quickly as possible. And yeah, when I say starter kits, I want you to think of initial project scaffolding for a typical app. So here's an example. Have you ever worked on a project that required users to log in to their account? All right, well, immediately, before you can even build something unique to the project, you require a registration form. You require a login form. You need a forgot password form. You need a confirm password reset form. You need an edit profile form. Then you need routes and controllers and views and logic to orchestrate all of this. It's shockingly an immense amount of work, and these starter kits, specifically Laravel Breeze, automate the entire process. Let me show you. Now, check this out. I'm in my example project root, but let's go up one level to herd so that I can scaffold a brand new Laravel project, just as a demo. Laravel, new, I will call it app. All right, immediately it wants to know, do we want to pull in a starter kit? I will choose Breeze. And yeah, on that note, keep in mind, starter kits are really meant to be used at the start of a new project. So yes, even in our example app, I could pull it in and I could install it, but it's going to be a frustrating process. And that's because Breeze assumes certain things. It will assume that you have a welcome view that you may have already deleted. It's going to overwrite your routes file. It's going to overwrite your layout file. It's going to pull in a bunch of blade components that might conflict with components you've already created. Yeah, it's a frustrating process. And that's why it's specifically meant to be used at the start of a new application. Okay, what stack do we want to use? How are you going to build your app? Is it a single page app using React? Are you using Vue? Are you using Livewire that you might not be familiar with yet? Or is it a traditional server-side Blade app with some JavaScript sprinkled in? We'll choose that one. Okay, do we want dark mode support? No. What test framework? Pest is fine. Do we want a Git repository? No. And we'll let that get to work. All right, next, which database will you use? SQLite is fine. So yeah, we fast forwarded, of course, but a ton just happened. We didn't just scaffold a new Laravel app. It set up your node dependencies. It installed them. It configured your database. It copied over all of the Breeze specific scaffolding, like your routes and your controllers and your views and your components. And now we have an instruction to CD to the app, and we can run PHP Artisan Serve, or if you're using herd, you can just access app.test in the browser. I will visit app.test, and here we go. We have a new Laravel project, but this time it's a little different. Notice we have login and register links at the very top. All right, let's give it a shot. We click register, and we have a typical registration form. Let me fill this out really quick. And here's my dashboard. We're in. I mean, come on, you have to appreciate how mind-blowing this is. And I'm not even using that word hyperbolic. Maybe a little hyperbolic, but still, it's just so cool. Think about it. Within 20 seconds, we installed a Laravel project, we registered, and we are now viewing our authenticated dashboard. And it took, again, 20 seconds? That's ridiculous. Anyone who has built this functionality in the past will instantly appreciate how useful this is. So if I come up to my name here, of course, we can view and edit our profile. So let's change it to Jane Doe. Save it. There we go. If I refresh the page, that has been updated in the database. I can update my password. I can delete my account. And of course, I can log out. But I do want to show you, if I visit my dashboard, the URL is app.test/dashboard. Okay, let's log out and try to visit that again. app.test/dashboard. And of course, it doesn't let me. Okay, so we have some level of authorization in place. Hey, if you want to access this URL, you must be signed in. Otherwise, we will automatically redirect you to the login page. Okay, so lots going on here. Let's have a look at our editor. Now, we will have a look here, but I do want you to keep in mind that initially, this might be a little overwhelming, and that's because Laravel pulls in so many files. But yeah, it's necessary. If you were writing this functionality from scratch, you would do the exact same thing. And if nothing else, this is an incredible educational resource to see how Laravel core, the core team, would recommend implementing some of this logic. let's have a look at registered user. How do we create a registered user in our application? Well, they have a controller that shows a view to register. All right. I can command click to that view, and we can see how they would implement one of their views. Notice they make heavy use of Blade components. They have a layout file just like we created. And then they also extracted Blade components for the input, the label, and the validation error. Very cool and very educational. Take notes. All right, let's go back. Next, when we submit that registration form, it hits this logic. And again, it looks very similar to some of the code that we've written. Notice in this case, they added a parameter here called request. So Laravel will automatically resolve and pass that into the controller method. But it's effectively no different than how we were handling this. It's just a more formal way to inject the dependency that you might prefer. But nonetheless, this and this, as I often say, are effectively identical. Okay, so we validate the request. It looks like to register, you need a name, an email, and a password. And if that validation passes, then we create a new user. All right, it hashes the password. It fires an event. Now, we haven't yet discussed eventing, but if you want a head start, here you go. You can review this helper function. You can click through, have a look at this, and then also take a look at an artisan command called make event. But yeah, we're not quite there yet. So let's switch back. Finally, we log in the user and we redirect them to their dashboard. Okay, so if we're following this idea of using Breeze as an educational resource, well, how did the core team ensure that if you're not logged in, you can't view your dashboard? Well, let's take a look at the routes file and see how they implemented it. Let's go into routes, web, and here are the routes that Breeze created for us. And sure enough, we have one for dashboard. Okay, so let's inspect this together. When the user visits /dashboard, we load a view. All right, no security there. But then I see this section middleware and then keys for auth and verified. Okay, even if you don't know what middleware refers to, you can sort of gather that it's adding a bit of protection. Well, in order to access this page, you need to be authenticated, you need to be signed in, and also you should have confirmed or verified your email address. Okay, so I find that the term middleware can be a little confusing for newcomers. You know what I mean? It sounds very low level and technical and serious. Now, like the serious developers we are, we will implement some middleware. But you know what? It's not that scary. You can think of middleware like layers of an onion, like ogres, that lead to the core of your application. And each of those layers has the opportunity to do something. It can record something in the database. It can check for a header. It can check in the session to make sure you're signed in. It could do the opposite. It could ensure that you're a guest. So logic like that can all be handled within a middleware. So let's confirm our assumptions. If I remove this call to middleware entirely, and then as a guest, I try to view the dashboard, what will happen? Here's the home page. We're not signed in. If I visit my dashboard, no longer are we redirected to the login page. Instead, it tried to load the dashboard, but it did fail because if I scroll down at some point in the view, it tried to access the authenticated user. And of course, there is no authenticated user. So we're trying to grab a property called name off of null and can't do that, so it blows up. But yeah, in terms of education, once again, if you wanted to know how to grab the authenticated user after you signed in, now you know how. There is an auth class, or facade, how we refer to them, with a user method that gives you the current user who is signed in to the application. So cool. Okay, so if I switch back, I will return the call to middleware, and let's include just auth this time. Notice if I only have one layer of the onion leading into the core of my app, I can include it as a string. But if I have more than one, then I would pass an array. Both of these are supported. All right. So anyways, if I come back to my browser, give it a refresh, now we are properly redirected to the login page. And that makes sense. That's what the auth middleware does. Behind the scenes, it effectively says, all right, let's see if you are authenticated. Let's see if you're signed in. If you are, then you're clear. I can pass you on to the next layer of the onion, leading into the core of the app. In the core, you will load the dashboard page. Okay, but if you're not signed in, this is disallowed. You're not allowed to continue on to the next layer of the onion. Instead, I'm going to redirect you to somewhere sensible. And by default, that somewhere sensible is, of course, the login page. Okay, so that's all I'm going to show you in this episode. Again, I just want you to play around. So this is your homework. Go into the controllers and keep in mind, nobody expects you to understand all of this. So if you're thinking the complexity of this course just took a huge leap, no, it didn't. I don't expect you to understand everything. What I do want you to do, though, is get comfortable. Just consume it. Let these files wash over you so you get an idea of how seasoned developers would go about constructing their applications. All right. Then when you're done with controllers, come down to resources. And you're going to notice, how are these organized? We have a profile directory. We have a dedicated folder for layouts. We have one layout for your app, one for guests, and then one for navigation. Okay. We have a folder for all of our components. So in our example project, we only created a couple, but now we have components for dropdowns and modals and nav links. And if you want to swipe any of these, you totally can. It's open source. All right, so that has been your rapid-fire introduction to starter kits and Laravel Breeze. And again, to reiterate, starter kits are meant to be used at the start of a new project, okay? So in the next episode, we will switch back to our little jobs example project, and I want to give you some ideas for how you can handle authentication if you're not using a starter kit. So I'll see you then. All right, so now that you understand that Laravel Breeze is a thing that you can use at the start of any new project, in this episode, we'll figure out how to manually implement the logic for a registration and login system. So I'm going to peg this at 9 minutes. Let's get going. Now, let's begin within the browser. Of course, I'll need to create the markup for a registration and a login form. But luckily, we've done some of this work already. If I click on Create Job, we have the general layout for a form field. So why don't we extract these into a couple of blade components, and then we can rapidly build some new forms. I will go to jobs/create. All right, and let's see. What you see right here represents a single form field. Notice it contains a form label, a form input, and a form validation error. So with that in mind, why don't we create a handful of new components? One will be called form label.blade.php. I'll duplicate that. The next one will be form error. And then one more time, this will be form input. Cool. So now think about it. If I switch back to our create view, we can just move some of these over. So I will take that label. It's going to be replaced with X form label, and then I can move it here. Okay. Now the for attribute, that can all be merged in from the outside. And then this, of course, can't be hard-coded. That could either be a prop itself, or it could be the default slot, whatever you want. Okay. So let's merge in any attributes by saying attributes merge, but set the default attributes, in this case class, to what you see here. And let's close that out. All right, that looks good. So now let's switch back. This is the label for the title, so I will add that here. And then we will set the slot. So this would be title. All right, next, why don't we do the validation error? X form error. Whoops, I'm sorry, I forgot to add the blade extension. All right, switch back one more time. Form error. Let's switch over, paste in that code. All right, so it looks like we need to pass in the title. Why don't we accept that as a prop? That will be the name for this error. That's now available as a variable within the component, so I can reference it here, and that looks good. All right, let's switch back. Name is title in this case, and this can be self-closing. And then finally, I think this whole thing can be our form input. So extract that. We want X form inputs, and I will move it over here. All right, so let's see. all of the attributes are going to be passed directly to this child input. So the default type for an input is text already, so I can remove that. These will be passed in. So let's do that now real quick. Paste that in. All right. And then finally, we have these long classes. I will cut those temporarily. And yeah, everything else can be passed in. Cool. So let's say attributes, merge, set the class to what you see here. And everything else, yeah, once again, can be passed in from the outside. So let's go back to create, and placeholder will be CEO, and this will be required. Okay, so now we've cleaned things up just a little bit. Here's what we had before. If I give it a refresh, yeah, this all seems about the same. Let's inspect it and make sure all of the attributes are being applied properly. So here is our field. Here's the label for the title. Does the input also have a name of title? Yeah, all of this looks pretty good to me. Why don't we also submit it? Oh, the required attribute is taking effect. But if I removed it and we hit the server, oh yeah, we have to do that one too. Let's see. Let's comment that out for now. All right. Now we are seeing the contents of the form error component, and that looks good as well. Cool. So let's do this. Should we create a form field? I'm going to show you because it might be helpful to you, but if you want to skip it, you can. All right, so we're going to add one more here called formField.blade.php. And then if I switch back, it's basically everything you see here, but everything here, the label, the input, and the error will be passed in from the outside. So I'll just say, whatever you want to pass in will be deposited here. Cool. So let's come back. All right, so now this div becomes xFormField, and I can remove the class. Okay, back to the browser. Give it a refresh. Everything works just like it did before. Okay, so now this is going to save us a great amount of time. If I come back, I want to do another one for the salary. So we are reproducing what you see here. Let's just get rid of it entirely and update it. Salary, I think our placeholder was 50,000 USD, and then I will update this. Come back, refresh, that works. Submit it, validation's in effect. Yeah, this is much cleaner than we had before. Okay, so now we had some example validation logic. I'm going to get rid of that entirely. And this is kind of what your form looks like. All right, and now, by the way, I know we're spending a lot of time on these Blade components, but trust me, it's going to pay off once we start constructing those other forms. So the last thing I'm going to work on is why don't we extract our submit button into a dedicated component. So this would become something like xForm button. Do you want it to be a primary button, a default button, whatever you want, whatever you think makes sense. Okay, so let's add this here. Form button.blade.php. I'll paste that in. And here's what we'll do. I'm going to rewrite this whole thing so that I can say attributes, merge. The default class is what you see here, and the default type is submit. All right. And then this can be your slot. All right, we have it. Back to our create view. This will now be save in this particular case. Okay, come back, give it a refresh. I can still interact with it like usual, but now, yeah, we've componentized it, if that's a word. Okay, so now, yeah, there's a couple other things we could do here, but it's good enough for now. So I'm going to copy all of our view here, switch back to my routes file, and let's prepare some auth routes. Route, get, register, that's our endpoint, and we will call this controller anything you want. Registration controller, register controller. Laravel does registered user controller, anything that makes sense to you. Now, what is the action? Well, this is the page to create a new registered user. So we call it create. Okay, but now, of course, my editor is squawking because I haven't yet created that controller. PHP artisan make controller, and I'll paste that in. Cool. So now I can right click and say import in PHP Storm, or of course you can manually import it at the top. Okay, so now, of course, we can go to app, HTTP controllers, registered user controller, and let's add our action to create. So if you want, let's do sanity check. Did we hit this endpoint? Back to the browser, let's go to example.test/register, and we did. Okay, so let's return a view, and why don't we put this all under an auth namespace? Maybe something like that. Cool. So let's go down to views. Let's have a new directory called auth and a new view called register.blade.php. Okay, so now I'm going to paste in all of that form code from our job create view. Let's update a couple things. Register. We don't need any headings. And yeah, let's just see how this looks. Come back, give it a refresh. And yeah, that looks decent. So now, and actually real quick, I see title is duplicated. Let's fix that real quick. Come back here. Salary. Sorry about that. I know you saw that. Anyways, if we switch back, if you want to register, you need to give us what? Well, we can check our database table. If I open users, yep, we need a first name, a last name, and an email address, as well as a password. Okay, let's do this quickly. First name. And by the way, if you don't want to watch, feel free to fast forward. I will use multiple cursors. First name. No placeholder on the input is necessary. Here's an idea for a name, Joe. And then I'll do the same thing for the next one. All right, last name. And same thing, no placeholder necessary. Okay, are we on the right track? First name, last name, looks good. Let's keep going. So I can duplicate this. We need an email address. But then on the input itself, I will override the type to be email. All right. And then finally, we need actually 2 fields for the password. So one will be what you see here, just your standard password. Now, of course, in this case, I will set the type to password because that would make sense. If I come back and refresh, there you go. First name, last name, email, password. And actually, on this note, just a quick one, but from my experiences, it would actually be more helpful to make the user repeat their email address rather than the password. That's the one people always miss. I know it's hard to believe, but I have the receipts. It happens over and over and over again. But anyways, we will stick with tradition for now. So I will have a password confirmation field. Password confirmation, or why don't we say confirm password. And now we're going to follow a convention here, which is password _ confirmation. And I'll explain that more shortly. All right, so switch back. And yeah, here is our form. So just a couple things. Why don't we reduce the margin here on the parent? I can just remove that entirely. Yep. And then finally, save doesn't make sense. It should probably say register. So right down here, register. And then next, this shouldn't be a button. This can be a simple anchor tag that takes you back to the homepage. All right, so finally, which of the inputs should be required? Actually, in this case, I think everything. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to select all of these and then go to the end with multiple cursors and set required. Saves a little bit of time. Okay, so now if I try to register, it's going to make me fill out each of the fields as you see here. Cool. Okay, so now let's once again copy this, and I'm going to create another form for signing in. Let's call this one login.blade.php. I'll paste it in. We'll say login. Of course, we will update the form attributes for both of these forms shortly. But yeah, to log in, you don't need a first name. You don't need a last name. You just need to give us your email address as well as your password. So let's get rid of that as well. And then this can become log in. So let's close that out. I'll go back to register. And now let's work through where this form should submit. You have a couple of choices. You can strictly follow kind of a RESTful approach, or you can change it up. Remember, rarely are there hard rules. There's just guidelines or systems that you follow for your team. In this case, I think it's fine and simple to submit a post request to /register. All right, that's our next step. Go back to our routes file. All right, let's duplicate. Listen for a post request to /register, and that will hit the store action. Again, we're just following conventions here. Come back, create our action, die and dump to do. That will all be in the next episode. For this episode, we're only focused on the HTML logic. Yeah, if I say Jeff, Joe, blah, 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 add some dummy password, register, sure enough, we hit that endpoint. And of course, if you quickly want to see all of the attributes from that form, you can run request all. So if I hit Command R, there you go. Okay, so now if I come back to my routes file, let's finish up the login form. So we'll say, listen for a GET request to /login. And yeah, once again, what do you want this controller to be? Anything you want. Login controller, session controller, login user controller. It doesn't matter. I often go with session controller. That makes sense to me. We're creating a new session. We're storing a session. We're destroying a session. But again, you can be creative. All right, so this is going to show the create action on a new session controller. Let's create it. PHP artisan make controller, session controller. All right, import that, command click, add our action, and this will now return a view auth.login. Now we've already created that view, so I can click through, and this is what we get. Let's see if it works in the browser. Let's go to login. And there we go. Good. So now, where should this form submit? Well, once again, if we're creating a new session, then we would make a post request to either login, or if you want to have a new endpoint like sessions, any of that would work. But yeah, we're going to keep this super simple. A post request to /login will do the trick. All right, let's create that right now. Let's duplicate this. We're now listening for a post request to /login, and following conventions that will hit a store action. So I can create that one as well, store. And once again, we will die and dump the request as a to-do placeholder. Come back, refresh. Let's try to log in. The validation takes effect. We use dummy data. We hit that endpoint. Very cool. It works. Okay, so now to wrap up this part one, we should display some login links, maybe right up here. I'll get rid of these and replace them. All right, so let's go to our layout component. And yeah, here's that nav section. And many episodes ago, we created a nav link component for each of these that you see here. So let's just add one to the far right. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so we have this button that contains an SVG. That's this section here. We're going to get rid of these, and then I'll get rid of the profile as well. Okay, xnav link, login, come back, refresh, and that works. Okay, so this will take us to href, login, and if I click on it, there we go. Okay, what about registration? Well, we can do another one here, like you see. And yeah, that would work. So we now have a register link. That looks great. But keep in mind, once you're signed in, it might be weird to see a login and register button in the navigation area. You're already logged in. You're already registered. So in these situations, it's helpful to check the authentication status to determine what markup we create. And I'll give you a quick tip for how to do that. Okay, so I will introduce two new Blade directives that I want you to be aware of. The first one is called auth, and it does exactly what you think it does. If you're authenticated, then display whatever markup I have within here. Now, of course, we can also do the opposite, guest. If you are a guest of our application, then do whatever you see here. Okay, so if you think about it, this would make sense. Only on the condition that you're a guest should we display a login and register link. So if I come back and refresh this page, sure enough, I see them because I have not yet signed in, and that would make sense. Okay, last thing I want to do here is if I click on my navlink component, we can pass through an active status. So yeah, just like we did with home and jobs, we should provide some additional styling if you are on that page. So if I come back for login, I can say, make this one active if the request is login. And then I'll do the same thing for register. Like so. Now, if I switch back and refresh, yeah, we just have a little extra feedback, which can be helpful. Okay, I think we're making pretty good progress here. All right, I get it. I know what you're thinking. I can read your mind. This was definitely, absolutely, certainly one of the more boring episodes in the course. But, folks, what do you want me to do? It's form code. It has to be written. My hands are tied here. We had to do it. And we did do it. So good job. We made it through this lesson. And now in the next episode, we can focus on what I consider to be some more fun logic. So stay tuned for that. You're halfway through. Let's keep going. Hi folks, welcome to part 2. Why don't we jump right in? I think this video will take around 7 minutes, maybe 6. Okay, we will start with registration. So assuming that I fill this out properly and I click on the register button, what should happen? Well, let's switch to my editor. I will visit my routes file. And yeah, of course, we already have an endpoint set up in the previous episode. That will hit a store action on the registered user controller. All right, let's write it out. What needs to happen in order to register a user? Well, we have to validate the form. Always got to validate. Next, we should create the user in the database. Next, of course, we should sign them in. So log in, and then finally redirect them where we want them to go. Should it be their dashboard? Should it be back to the home page? Whatever would make sense. Redirect somewhere. All right, let's get to work. So we already know how to validate. I can say request validate. Now, if I switch back, we need to validate the first name, last name, email address, and password. Okay, so I'll show you a little trick. If you happen to be using PHP Storm and the Laravel IDEA plugin, I can actually hit Command N within this array and choose Add Eloquent Model Fields. I reference the name of the model, and it will do its best to automatically generate the validation fields, which I think is pretty cool. Now, in this case, though, it's doing a little too much. I don't need a remember token. I don't need email verified at. All right, let's reformat. And the only other thing I might want to change here is, do you require a minimum number of characters for the first name or last name? Is a last name or first name required? Maybe it's optional for your system. In our case, we will say it's required. All right, so for email, it should be required. It should be an email, and they have set a maximum number of characters. That's often a good practice to get into, but we're going to leave them off for now. Okay, finally, for the password, is there a specific shape that we want the password to take? We've all signed up for applications where it's got to be, at least 2 numbers, at least 1 uppercase character, a certain length. Generally, I find those rules do more harm than good. But nonetheless, if that's what you want, you have the option. And because it's complex enough, Laravel has a password helper class. So notice it's illuminate, validation, rules, password. And you can almost think of this sort of like a Fluent API for setting your rules. So for example, if I want to set a minimum number of characters, I could do so like this. And notice I can continue chaining. So if I want to set a maximum number of characters, if I want to, and by the way, I can command click to read the documentation here. If I want to confirm or require that at least 1 letter is used, then I can call the letters method. If I want to do the same, but for numbers, then I can call the numbers method. And again, notice how these methods return the instance so that you can chain as much as you need to. So I could say, you got to give me letters, you got to give me numbers, the maximum number of characters, again, whatever you want. Now, one thing to keep in mind is if you would be referencing these rules all over the place in your application, you can instead put it in your service provider, and then that would allow you to simply reference your application's defaults. Now, in this case, I want to stay on task, so we're not going to review that. But yeah, if you're interested, have a look at laravel.com/docs/validation. In our case, we'll keep it very simple. I will say it needs to be at least 6 characters. And then I will add 1 more called confirmed. I like this one. Okay, so here's how it works. When you apply it to a request field, Laravel is going to look for another attribute that has this name, password, underscore, confirmation. And it's going to make sure that this attribute and the password confirmation attribute match or are the same. Now, generally, it's going to be applied to the password attribute, but you could do it to email if that would make sense. So if I did this, then Laravel is going to look for an attribute or an input with the name of email confirmation. That's the way that works. So you'll remember, if I go back to my register view, we have a confirm password field, and notice what the name is, password confirmation. So notice I didn't say confirm password because that's not going to work. In order for that validation rule to work, it needs to be the related attribute underscore confirmation. And actually, while we're here, I noticed a little mistake from the last episode. The type here should be set to password. Okay, multiple cursors. You know how they are. Okay, so I'll switch back, undo this, and we are ready to continue on. Great job. So we've validated the request. The next step is to create the user. User creates, and I'll show you a little tip. Yes, I could repeat those attributes. So I could say first name is, well, get the first name from the request. Then do the same for last name. Then do it for email. But if you want, assuming that this validate method succeeds, it's going to return the validated attributes. So I'll show you this. Let's comment this out, and then I will die and dump the validated attributes. Let's have a look in the browser. So I will do John, Jacob, blah, 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 password. We submit it, and yeah, the validation succeeded, and now it returned the validated attributes. So notice, this is effectively what we want to pass to the user create method. Okay, so with that in mind, I could do something like this. Validated attributes. Okay, so in the wild, validated attributes, that works, I guess. It's a little verbose. I have seen personally simply attributes. I've seen validated. That sometimes signals a Boolean, but I have seen that many times. If you want to do a shorthand, it doesn't matter. And you could even inline the validation entirely, and that would work as well. And sometimes that's kind of fun. But yeah, let's just stick with, how about, let's do attributes this time. Cool, right? All right, let's continue on. So at this point, they have submitted the form. They have passed validation. We have created a user in our database. Now we will log them in. Now, Laravel ships with an auth class. Notice illuminate, support, facades, auth. And there's a method called login. Now, as the first argument to this login method, I need to provide the user that I want to log in. Shocker. So after we create the user, that will return the new user, and I can pass that to auth login. Nice and simple. All right, final step. Where do we redirect? Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe the first thing you want to do is visit your dashboard or your settings page or the jobs page. Let's stick with that. Redirect to jobs. And that's it. That's your basic controller logic for registering a new user. Let's try it out in the browser. Let's fill out the fields. And submit. It fails. And yeah, once again, this is related to fillable fields for the model. So you'll remember we solved this problem for the job class, but not yet for user. So what I can see here is it's allowing the email address and the password, but not the first and last name. So if I open that user class, and again, that will be an app models user. Yeah, this is what Laravel includes by default. And notice there's no first name or last name. So if you want to fix this, either update these like so, or of course, like we learned, if you know what you're doing and you feel confident that you're not going to dump all request data into, for example, the create method, instead you could set protected, guarded to an empty array. You don't need to guard anything for me. I know how to use a sharp knife. I can take care of this. All right, so if I come back, I will simply hit refresh to try again. And there we go. So we don't have any feedback yet. It might be useful to have a flash message that we put into the session, but we can confirm it works. Let's visit our database. All right, let's open the users table. And sure enough, we have our John Jacobs account. It worked. Now, here's kind of a fun thing. Notice how I used a horrible password, but when it was saved to the database, it was actually a hashed version of it. Now, that's interesting because we didn't hash it ourselves in the controller, and yet still it worked. So what's going on here? How did that happen? Well, I'll show you. Let's open the user model. And again, this code was provided out of the box by the framework. We didn't write any of this. But sure enough, I see a method called casts. Get the attributes that should be cast. All right, so think of this as a way to manipulate a value when you fetch it or when you set it. And sure enough, I see one called password right here, hashed. Okay, so what this means is when we set a password on user, I want to automatically hash it. All right, so let's just try this out from the terminal. PHP, artisan, tinker. Let's create a new user, app models user. Let's set a password to password. And now notice if I grab that value, now that value is effectively piped through that cast. And of course, Laravel provides a bunch out of the box, and you can even create your own, which is really helpful. Okay, so that's kind of a quick primer. Maybe we'll touch on that more in the future. So we're in good shape, but notice right up here, I no longer see the login and register links. And that would make sense. We implemented that logic at the end of the last episode. Let's return to that. I will go to our layout. And yeah, right here, we said, well, if you're a guest, only on that condition should we display these links. Let's do another one. I will duplicate this, but this time we will say auth. So only on the condition that you are authenticated or signed in. And in this case, I want a log out link. Now, here's one thing to keep in mind. Beginners will often use a simple GET request for their logout link. And yeah, it is helpful because then you can set up an anchor tag to instantly log out the user. So if I come back and refresh, now we see it because we are authenticated. However, generally, this is frowned upon. Ideally, we should submit a post request to log out the current user. Otherwise, for example, even if you were on Facebook.com. If they wanted to be malicious, they could have a link that sends you to Laracast.com/logout. And they could call it something else like view popular posts. But then when you click on it, it's not showing you popular posts. It's actually logging you out of Laracasts, which they shouldn't be allowed to do. So that's why a GET request for logout is generally frowned upon. So with that in mind, let's instead use a form. We'll have a form button. We might have to tweak the styling here, but let's see if we can make it work. And we'll say log out. All right, let's switch back, give it a refresh. And yeah, the styling is different, but you know what? It's fine. I don't mind. All right, so where is this going to send us? Well, let's switch back to our routes file. And again, let's keep it really simple. If you make a post request to log out, that will hit the destroy action on the session controller. Okay, so we have our endpoint. Let's switch back. That will go to log out, and I'll do this at the front. The method will be post. All right, the only remaining step is to add our CSRF token, and I think we're all set. All right, so let's go into session controller. We're now going to destroy a session, and once again, sanity check. Log the user out. Are we properly hitting this action? Let's come back, refresh, press log out, and there we go. Okay, so yeah, why don't we just take care of this right now? Because after that, we can start working on the login functionality. So if we can log in a user by saying login user, then we can log out a user by saying log out. And in this case, I don't have to provide a user because it assumes the currently authenticated user. All right, so let's import that. And then finally, after we log out a user, let's redirect them to the home page. That sounds good to me. All right, so let's give it a shot. Come back, refresh. I'm on the jobs page. I click log out. I'm redirected to the home page. I'm no longer authenticated. So now I once again see the login and register links. Cool. So that brings us to the final step. I need to log in. Okay, we're going to use those credentials that we provided when we registered. So the email address is John Jacobs, and my password is password. Log in. We hit that endpoint, and we die and dump the values. All right, a little bit more work to do here. I'll show you. All right, so once again, let's get in the habit of writing out what needs to happen. First, we should validate the form. Next, I should attempt to log in the user. Remember, validation could pass, but then when we attempt to sign them in, if the password is wrong, that step is going to fail. All right, so try to log them in. If it succeeds, one little side effect we should do is regenerate the session token. This is a little lower level, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. And then finally, I think we're all set, so we can redirect. Okay, so let's begin. I'll do it a little faster this time. Request, validate. The email address is required, and it should be an actual email address. And then the password is required, and that's enough. Okay, so validation is complete. Let's save the validated attributes to a variable. Next, attempt to log in the user. So once again, we're going to reach for our handy dandy
Notebook
auth class. And notice there's a method at the top called attempt. Let's see what the parameter list is. Include the credentials, and then if you want the application or the session to remember the user, you can set that to true. Okay, so the credentials will be, of course, the email address and the password, which we fetched here. Let's pass it in. Now, this attempt method will return a Boolean. Could it successfully log you in or not? Let's start with the happy path. Okay, next, regenerate the session token. Let's put a pin in that for one more minute. I want to stay on task. But yeah, I will write it out. Request session regenerates. But yeah, you can imagine it's a security thing that effectively recycles the session token. Okay, finally, redirect. Yeah, once again, if this is all about jobs, then I'm going to send you to the jobs page after you sign in. But yeah, maybe your dashboard, maybe a settings page, maybe the home page, whatever you want. Okay, so again, I said happy path. Why don't we have a look in the browser? So here's the login form. Let's sign in John Jacobs with that horrible password, and it worked. And I can tell that I'm signed in because I do see that logout button at the very top. Cool. But let's log out, go back to login, and this time I will choose John Jacobs, but I will provide a password that doesn't match. All right, let's see what happens in this case. Log in, and it redirected me, but I'm definitely not signed in. All right, so what's the deal? This is confusing. But actually, it makes perfect sense if you think about it. We performed form validation, and it passed. You did include an email and a password. Next, we attempted to sign you in, and it failed. So false was returned from the attempt method. But we didn't do anything with it, so we just continued on. Regenerate the token and redirect. And that's how we end up here, but not signed in. All right, so, and I promise I'm not going to be long here, but it sounds like we need to handle the very real and likely possibility that authentication is going to fail. So in that case, if you think about it, it's almost like a validation error, isn't it? Sorry, you didn't provide an email. Sorry, you didn't provide a password. Sorry, your credentials do not match. So let's see if we can treat it like a validation error. Now, back in my controller action, let's negate this. We'll say, well, if you could not log in the user, then I basically want to throw a validation exception that then gets converted into a validation error within the form. That way we provide feedback to the user. And luckily, outside of the request validate method, this is pretty easy. I can throw an exception. Now, Laravel includes a validation exception class. And be careful, there's a bunch here. The one you want is illuminate validation exception. Now, it has a method called with messages. This would be an array of messages to associate this error with. So I want to associate it with the email attribute or the email input in our form. Now, the value can be, sorry, those credentials do not match. And yeah, that should do it. So why don't we try this out in the browser? Back to the login page, I will sign in John Jacobs using an invalid password, and sorry, those credentials do not match. Try again. But actually, while we're here, and by the way, that's kind of cool that we solved that problem. But while we are here, notice that it emptied out those input values. And that can sometimes be annoying. I now have to start all over just to fix what is possibly just a one character difference. So it sounds like I want to display the old values from before the form was submitted. That way I don't have to start all over. Okay, I'll show you how to do that super quickly. If I go into the login page, here's the email input. And yeah, I could set the value to anything I want. And of course, that works. You already know that. But yeah, if I want, Laravel includes an old helper function. I've referenced the attribute name, in this case, email. And yeah, it's going to give me that old value for the attribute from the session. All right, so now though, I want to show you why this doesn't work because it's often a point of confusion for newcomers. So I'm setting value to old email. And if I switch back to the browser, I see old email. And that would make sense, right? I'm referencing this as not a function call, but a string. So this is why we add that colon here. We are binding this value to an expression rather than a string. So when I have a colon, this is treated as an expression. When there's no colon, it's treated as a string. Okay, so let's bring it back, give it a refresh, and now it's blank because there is no old value from the session. Let's try again though. Submit, incorrect password, log in. Now, of course, the validation fails, but I do see the old input value, which is great. Okay, so very good. Now for password, it would make sense to display the old value, so we will typically omit that step. All right, so anyways, if I provide a real password, we are redirected and we are signed in to the application. Pretty cool stuff. All right, so let's wrap up. If we switch back to our session controller, I want to finish up with 2 notes here. Now, as you've learned, when we call request validate, if it fails, we don't have to manually redirect back to the login form. Laravel will do it automatically, and that's really helpful. So as it turns out, the exact same thing is true for validation exception. If I throw it, I don't have to catch it anywhere. It'll bubble up, and Laravel will catch it. It will then inspect the exception, and it'll see, all right, validation exception, we know these roads. We know what to do. So it then redirects back to the form and sends through the error messages. All right, number 2, session regenerate. Yeah, this does what you think it does. It is a security measure that protects against what's known as session hijacking. That is an attack where a hacker gains access to your session token. And a session token is sort of like a unique identifier that says you are authenticated for this application in that browser. So if a hacker could gain access to that token, they could then impersonate you, which is not good. So one way we can protect against that is by always regenerating the token whenever we sign you in. That way, even if somebody has an old token, it's not going to work because we recycled it. And that's how that works. All right, so this is the logic for logging in. Validate the request, attempt to sign you in, regenerate the token, and redirect you where you need to go. Congratulations, you did it. Part 2 is now in the books. Okay, so I would say you now have 85% of the necessary knowledge to begin building your own login and registration system. Okay, so on that note, the reason, by the way, that I'm not saying 100% is because, well, there's things we didn't cover, obviously. We only have so much time in these videos. So one thing I would recommend is reviewing rate limiting. Think about it. Right now, if I log in with incorrect credentials, I can just try again and again and again and again and again. I could do it hundreds of times. I could automate that from the terminal, which clearly is a big security concern. And then second, we didn't yet cover resetting your password. There's actually a number of steps involved in that, and I was worried about it being maybe a bit overwhelming. And you know what? We haven't even talked about delivering email, which of course should come first. So yeah, let's put a pin in that just for now. Okay, so in the next episode, you're going to love this. We will move on to authorization, which, like everything, Laravel makes a cinch. I'll see you then. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Way, and this is Laracasts News. Our top story tonight involves Day 23, Authorization, which is a really important episode. All right, so here's the deal. I find that because authorization can be handled in so many different ways in a Laravel app, that can sometimes be a little bit confusing to newcomers. So here's what I've done. I took some time and I organized the entire process into a series of incremental steps. And I even printed it out. For the first time, I printed a PHP class, which felt weird. I feel like I work at Twitter. Yeah, I really do think this is going to help. So if you have 8 or 9 minutes, let's get started with step 1. Now, quickly, before we begin, if we want to perform user authorization for a job, well, there needs to be a relationship between a job and a user. But at the moment, there is none. I only see an employer. And if I open employers, the exact same thing. There's no connection between one employer and one user. So we should fix that now. Let's go to create employers table, the migration, and I'm going to add a foreign key for the user ID. I can use foreign ID 4, and then I can reference the model. Next, let's go to our employer factory and update this. Now, an employer consists of a name as well as a user ID, and I can reference user factory for that. All right, and I think that should do the trick. So let's run migrate fresh, start from scratch, and then seed the database. Cool. So now if I give this a reload, notice each employer belongs to a user, and that's what we want. Okay, now we can begin. Let's open job controller. And most of our energy today will be focused on the edit action. Okay, so step 1 is inline authorization. Have a look. Within my browser, I can currently edit any job, even if I'm not signed in, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, so a first step might be, to proceed, at the very least, you need to be signed in. We might say, if auth guest, that's the opposite of auth user or auth check. If you're not signed in, you don't belong here, bro. So let's redirect you to the login page. Okay, so now if I come back and I try to reload this page, okay, that's definitely an improvement. But now what if you are authorized? Well, let's see. I will sign in a dummy user that I created behind the scenes. And now, if he tries to edit a job that he didn't create, of course, that's now going to work. We didn't account for that yet. It sounds like we need a second layer of authorization. First up, you need to be signed in. Second, you need to be responsible for that job. All right, so let's think about it. If I go into job, a job belongs to an employer, and now an employer belongs to a user. Now, I have a shortcut here to quickly build up the relationship, but it's the same one we've worked on for many episodes. An employer belongs to a user. Okay, so now think about it. If I switch back to job controller, we could say, if the user who created this job is not the person who is currently signed in, then you don't have authorization. So here's how we can do that. I could say, give me the job, give me the employer behind the job, and then give me the user or manager who is responsible for that employer. And I'm going to use a new method here, is. If that is the currently authenticated user, and I can use auth user to fetch that, then you're authorized. Okay, so is a method available on your models, and it's really helpful for comparisons like this. Are they the same? Is this user instance the same as the user who is currently signed in? If so, you are authorized. But in our case, I want a guard clause, so I will do the inverse, is not. So if the user behind the current job is not the user who signed in right now, then you are unauthorized. And in cases like this, I don't want to redirect. I would rather abort. So I can say abort and then provide any status code. Common ones might be 403, forbidden, or 404, not found. And depending on the scenario, you'd probably reach for both. In our case, 403 is fine. Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's come back to the browser. I'm going to refresh this, and now it doesn't work. I get a 403, forbidden. Okay, but now let's switch back to jobs, and let's imagine that I created a different job. How about this one here for credit checker? All right, let's do this. To Table Plus, let's open users and find my user ID. It's 202 here. I'm John Doe. And then we'll go into recent jobs. Here it is. There's credit checker. That belongs to the employer with an ID of 3. And now we'll say that employer was created by me. So I'm just creating a scenario where I am authorized to edit this job. Okay, so now if I try it, it works because I am authorized. Awesome. But for the first one, I'm not authorized, so it doesn't work. All right, that brings us to step 2, gates. So think about it. At the moment, we are still displaying this edit job button, even though you're not authorized to see it. And that doesn't make any sense. The only problem is, the logic that determines whether or not you're authorized is stuck inside of this controller action, and that's not very helpful. Okay, so let's incrementally fix this. I'm going to use a gate facade that Laravel ships with out of the box. Illuminate, support, facades, gate. Now, think of a gate like a real-life gate. It's a barrier, and it conditionally allows entry if you meet certain criteria, right? So if you are authorized, that gate will open. But if you are unauthorized, the gate is locked. So let's define a gate, and we can give this any name we want. How about edit job? And we'll pass a function here that will accept the currently signed in user as well as the job that we are authorizing. Okay, so now within here, we should return a Boolean that indicates whether or not this user is authorized to edit that job. All right, well, we could take all of this here and move it in. But like I said, it doesn't need to abort, it just needs to return a Boolean. So I can shorten this and say, well, return if the job employer user is the currently signed in user. And of course, I can replace that with user. Cool. So does that make sense? We are taking that logic and extracting it into its own gate. The gate is called edit job, and the logic for whether you can edit a job is, well, look at the user responsible for the job and see if that user is the same as the user who is currently signed in. Okay, so now I can reference that logic by saying gate authorize. We provide the name, edit job, and then we pass in the job that we are referring to. All right, let's give it a shot. Back to the browser, edit job, and we get a 403. All right, so this is important to understand. The authorize method will run the logic associated with the name that you reference, and if it fails or returns false, Laravel automatically aborts with a 403. Now, there might be situations where you don't want it to do that. In these cases, you can manually run a conditional. You could run gate allows or gate denies. So for example, if you have a situation where you don't want to abort, but instead do something else, log something, redirect somewhere, you could say, if gate denies access to edit a job, then I will personally handle that response. But yeah, otherwise, if you're fine with Laravel doing it, then you run the gate authorize method. All right, that brings us to step 3. Think about it. Right now, this gate definition will only be created if you're on the edit page. So if I switch back to the browser, this is the show view for a job. And yet at this point, that edit job gate does not exist because it hasn't been loaded yet for the request. All right, so that doesn't make any sense. Let's do this. Let's take our gate definition and move it to a place where it's available for every single request. A good place for that is your app service provider, and I will paste it here. Cool. So now I have a place to define simple bits of authorization that can be referenced anywhere in my application. Now, one quick note before we move on. This is important to remember. The user object here that Laravel passes into your closure will always reference the currently authenticated user. But what about situations where you're a guest? You're not signed in. Well, in those cases, the gate will always fail. You will never be authorized. It won't even bother hitting this logic. It just immediately returns false. Now, in some situations, you may not want that. You could either fix it by setting user to null, or you can make the type optional. In either of these cases, it will allow you to trigger this logic even if you're not signed in. Okay, in our case, we want a signed in user. So check this out. If I come back to job controller, this logic now that confirms you're signed in is irrelevant. I can remove it entirely. Very cool. So that brings us to step 4, can. I will comment this out for just a moment. Now, your user model that ships with Laravel right out of the box includes access to a can and cannot method. These methods are important. They are unique and specifically for authorization. So I can call can and then reference the name of one of our gates here, in this case, edit job. So this would be an alternative way that we could perform this logic. And I'll show you why we're introducing a second option in just a moment. But yeah, if you want, you could say, well, if the user can edit the job, or if they cannot edit the job, then failure. You're not allowed. Redirect, return a custom response, abort, do whatever you need to. So I'm going to revert this, but make a mental note of can and can not. Okay, let's go into jobs/show. And yeah, right here is the logic for displaying the edit job button. Now I'm going to wrap it within a new blade directive called can, or its opposite, can not. And again, these are related to authorization. So I could say, if you can edit the job, and I will pass in the appropriate job, only on that condition should we run this code or this markup here. Makes sense. It's nice and readable. If the current user can edit the job here, then display a button. All right, back to the browser, give it a refresh, and it disappears. But if I go to a job where I am authorized, like Credit Checker, I do see it because, again, I am authorized to edit the job. Okay, let's move on to step 5, middleware authorization. So again, if I return to job controller, I love that this is a one-liner that's nice and readable. But the only downside is, well, I'd have to reference it in every single action where it's appropriate, right? So if you want to update a job, you also have to be authorized. If you want to destroy a job, you have to be authorized to do so. And actually, on this note, one thing to keep in mind is we are assuming if you can edit the job, then you can also delete it. But that won't always be the case. You can imagine a scenario where people on your team can view and edit jobs, but the administrator is the only one who can actually delete them from the database. In those cases, you would create a separate or different gate. Okay, but anyways, yeah, this works, but a bit of repetition. So instead, if you prefer, you can perform the authorization on the route level by using middleware. I'll show you. Let's go to our routes file. And yeah, right here, route resource. So let's discuss one downside to this one-liner approach to declaring your routes. If I wanted to add middleware, well, we've already learned about auth, right? This ensures that you're authenticated. However, when we apply it to route resource, it gets applied to every single route that this generates. So back to the browser, if I log out and I try to visit the jobs page, nope, now it's not going to work because it's trying to redirect me to the login page. Now, a quick note here. It's failing because Laravel is looking for a route that has a name of login. So it's not using the URL because for me, that URL is /login, but for your application, it might be /login user or something like that, or /auth. So we can fix this by returning to our routes file and giving this particular route a name. And now that'll do the trick. If I come back and refresh, it works. So just a little aside, if you want to learn more about that, research Laravel named routes. But anyways, if I switch back, how do we handle situations where, you can view all jobs or a single job, but you need to be signed in for everything else? Well, using a route resource approach, you would have to do something like this. You could call the only method and say, well, only generate routes for index and show. And for those routes, you don't need to be signed in. But if we do another one, we can do the inverse and say, for all routes for a jobs resource that are not index and show, I want you to apply the auth middleware. And that would work, but I don't really like it, to be honest. So in situations like this, I think it's actually an improvement to revert to single route declarations. And through the magic of screencasting, I'm going to do that right now. And now it's done. Okay, so consider this. Yes, it's more lines of code, but that's not the end-all be-all. We've also improved clarity in my mind. Now, I visit this file and I instantly know about every single URI that it responds to. And yes, I understand how a route resource works, but again, this just improves clarity that much more. Okay, the next upside is I can apply middleware on a per route basis. So, for example, I could say, well, in order to create a job, you need to be signed in. So I could add that to this route alone. To edit a job, and this is the main one we're working on, I could say, you also have to be signed in. However, we also want to authorize that you can edit this particular job. Okay, so we can add that as a second middleware. And in cases where you have more than one middleware, you can reference an array like this, auth. And we're going to use a new one that Laravel provides, can, : we provide the name of the gate, edit job, and then we have to pass in the relevant job. So if I use job here, I know that's a little confusing, but that's referring to whatever this wildcard is. And then Laravel, like always, is going to use implicit model binding to fetch that job and pass it to your gate. Okay, so now within a single route we've declared, in order to access it, first you need to be signed in. Second, you need to have permission to edit the job. Okay, so if I go back to job controller, that would then allow me to remove this line entirely. Let's have a look. I'm not signed in at the moment, so let's try to edit this job, and I don't even see the button. If I manually visit that URL, it redirects me to the login page. Let's sign in. And if I try again, this time I am authorized to edit the job, so it works. But let's go to one that does not work. Edit. And yeah, we get a 403. So this is working as well. And many people prefer to perform their authorization on the route level by using middleware. Now, real quick, if I switch back to the routes file, it's fine, but it's a little bit verbose. So if you prefer, you can return this to a simple auth middleware, and then we can use a method called can. Can you edit the job? Like so. Now, one thing I like about this, other than the fact that it improves readability a bit, is we have graduated this term once again, can. So now I know on my route declarations, there is a can method. On my user model, there is a can method. And in my blade views, there is a can directive. And all of those are specifically for authorization. Okay, so we're not going to do all of this together, but generally you would sort these like this, where each of them goes on their own line. And then at this point, you might want to add a bit of breathing room. Okay, so now you can repeat these calls for any other routes where it makes sense. So that would be this one and this one. But I'm going to leave that to you. You can do that as part of your homework. We won't do it together. But I will include it as part of the source code for this video, so you can have a look at that if you get stumped. All right, that brings us to our final step, which is policies. Now, real quick, policy is another one of those terms that, for whatever reason, can be confusing to people.
Yes? I don't get it.
But it's not confusing. Think of it like this. Imagine you're 15 years old and you want to visit a nightclub that is 21 and up. All right, well, you drive down, you stand in line, and when you get to the gate, there's a bouncer who holds his hand out and he says, "Sorry, buddy, it's our policy that you have to be 21 and up to enter." That's all it is. It is a policy for the nightclub. Now, in the context of Laravel, policies are connected to your Eloquent models. So let's generate one. PHP artisan make policy. And it'll ask me, what kind of policy do you want? Well, let's make one for a job. A policy for a job. All right, what model is this connected to? Well, it's connected to job. All right, and that's created in a new policies directory. Let's have a look. Let's open the sidebar, and sure enough, we have our first policy. Okay, so Laravel includes a bunch of examples here. Can you edit? Can you delete? Can you restore? Can you update? Just keep in mind, these are ideas. In plenty of situations, a single method will do just fine. So if I select all of these, I could say, well, the only one I have at the moment is edit. Can you edit a job? This accepts the user and the job, just like before. So notice this is almost like a version of a gate. It's sort of the same thing, just a different interface for it. So with that in mind, if I open up App Service Provider, let's take this logic here. I will comment this out, and if I switch back, I will paste it in here. Now, once again, just like your gate definition, this is going to return a Boolean. So if you want, you can add a return type to it. All right, so check this out. Now that we've migrated from a simple gate closure to a dedicated policy, now we can update our code. Let's go to the routes file. Back to our edit route. Yeah, at this point, we no longer have a gate or a policy called edit job. Ours is called edit. So notice we reference the method name on the policy, and then we feed it the corresponding model. So now Laravel is smart enough to know there is a link between your job model and your job policy. So now we're just saying, all right, find the policy for a job and then run the edit authorization on that policy. And this will work just like it did before. Reload the page. If I try to hit that edit endpoint, of course, I get unauthorized. Very cool. Now, further, keep in mind, if I go back to the job that we did create, this one, I don't see that button. And that's because, again, we have to update our view. Let's go to jobs/show. And yeah, once again, we no longer have a gate with this name. It's simply called edit. And I think that reads just a little bit better. So now, back to the browser, give it a refresh, and it works just like it did before. All right, and that's a wrap. So yeah, you see what I mean? There's so much flexibility in Laravel when it comes to authorization that, I don't know, sometimes it can lead to decision paralysis. Do I handle authorization in my routes file or in my controller? Do I use the gate facade or do I create some policies? And as always, the answer is it just sort of depends on what you want to do. Here's my recommendation. If you're building something relatively simple, the gate facade is fine. Open your app service provider, define a few gates, and you're good to go. For anything a little bit larger, I would 100% recommend that you stick with policies. And by the way, that's what I do for Laracasts. Okay, that's it. I will see you tomorrow. Please be excited. All right, welcome back. Today, we will finally figure out how to deliver some mail. The first step is to generate what Laravel calls a mailable. PHP, artisan, make, mail. And what should it be named? Well, let's imagine that you're an employer, and after you have published a new job to our website, we want to send you a confirmation email. All right, so why don't we say job posted? Okay, so now notice it's in a new app mail directory. Let's have a look. All right, open the sidebar, and sure enough, app, mail, job, posted. Okay, let's have a look. I think you're going to like this. It's fairly intuitive. Now, first step, if you want to send an email, you have to effectively fill out the envelope. And this is where you would provide the subject of the email, potentially who it's to, who it's from, a reply to, tags that can be associated with the email provider. And you can find a whole list of available parameters in the constructor here. But yeah, most of the time, subject, maybe reply to, maybe from, are the fields you will reach for. All right, next we have content. Provide the content for the view. So notice we return a new instance of this content class, and we pass the name of a view. All right, let's do that now. Let's go into Resources, View, and let's create a new directory for emails or mail, whatever you want. I will stick with mail. Now within here, I'm going to create a simple blade view. Job posted.blade.php. Congrats, your job is now live on our website. And we'll leave it at that for now. But yeah, later we could embellish it, provide more specifics about the job itself, maybe provide a link to the job page. All of that is available here. Okay, so let's go back to our Mailable, and now I can update this to mail.jobPosted. Finally, if you have any attachments, you can provide them here. Otherwise, this looks pretty good to me right now. So I'd like to see how this email looks. How do I test it? Well, here's a cool thing. If we go back to our routes file, while we are still playing around, I could create a dummy route. I'll do it right up here. Route get, I will call it test. And yeah, what's cool is all I have to do is return a new instance of our Mailable class. So if I return new job posted, there we go. That's it. It'll work. Let's have a look in the browser. Let's go to example.test/test. And there we go. We see the body of our email. Cool. All right, next up, let's send it. To send a Mailable, I can use the mail facade, illuminate support facades mail. I specify who it's to. So why don't we just say Jeffrey@Laracasts.com, and then I'm going to send our Mailable. So new job posted. And then I will say return done, just to provide some quick feedback. But keep in mind, we're still in a local environment, and we haven't yet set up any kind of email provider or an SMTP server. So that means when I send this email, it's not actually going to jeffrey@laracast.com. It's just being logged to a file. All right, so back to the browser. Once again, we will visit that test endpoint. It says done, so now it should be logged to a file. I'll show you how to check it. Open your sidebar and head to the storage directory, logs, and you'll see by default a Laravel.log file. And sure enough, we can see the makeup and the body of our email. Notice it was sent here. The from address is the default, and I'll show you how to configure that in a moment. And then, of course, we have the body of our email. It works. Very cool. Now, check this out. If I go into config mail, as you can guess, shocker, this is where we configure our mail settings. So for example, how are we going to deliver this email? Do we just log it to a file? Do we use a specific API? Is there an SMTP server? Laravel supports many things here. Next, we can configure how we're going to send it. So here are our SMTP settings. If you want to use a dedicated SAS like Postmark, by the way, that's what I use for Laracasts. Or you could use SendMail or Mailgun. There's so many. You can set them here. Next, we have the global from address. And notice for most of these, they reference an environment variable, but then as the second argument, we have a default if that environment variable has not been set. So notice mail from address, but defaults to hello@example.com. And sure enough, if I switch back, that's the default email because we didn't override it. So you have two choices. One, if we switch back to our mail configuration file, you could just overwrite that directly here. So I could say from would be info@laracast.com or something like that. Or, and this is fine, but I would say generally I prefer to configure these things from my environment file. So it looks like we have a from address and a from name. So let's go to the project root. At the very bottom, I will open .env. And we've covered this a little bit, but again, for a quick review, this is where you define all of the settings and keys for your application in the current environment. So keep this in mind. We're not going to commit this. So when you push your project up to production, you will create another environment file where many of these settings will be swapped out. So for example, in a local environment, app env is set to local, but in my production environment, of course, it'll be set to production. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay. So anyways, if we scroll down, I can see some settings for mail. And sure enough, Laravel has already defined these. So I'm going to overwrite this. It's now going to be info@laracast.com. And from name, how about Luke? All right, that's it. So let's switch back to the browser and try to deliver this email a second time. Back to the browser, I will simply Command R to refresh. Okay. Back to our Laravel.log file. And here's the second one. Now notice that we have updated the global from address. Okay. But now, I just want to make sure this is all clear. If I go back to our Mailable, if you prefer, or in situations where you want to override the from address, you can set it here. So maybe in this situation, I want it to be from admin@laracast.com. And then maybe I want the reply to be different. You can override these on a per mailable basis. Okay. So one more time, refresh, switch back, go to Laravel.log. Here's the third email, but this time it didn't use the global default. It used what we provided in the Mailable. All right, next up, let's make this a little bit more real life. Now, there's a bunch of different services we can play around with, but one that I really like is called Mailtrap. So mailtrap.io. You can sign up for free, but I already have an account, so I will log in. All right, let's start testing. I'm going to create an inbox, and I will call it Laracasts. Let's open the inbox. Now, once emails start coming in, you will see them here. But over to the right, we can see integrations, and there should be one for Laravel. And all we have to do is provide these configuration settings. So I will copy that. Back to the browser, open your environment file and the project root, and I can paste these in. Okay, so notice, let's review the difference. By default, the mailer is set to log, but now we're changing it to SMTP. The host is now sandbox.mailtrap.io. The port is 2525, no change there. We've provided a username and password. And then everything else can be the same. Okay, let's try to send that email again. And this time it won't be logged. It will be sent to Mailtrap. Let's open a new tab, example.test/test. And yeah, notice it took a second or two. And that's because, once again, it takes a bit of time to deliver this email. And that's something you should be aware of. Okay, so if I switch back, sure enough, we have our email, and here's the body. Congrats, your job is now live on our website. Okay, so now let's integrate some real data. I want to learn information about the actual job that was created, as well as a link to view the job. So let's do this. Within my routes file, I'm done testing, but I want to reuse this section here, so I will cut it for later. All right, next, let's go into Job Controller, and after we publish a new job, right down here, we can deliver that email. So I will paste it in. And then, of course, we will clean up and import those. Okay, mail to, but now I'm still hard coding my own name, which doesn't make sense. We should send this email to the person who created the job. But you'll remember, a job belongs to an employer, and the employer belongs to a user. So if I switch back, what we could do is say, save this to a variable, and then update it to job, employer, user. Yeah, so notice in this case, I could say give me their email address, but Laravel's pretty smart. If we feed it a user instance, Laravel's smart enough to grab the email address off of that object. All right, next I should import this as well. And then I will pass in the job instance to the constructor of our Mailable. Public job, like so. Now here's a really important thing to understand. Inside of your Mailable class, all public properties are instantly available within your view. So here I'm injecting it and setting it to a public property, but also I could do something like this, foo equals bar. So in this scenario, inside of my mail.jobHosted view, I will now have access to a job variable as well as a foo variable. So if you have situations where you don't want it in your view, then of course you would need to make it protected. Okay, so what about situations where you do want to inject a job, but you don't want to pass the full job instance to your view? Well, again, in these situations, right down here, and as the second parameter, I can set width equal to an array of values to pass through. So yeah, this would be an alternative way to do it. If I want to send only the title of the job, I could say this, job title, and then I would just make sure right up here that when I inject job, I make it something that is not public. But yeah, in our case, I'm fine with passing job to the view. So I will get rid of this entirely. And now let's update the view. Job hosted. Why don't we wrap all of this within a paragraph? We'll have a link here, view your job listing, and then I will set the href to jobs/job ID. But keep in mind, when the user receives this email, they're not on your website, so you need to provide the full URL. We actually want example.test/jobs/job ID. So in these situations, you can update it to URL to jobs/job ID. Yeah, if we command click here, that will generate a URL for the application. And you'll see what shape that takes shortly. Finally, maybe at the top, it's not going to look super pretty, but maybe within an H2, we will have the title of your job. All right, and I think that's enough for an example. Let's send the email again. All right, back to our project. I will need to log in. All right, John will create a new job. Laracasts video producer, pays $90,000 per year. Save it. That will persist it in the database. Notice it took a second or so, but I can see it here. And now if we switch back to Mailtrap, sure enough, we have a confirmation email. But yeah, sure enough, we have the title of the job. Congrats, your job is now live. View it. And if I click on it, notice it takes me to that full URL to our project. And by the way, what's useful about that is URL will work for your local environment as well as your production environment. All right, so that's a wrap for our mail lesson, at least mostly. Now, you'll remember I kept bringing up the fact that it does take a bit of time to deliver an email, and in a production environment, that's even longer. So yeah, if you think about it, it's just not practical to make the user wait 2, 3, maybe 4 seconds for an email to send.
I'm waiting!
When, on top of that, they may not even know you're delivering them an email. They're just publishing a job. They don't know that as part of that request, you're also preparing and firing off an email. So yeah, we don't want to do this. So we can improve performance by instead throwing the email onto what's known as a queue. And if you don't know what a queue is, then of course you're in luck, because that is the topic of tomorrow's lesson. So I'll see you then. All right, folks, we are officially moving on to day 25. So within Job Controller, if I scroll down to my store action, in the last episode, we did learn how to send an email, which is great. But one problem is, well, at the moment, it's all happening synchronously. Or in other words, we are making the user wait for however long it takes to deliver this email. So if it takes maybe 2 seconds to deliver that email, then the user has to wait 2 seconds for a response. And I get it, 2 seconds isn't a very long time to wait, but on the other hand, as it turns out, it's an extremely long time to wait. So, yep, this just won't do. Instead, it would be nice if we could take that job, and in this case, the job is delivering an email to you, and we're just going to throw it into the background. All right, we'll get to that in just a minute. But for now, I want to immediately respond to the user. All right, let's figure out how to do that. All right, so I'm going to close this out, and our first step is once again our configuration directory. And you can see we have a config file for our queues. Now, as it turns out, there are a variety of services and backends to assist with your queues. And we can see a list of supported connections here. So sync, that's synchronous. That means run the job as part of the current request, sort of like what we've been doing already. But this can be useful for testing or local development. Next, you can run your queues using the database driver. And believe it or not, I think this is a good way to go for a long time, maybe longer than you think. But otherwise, if you need something a little more robust, you could reach for Beanstalk, SQS, or Redis. Okay, so let's see. Right up here, the default queue connection is in fact the database driver. But notice it's looking for a queue connection environment variable. So if once again you go into environment, let's scroll down to queue, and yeah, you could rewrite this to whatever you want to use. So if you want to support Redis or SQS, you can swap it out here. For now, though, I'm going to stick with database. All right, let's switch back to config. Now, if we scroll down, here are the various connection settings for the driver we choose, in this case, database. And you'll learn more about some of these options in the future. But for now, notice the table section here. So of course, if you're going to use a database driver, then you need some place to house or contain all of your jobs while they're being processed. And right now, that table is called jobs. And a migration for that table comes with the Laravel out of the box. We've already seen it in Table Plus. All right, let's keep going down. And yeah, there's some sections here for queue batching, how to handle failed jobs. And once again, for a database driver, it's going to look for a table called failed jobs. And again, we already have access to that. So if I switch back to Table Plus, here is the queued jobs table. And then we also have a failed jobs table that comes with Laravel out of the box as a migration. You can review it here. Let's go into Database, Migrations, and it should be this one here, Create Jobs Table. Yep, you get this out of the box. Okay, so all of that to say, if I return to Job Controller, when it comes to mail, it's really easy. All I have to do is change this send method to queue. So now I'm saying, no, don't deliver this email as part of the current request. Instead, I want you to throw it onto a queue. Okay, so I'm going to explain that more in just a second, but why don't we try this out? To the browser, I'm signed in as John Doe. Let's create a brand new job. How about Laracasts instructor? And this one pays, how about 70,000 USD? All right, let's submit that. Now, we've created that record in the database. We can see it here. But what about the email, the confirmation email? Well, let's switch over to Mailtrap, and my inbox is empty. Let's do a sanity check. Refresh. Do it 3 times for good measure. Nope, no email. So what is the problem here? All right, I'm going to try to explain this in a simple and easy to understand way. But in order to do that, I got to tell you a story. But don't worry, I'm not 80. It's not going to take 20 minutes. It'll only take a moment or so. Okay, so a really long time ago, when I was in high school, I worked at a copy and printer place called Kinko's. It was eventually bought by FedEx, and today it's known as FedEx Office. But yeah, way back then, it was known as Kinko's. Okay, so my job was cashier. So a customer would come in, and they'd say, hey, I need 300 copies of this flyer, and I would be responsible for that. However, when that job, and that's kind of a key word there, the job is making 300 copies of the flyer. When that job would come in, yes, I could have walked around to the copy machine and performed that job for them. But think about it. The customer would have had to wait for me to complete that job. I go over to the machine, maybe somebody's using it before me. I wait for them. I then perform the copies, and then I return to the customer and I say, all right, here you go. A second possibility, though, is I say, okay, 300 copies, and I hand it to a person whose only job is to make copies. I hand it to Stan. Stan, can you take care of this for me? And immediately after I do that, I churn back to the customer and I complete their order. All right, so you know what we did there? That was a real-life queue. A job came on, and I threw it to a queue. And in this case, that queue was the table right behind me, where Stan, another worker at Kinko's, can be exclusively responsible for knocking out those jobs. Oh, and by the way, that term worker, it's another keyword. All right, so you see what I mean? You already know what a queue is. You already know what a job is. You already know what a worker is because you see it in your everyday life. So the problem is we've thrown a new job onto this queue. Hey, I need somebody to deliver this email for me. But if I turn around, there's nobody working in the back. There are no workers at the moment. So let's fix that. Open your terminal and run PHP artisan queue work. Aha, notice processing jobs from the default queue. All right, and sure enough, we had a job to deliver an email. All right, let's switch back to the browser. Come back to Mailtrap, and there we go. Open our email, and everything works just like before. Pretty cool, huh? So yeah, if you intend to use queues, then you also need to have one or more workers to work on the queue. And that's exactly what this queue work command does. All right, so that means, when you push your project up to production, you will need to run this command behind the scenes. And don't worry, there are dedicated tools and services to help with this. For example, there's one tool called Supervisor that will ensure that no matter what, this queue work command never falls over. It's always running behind the scenes. All right, so let's do this. Let's switch over to my routes file. And once again, I'm going to build up a test route just so we can play around with a couple things. So when we're done, I will return done. And I want to play around with dispatching a job. Because, of course, in real life, you will be doing much more than delivering an email. There will likely be a variety of processes and actions you're performing that take a bit of time, especially these days when there's so much interaction with AI. So first step is the dispatch helper function. This is really cool. We call this a queued closure. So why don't we just say, for now, log to a file, hello from the queue. All right, so as we learned in a previous episode, logs will be added here. Storage logs laravel.log. And let's clear this out. All right, so let's give this a run. But before I switch to the browser, I'm going to close out this queue work command just for illustrative purposes. I can close it out with Control-C. All right, so back to our demo project. I'm going to go to example.test/test. We get return done. So now we have dispatched a job. But yeah, once again, if I switch to my editor, we don't see anything, just like before. So I'm drilling this into you. That's why I'm doing it 2 times now. Think about it. We dispatched a job. The job was thrown onto a queue. And if it helps, just think of a queue as a stack of papers. And each paper represents some kind of job that needs to be performed. The only problem is there's no worker to handle those jobs. So nothing happens. All right, let's get to work. Think about it. You're the nasty boss who says, get to work.
Get to work!
And they start working. All right, so they run this queued closure. And if I switch back, now we see the log. All right, so this is really helpful. If I come back to my routes file, sometimes you want to trigger a bit of logic that happens outside of the current request. But it's fairly basic, and you want to perform it inline. You don't want to complicate things. All right, so in situations like that, the dispatch helper function is a great way to go. And you can even do cool things, like I can delay this. So I could say, delay it for 5 seconds. All right, let's give that a shot. I'm going to close this out. I already have my queue work command running, so I don't have to restart it. And if I switch back to the browser, let's give it a refresh. Yeah, if I come back, notice 1, 2, I'm switching away to make it refresh. 3, 4, 5, there it goes. So we dispatched a job that was delayed by 5 seconds. And this can be really helpful. For example, if you want to send a welcome email 15 minutes after the user signs up, that would be one way to handle that. All right, but anyways, let's head back to our routes file and discuss dedicated job classes. Now, I'll switch back to the terminal and hit Control-C. One thing I could imagine doing is, what if after an employer publishes a new job, we take care of translating it to a dozen different languages? And maybe we want to use artificial intelligence to handle that task. Well, we can definitely do that, but once again, it takes a bit of time. So let's instead throw that job onto a queue. I'm going to run make job. What should the job be named? Well, how about translate job? Okay, so now it'll be placed within a new app jobs directory. Let's have a look. Let's go into app, and sure enough, you have a new jobs folder, and there we go. All right, so we see a bunch of traits here. Mostly you can ignore those, but of course, each one adds just a little bit of behavior to interact with the queue, for example, or to serialize your Eloquent models when they are added to the queue and retrieved from the queue. But anyways, for now, all you need to know is this handle method is where your job logic will be triggered. So for example, if I just wanted to once again say logger hello from translate job, I could do that. And you know what? This is a great way to learn. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to go back to my routes file. And this time I'm not going to use a queued closure. I will dispatch a dedicated job. I'll do that by referencing the name of the class, translate job, and you'll see that I have a dispatch method. So let's run that now. We'll give it a refresh. And then of course, from the terminal, I will start my worker, get to work. And now if I switch to my log file, sure enough, we do see hello from translate job. All right, super cool. All right, so back in my routes file, yeah, it doesn't really make sense, does it? To dispatch a job, and by the way, I will clean that up, to dispatch a job, but then provide no indication as to which job we are referring to. And yeah, we're getting a little inception here.
I didn't get inception.
We have two different concepts that have the same name. We have a job listing for our application, and then we also have a queued job. So granted, a little less than ideal for a tutorial, but you get it. Okay, so anyways, we're going to fix this by tracking down a job listing from the database, and then I will pass that into the dispatch method. And let's clean that up. Okay, so now our job listing will be passed to our job class. Yeah, even as I say this, it's confusing, but yeah, that's just how it turned out. All right, so I will inject this. Public job, job. But as I do this, we can see my editor is squawking. And again, that's because we're colliding a little bit with our queued job interface. So as it turns out, if I go up a level, it looks like there already is a job property here that refers to the queued job rather than the job listing. So why don't we just rename this to job listing here? All right, so now, yeah, at this point, you would reach for whatever AI service you have. Maybe if you have an AI class, you could call a method like translate, and then you would reference your job listing. We only have a title here, but yeah, in real life, you'd have something like a description, and then you'd provide a list of languages that you want to translate that to. So for example, maybe if we're just translating it to Spanish, this could be our API. But yeah, the entire point is this is potentially a long-running process that should not take place as part of the current request. So instead, we locate it within a job, and then we dispatch that job onto the queue. For now, we will simulate that by saying log translating this job listing title to Spanish. All right, and let's give it a run. Give it a refresh, and now return to laravel.log. And actually, I forgot to mention this. This is a really good error that we can discuss. So notice it's still displaying the old value, hello from translate job, instead of our new version, which you see here. All right, so what's the problem? Well, keep in mind, whenever you run this queue_work command, it loads everything into memory. So since we loaded it into memory, we have changed the logic for our job, and it's not yet reflected. Okay, so this means whenever you make a significant change, you should restart your queue worker. And yeah, once you push to production, you will set that up as part of your build or your deploy script. Make sure you restart your worker. So run it again, and this time, if we give it another try, back to my editor, open laravel.log, and sure enough, we can see, all right, we are translating the lawn service manager job to Spanish. It works. All right, so that has been your introduction to queues episode. So yeah, I hope now terms like queue and job and worker aren't quite so scary anymore. I don't know, I find that in the early stages, we are all masters at terrifying ourselves when it comes to terminology. But yeah, if you can just find a real world corollary, what's the right word there? Correlation? I don't know. If you can find a real world comparison, it instantly makes sense, don't you think? All right, so let's be done with that. In the next episode, I want to introduce you to Vite. I'll see you then. All right, let's move on to the front end. So the topics of the day are asset bundling and Vite. Okay, so asset bundling refers to taking all of the assets in your application, whether they be images or style sheets or JavaScript files, and it will bundle them up in such a way that they are now ready and, more importantly, optimized for production. Okay, so as it turns out, Vite, at the time of this recording, is easily one of the most popular bundlers on the market. And of course, Laravel has support out of the box. So I'll give you a crash course. Within your project, head down to your package.json file. And yeah, very similar to your composer.json file, this is where you can declare dependencies for your front-end tooling. And you can see out of the box, Laravel suggests Axios, Vite, and the Laravel Vite plugin. All right, let's go ahead and install those. Oh, and real quick, keep in mind, you will need to have both Node.js and NPM installed. So if those are new things to you, don't worry. Just visit nodejs.org and run through the installation steps. It shouldn't take long. To see if you have these installed, of course, run node-v as well as npm-v. All right, let's use npm to install our npm dependencies. All right, and it looks like it added 23 packages. We're all set to go. Okay, so our next stop is vite.config.js. So we're pulling in that Laravel Vite plugin, and we are defining our input. And it looks like we have one CSS file and one JavaScript file. And you'll see that they are located in your resources directory. All right, let's have a look at CSS, since that's a little bit easier. Why don't we say, for the body, I want the background color to be red. Just something very bold and clear. Okay, now I want to reference this file. But notice it's actually not within my public directory that would be accessible from the web. It's in the resources directory. So we will need to compile this, and here's how. If I quickly head back to package.json, you'll see that we have two scripts here, one called dev and one called build. And they're very simple. They just defer to Vite commands. Okay, so from the terminal, I could run npm run dev. All right, and now it's running. But real quick, notice that the app URL is set to localhost. Now it's pulling this from your environment file. So here's what I'll do. I will hit Control-C to exit out. And if I switch back, let's go into our environment file. And yeah, right up here, I'm going to update this to our local app URL, which is example.test in this case. Okay, so now if I run it again, you'll see the app URL is correct. So now if I switch over to the browser, yeah, I don't see any red here, do I? Well, of course not. We defined it in that style sheet, but we haven't yet imported it within our Blade files. So that's the next step. So back in our editor, let's go up into our views directory. And of course, we could place this within our layout component. I'll do it right here at the top. Now, Laravel has a Vite directive that makes this really easy. All I have to do is reference that root app.css file, and it'll take care of the rest. All right, and now we get red. Perfect. Okay, so next I want to show you hot reloading. This is just a fun term that means whenever you make a change to a script or even your style sheet, the browser will automatically reflect that without needing to manually refresh the page. Here, let's switch layouts to make it a bit more clear. Background orange, save, it instantly refreshes. Background black, background green. Pretty cool, isn't it? Okay, so this will work for your style sheets, but it also works for your JavaScript. Back to vite.config, we specified an entry point as resources.js app.js. So you will find that here. All right, so this is what Laravel suggests out of the box. Maybe import a bootstrap file that does anything you need to bootstrap your front-end dependencies. In this case, because making AJAX requests is so common, Laravel will assume, maybe you probably want to pull in Axios and provide some initial configuration. All right, so let's do, some hello world stuff here. Let's alert hello from the JS. Save the file. All right, and now, of course, we need to reference it, right? So we can do that once again from our layout file, and we can reuse this same Vite directive, resources.js app.js. All right, so immediately when I save this, the browser should update. So if I switch back, all right, and there we go. So now we are bundling up both our CSS and our JavaScript files. All right, so let's talk about Tailwind now. Up until this point, we have been referencing it through the CDN. And that's great for demos, but for real-life production deployments, you don't want to do that. So now that we understand Vite, or at least a little bit of Vite, why don't we solve that problem? In your browser, visit TailwindCSS.com, and let's go into the docs, and down to installation, and let's choose a framework guide, Laravel. All right, so we already have a Laravel project. Next up, we need to install Tailwind, PostCSS, and AutoPrefixer through npm. Open a new tab and run it. All right, there we go. So when we ran Tailwind CSS init, that creates yet another configuration file within your project root. Let's have a look right down here, and there we go, brand new file. All right, let's switch back to the docs. All right, step 3, configure your template paths. So we need to teach Tailwind about our project. Where can we expect to find any Tailwind utility classes? Well, maybe in a Blade file, maybe in a JavaScript file, maybe in a Vue file. If you use React, then you would update that as well. All right, so let's switch back, and I will paste that in here. All right, easy enough. Next, we want to add the Tailwind directive to our CSS. All right, let's do it. App.css, and I'll swap out that background of green with the Tailwind directives. All right, finally, start our build process and begin using Tailwind in your projects. It's as easy as that. So in the terminal, I will Control-C and start it up again. And now, if I visit our layout file once again, I can remove this script entirely because now Tailwind will be available through this file here. Let's head back to our project, refresh, ignore the alert, and we get exactly what we had before. Great. So now we can configure Tailwind however you need to. And this isn't a Tailwind specific course, but of course you can visit their documentation to learn more. So maybe I have a custom color for Laracasts or something like that. I could say extend and add to colors one called Laracasts, and I will make that equal to this blue shade that you see right here. Okay, so now let's come back to our JavaScript real quick and comment this out so we don't keep seeing an alert every time it refreshes. And if we visit anything we want, how about job/index? Maybe right here. We will take the job title and I will use my new class, which is text Laracasts, as you see right here. All right, let's switch back, go to jobs, and there we go. And actually, in this case, it's a very similar shade to the text blue 500, just slightly different. All right, so what else? Something you might want to consider is at the moment in your vite.config file, we are providing 2 inputs. And that works, but if you're building an SPA, a single page application, what you might want to do instead is omit this and instead import your CSS directly from your Bootstrap file. So if I were to come back to javascript.app.js. I could then import our style sheet. So let's go up a level into the CSS folder and grab app.css. Okay, so if you want to take that approach, of course, return to layout, and let's make sure that we remove that CSS file. Okay, so now we are exclusively importing the JavaScript file that will then import the CSS. And yeah, this is a very common approach when building a single page application. So now if I switch back and refresh, yeah, we still get the same thing. Okay, so keep in mind, one is not necessarily better than the other. It just sort of depends on what kind of application you're building. If you're working on a fairly traditional server-side app with blade files, then I probably would keep those two entry points. But yeah, if it's instead a full SPA, keep it all in the JavaScript file. Okay, so now to wrap up, if I return to our package.json file, there is a second script called build. This is the script you will run to prepare all of your files and bundle them up for production. So if I hit Control-C from the terminal, I can say npm run build. And yeah, notice it doesn't set up a watcher here. It's a one-time thing, and it builds them for production. So notice we have a compiled CSS file and JavaScript file that have been zipped up and compressed as much as you possibly can. Now, what's cool about this is we don't have to change anything. That Vite directive is smart enough to detect whether we are currently in a local hot reloading environment or if we're in production. So now if I switch back and refresh, yeah, nothing changes except for the fact that now our project is primed and ready for production. All right, good work, and hopefully most of that made sense. Yeah, just keep in mind, asset bundling as a whole is a fairly complicated topic, and here we've only grazed the surface. But you're now on the path, right? And when you need to learn more, you can do so. But yeah, you know what's funny? I think you'll be surprised how what we covered in this video, it's going to take you a long way. It'll cover 85% of what you need to know. It's pretty surprising. And that's a testament to the Laravel team and how useful that Vite plugin ends up being. Okay, so moving on, we got to stop somewhere, right? We're now at episode 26. We've covered a great deal of the framework, not nearly all of it, but a great deal for a beginning series. So next up is our final project. And I'll warn you, we're going to go a little bit quicker than usual. I'm not going to stop at every single line to explain it. You're expected to understand the basic concepts. But I hope you'll enjoy it, and you'll get to see how I would generally go about starting a brand new project. So I'll see you then. Please be excited. All right, everybody, the moment is now. The time has come. We have to start working on our final project. Oh, and by the way, you can tell it's the final project because I have a brand new spiffy wallpaper to mark the occasion. Okay, so before we get started, a couple ground rules. First up, there's no way around this. We're going to go much faster than we did in previous videos. But hopefully, if I did my job properly, it's not going to feel that fast because you've already reviewed each of these concepts. But yeah, we can't get around it. If I stopped after each line to explain it, we'd be here for 4 or 5 hours, and we got to get this done. Okay, ground rule number 2. With that in mind, here's your job. If you're watching a video and you didn't understand a particular piece or why I did this or that, your job, and for the benefit of everyone else, your job is to leave a comment, mark the timestamp, and then ask your question. So it might be like, hey, Jeffrey, at 3 minutes and 52 seconds, I didn't understand why you put this return type there. Can you explain more? And I'm going to monitor these comments for a long time, and I will do my best to answer each of your questions. Okay? So if you're watching a video and you don't know what's going on, well, maybe head down to the comments and somebody has already asked your question. All right, that's it. Let's get going. Now, we will start like we always do. Laravel, new, and the name of our fictional jobs platform is called Pixel Positions, so that will be the name. All right, no starter kit in this case, even though Breeze would give us a head start. It removes some of the learning opportunities, so we will start from scratch. I will use pest. Yes, I will initialize Git. I'm going to use SQLite, and let's cd in there. All right, let's review this in the browser, and we're all set. All right, let's head over to Zeppelin. Now, here's the layout that Adrian whipped up for us. It looks pretty good and should be fairly easy to create the markup for. Now, of course, you don't have access to this, but I think the only thing we need here is the logo itself. So I will make that available within the GitHub repository, and I will also link to it within the comments for this video. All right, I will call it logo, and I will save an SVG. Now, you'll see I'm already within my project, so I have a couple of choices. I could create an images directory within my public folder, or if I want Vite to automatically version and hash any images we have, and that would help with cache busting, by the way. In that case, I could put it within a resources directory. So let's do that. Let's open this, create a new folder called images, and then I will save it here. Cool. So let's switch over to our editor. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is set up my general layout. So within the views directory, I will add a directory called components, and this one will be called layout or app layout, whatever you want. Let's do layout. All right, let's add some initial boilerplate. We'll call it pixel positions. And then let's see, if I switch back to Zeppelin, yeah, it looks like I have a navigation area at the top and then our main section below it. All right, so we'll have our wrapper, a nav section at the top, and then our main section below it. And for now, I will put our slot there. Okay, so now within the nav, it looks like we have three sections, right? An area for the logo, an area for the links, and then a section to post a job. So let's create 3 divs. First up, we'll have our logo, then our links, and then finally post a job. Okay, so first up, if I want to reference this logo.svg file within my resources folder rather than public, we have to load it and access it a bit differently. Here's how. Open up our image tag, but first, this should be clickable, right? So let's add it within an anchor tag. And then as the source, I will open up PHP, and I'm going to reference the Vite facade. Now, this is the full path, but actually it's made available globally as an alias. So I can just do this. And I'm going to reference an asset. Okay, so now all I have to do is reference the full path to the image. In this case, resources, images, logo.svg. And that's it. Okay, so with that in mind, why don't we go ahead and run npm run dev. npm run dev. But right now we're getting Vite command not found because I haven't yet installed my npm dependencies. Let's do that now. All right, one more time. There we go. It's up and running. Next, I'm going to, at the very top, reference our resources.js app.js file. And now, well, let's access this in the browser. So here's what I'll do. I'll go to my routes file and let's open welcome and delete all of this and replace it with our new layout. All right, let's switch to the browser. Give it a refresh. So sure enough, it doesn't look great because of the white background, but this is our logo. And if we inspect it, sure enough, we can see it being referenced properly. All right, but here's one thing to be aware of. If I switch to the terminal and I instead build this for production, have a look. I come back, reload, and unable to locate file in Vite manifest. Okay, here's how we fix that. Go into your resources.js app.js file. And right here, I'm basically going to tell Vite about our images directory. So I can say import.meta.glob. So I'm going to provide a regular expression here. So I'm going to say my images are within the, go up a level, go into the images folder, and then grab everything within there. And I want that made available and ready for versioning. Okay, so if I come back and run this again, this time, if I come back to the browser and refresh, it works. Okay, so that is something to be aware of, only on the condition that you need versioning and cache busting. So take a look at this. If I inspect the element, notice that it appends a unique URL to the logo. And again, this is entirely for the purposes of cache busting, so that your assets can live as long or little as they need to. Okay, just an aside. Let's head back to our layout. For now, it's going to link back to the home page, and then let's work on this. Switch to Zeppelin, and I see links for jobs, careers, salaries, and companies. So first one is jobs. Next, we have careers. Next one is salaries. And last up is companies. And we'll probably change this a little bit later. Okay, finally, we need a link to post a job. So we'll have post a job, and we'll leave it at that. All right, back to the browser, give it a refresh. All right, but now, of course, I want to line these up properly. I could use Grid or I could use Flexbox. So with that in mind, I next want to pull in Tailwind. TailwindCSS.com, Docs, Framework Guide, Laravel, and once again, we will follow the steps. I will copy this, run it. All right, next, we will update tailwind.config, and that file should now be available. It is. Paste that in. And yeah, we're just providing paths to files that we want Tailwind to inspect for utility classes. This way, the compiled CSS file is as small as it can be. So we're not using view here. I can remove that entirely. Cool. Reformat, and that looks good. Next, update our entry points, and then run npm run dev. Cool. So resources, app.css, paste that in. And then finally, if I go to my layout file, we can reference that as well. Or like you learned, we could alternatively import our CSS directly from our app.js file. But for now, we'll keep them separate. Cool. npm run dev, and now Tailwind is available to us. Okay, so on the nav, I'm going to set a display of flex, and then I will say justify between. And that should push this one all the way to the right, this one to the left, and this in the middle. Let's switch back to our project, give it a refresh, and there we go. Cool. Next, why don't we align the items to the center? Items center. All right, cool. But next, everything is right up against the edge of the window. So right up here, why don't we set some padding on the left and right of 10? And why don't we switch to a 2-up layout? And yeah, that'll save us some time. All right, next on the nav itself, yeah, if I set a background of red or something, let's give it a little padding on the top and bottom, a bit of breathing room. And next, on the body itself, I want it to be a black color. So I could set class of BG black, like so. And yeah, now we can at least see the logo a bit better. We'll also set the text to white. But if I switch over to Zeppelin, I believe it's not an exact black. Let's select this, and it looks like this is our black color. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to open up tailwind.config.js and extend our colors, and I'll say black should actually be this shade right here. Now, Tailwind should update behind the scenes. So check this out. If I were instead to set it to red or something like that, you can see now anywhere that I reference text black or background black, it will now use this value rather than the default. But yeah, let's bring it back. All right, anyways, back to layout. And on the nav, there should be a border. So I'll set border B, but that white is a little too strong. So I'll show you a little tip. You can set a border white, but then lower the opacity. And this is useful if you don't have a specific color, but you want it to be a percentage of a color. I could do something like this. And that means white, but set the opacity or the alpha to 10%. And that's what I want in this case. All right, cool. Next, on the nav links themselves, why don't we add a bit of breathing room in between them? So I can use space X6 to add a bit of space between each of the items. Next, I know I want these links to be bold. And then for the main content itself, I want to push it down from the nav area. So let's add a class of margin top of about 10, and that'll push it down. All right, next, let's switch to Zeppelin and see how long this should be. It looks like we have a maximum width of 986, about 1,000. So here's what I'll do. I'll say maximum width, and if I want to use a custom value, I can type it in here. So why don't we say the maximum width you can be is 986 pixels. All right, cool. So I have a little more work to do here for the layout, but I think we can switch over to our welcome view and get started on the main section for the homepage. Now, if I switch to Zeppelin, have a look here. I can see a few blade components we'll need to create. For example, what you see right here, that is a repeating theme where you have a little square. It could be a certain color and then a heading. So I see it here. I see it right up here. I see it for all of the headings, actually. That's something that should probably be a component. Next, the styling for these buttons all seem to be the same. And then we have styling for a job card and then an alternate styling for like an expanded job card. Okay, so I'm filing these away in my head. All right, so let's do this. I will begin with one section at a time, top jobs. Okay, so with that in mind, let's wrap it within a section. We'll have some kind of heading that I'll say top jobs. And then within a div, it looks like we're going to have 3 job cards. Okay, so we'd have something like this ultimately. But for now, I'm just going to work on the first one. So within a card, it looks like we'll have 3 individual sections. One for the employer name, Then a section for the title. I'll hardcode this for now, video producer, and the salary, full-time from $60,000. Finally, at the bottom, we will have a list of tags, something like this. And let's create 3 of those. Finally, I will have an image for the employer's logo. But with that in mind, I should probably wrap these tags within a div so that I can push them to the left and the logo to the right, like you see in the image. Now, temporarily for the image, I'm going to use a placeholder service. I think there's one called placehold.it, and then I provide the dimensions, and it should be 42 by 42. All right, and that should be enough to get us going. So let's switch to the 2-up layout. Okay, so let's start by giving this some padding all around. How about P4? And then a background color. So if I make it crystal clear, you can see what we have here. Okay, but instead I'm going to make it more subtle. How about a background color of white at around 5%? Yeah, just very subtle. Let's make it rounded. All right, and then I'm going to set a display of flex. Oh, but that doesn't change anything. Oh, you know what? I think I have an extra div by accident. All right, reformat. There we go. Okay, so now I want to adjust the direction. Let's do flex call, so it's top to bottom. And then I want to center almost everything, excluding just a couple parts. For example, the employer should be self-start, so that should be on the far left. And while we're here, let's make the text just a little bit smaller. Next, for this section, let's give it a little bit of padding. So PY maybe 8. I want it to be bold. And then down here, yeah, we're going to do the same thing. Let's set a class of flex and justify between. And maybe align the items to the center. Very good. And then just to be safe, I'm going to set margin top to auto. Now, I don't think it'll make a difference in this case, but in situations where maybe there's more margin to be had, it'll force this section to be at the very bottom of the card. Okay, next on the section heading, why don't we give it a margin bottom of 6, something like that, just to push it down. And then let's do this for our tags. So I'll start with just one. I'll add a class of background white. Again, I'm just using alpha here to make it a little quicker for us, about 10%. Let's then add some padding on the left and right and the top and bottom. Let's make it rounded. And I want the text to be fairly small. So let's use extra small there. All right, but now what about when we hover over it? Well, we could say, well, when you hover, set the background to 25% maybe. That looks good, I think. And by the way, a little tip, I know we don't have much breathing room here, but if you want to transition those colors a bit more cleanly, you could say transition colors and then set a duration of about 300 milliseconds. So now any colors will have more of a smooth transition. And I don't know if you can see that in the video, but it's definitely smoother. Okay, so now think about it. I could do 3 of those, and that looks a little better. All right, what else? How about the employer logo? That should be rounded. And that's a little hard to see right now, but later that'll be a full image. Okay, so this is enough to extract a component. So let's do this. Let's open our sidebar, and within our views directory, let's add a brand new component, and I'm going to call this job card. All right, so now I can select all of this and move it over. Cool. So let's swap it out. X job card, and let's create 3 of them. Okay, back to the browser, and yeah, now we're repeating that. But notice there's no spacing in between them. Let's fix that. We'll wrap all of these within a div, and then this time I will use a grid. We'll say for large devices, we want grid calls 3. Next, I want a nice little gap in between them. So we'll set, it's basically padding in between each of the job cards. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. But now notice how everything is right up against the left edge. I think we can fix that by returning to our layout. And on the main section, let's make sure the margins are set to auto. And yeah, now that pushes it to the center. Now, I know that ultimately we will pass in a specific job data, but for now, we're going to leave those static. Okay, next, why don't we update this into a section heading, because I know we will reuse it. So let's create one, and I called it section heading. That's good enough for me. Paste it in, and then this will be our slot. But now I'm not sure if I can always assume the margin there, so maybe that will be applied elsewhere. All right, so with that in mind, I can do margin top 6 and then remove this entirely. Okay, X section heading, and this will be, what did we call it? Featured jobs. Back to the browser, and that works. Okay, now I can add our little square. And that should be fairly easy. Why don't we do a span here? And I'll give it a width of 2 and a height of 2, so it's a perfect square. Maybe a background color of white. And then I don't want it to be an inline element. Let's do inline block. And let's see how that looks. And yeah, that's okay, but maybe we should change this up. Maybe this will be wrapped within its own div, and then we'll have a span followed by the H3. Yeah, if I take that approach, then I could do something like inline flex, item center, and I can even add a little bit of a space in between the square and the heading itself. Let's have a look. Yeah, and I think that looks pretty good, actually. The only tweak might be the heading should be bold and a little bit larger than the regular text. And there we go. We have our section headings. Cool. So now if we switch back to welcome, yeah, we have one section for our featured jobs. We could have another section for, what would this be? Our tags. And then another section for our recent jobs. Switch back, and there we go. Now, clearly, we need a little bit of space in between each of these sections. So in situations like this, what you can do is wrap all of it within a root, and then I could apply something like a space y of 10. And that way, there's an equal amount of space in between each of the children, as you see here. All right, next up, we have our tags. We're going to do this very quickly. So we've already created a tag. So this too should be extracted into its own component. Tag.blade.php, paste that in. This will be our slot. Okay, so now I can swap these out with X tag. Now again, keep in mind, we want these to be configurable. So ultimately, I would probably pass in a tag, but we haven't gotten to that point yet. For now, I'm keeping this all static. All right, so now back to welcome. Yeah, right here, I could have one of these, and then let's say YY9P. Let's have around 10 of them. All right, switch back, and yeah, that looks okay. Now, once again, they need a bit of room to breathe. So we'll say, once again, MT6. And I'd like to add a little space in between each tag. So how about space X1? And that's what we get. And then, yeah, these tags probably need to be a bit larger. So it sounds like we should have two different sizes of tags, maybe extra small and then a base size. Oh, and by the way, I put this in the wrong section. So let's fix that. You were waiting for me to fix that. Like so. All right, so I think we made pretty good progress here, but we're going a little high on time. So in the next episode, we will work on the expanded job card. And by the way, if you want, why don't you get a head start and see how your version compares to mine? Okay, so we're going to wrap up there. Again, I know we're going fast, but that's the way it's done. In the next episode, we will finish up our layout so that we can then begin working on the architecture itself. So I'm going to take a break, and I will see you in the next episode. All right, welcome back. There's no time to waste, so I'm going to jump right in. If I switch back to Zeppelin, yeah, we currently have one job card, but right down here, we have a second version. And while we could figure out a way to consolidate both of these styles within a single blade component, often it's just easier to create two separate components, and that's what I'm going to do. So let's go to job card, and if I open up the sidebar here, I will duplicate it, and we'll call this one whatever you want, job card wide. How about that? All right, so let's see. We should work left to right. So first up on the left is the image itself, the employer's logo. Next, we'll have a div that wraps the employer's name, and then the title and the salary requirements. So I should be able to get rid of this, and why don't we change this to some kind of anchor tag? And actually, we're going to talk more about this at the end of the video, but basically, how can we have multiple anchor tags within a card while still allowing the card itself to be clickable? It's a little bit tricky, but I'll show you how to do it. All right, so we have the employer name, the job title, the salary. And then finally, on the far right, let's just display the tags for now. And we can come back later if we have a little more time. But I'm trying to be as quick as we can here. All right, that's the general shape. All right, so of course, there's more to do, but let's see this in the browser. So here's our main welcome page where we have the tags and then the recent jobs. I'm going to grab this div here, and we'll have a new one, this time for job card wide. All right, and why don't we do 3? But this time we'll have space between them vertically. So maybe, I don't know, space Y3. All right, let's have a look. So we come back to the browser and whoa, we have a gigantic image. And this is probably related to Flexbox. It's always Flexbox. So let's fix it. I can command click here. And yeah, one thing you learn if you've used Flexbox for a long time is you want to be careful about things like images or buttons that are direct children of a Flex container, which is what you see here. You always end up with weird issues. So for example, if I just wrap this within a div and switch back, yeah, we've solved that problem there. Okay, but yeah, it still doesn't look great because we are using flex call. This time we want a flex of row, and I don't want the text to be centered. There we go. All right, next up, let's tweak some of the spacing. So I'll start by saying in between each of the flex items, let's add a gap of about 6. And then with that in mind, if I switch back to the welcome view, I'm going to increase the space, the vertical space in between each of the wide cards up to 6, a little more breathing room. All right, come back. And yeah, that looks a little better. All right, next, I want this section itself to flex, expand as much as it can, and that will push the tags to the far right. So back to our wide card, and we'll say right here, flex 1. Flex to fill the available space, or shrink if it needs to. All right, good. Next, the employer logo is a little bit wider than 42 pixels. I think it's 90. Let's double check. Back to Zeppelin. And let's see, I can click right here, and sure enough, 90 by 90. Save it. Switch back, and yeah, that looks better, but that blue is killing me. So you know what I'm going to do? I'd rather reference an actual image, or at least a dummy image. So I will use a different placeholder service, and let's see if I can remember it. It's picsum.photos, and I believe, once again, I can just pass the dimensions here. There we go. Now we have a random image, but notice it is repeated for each item there. Ideally, I want them to be unique for each job. So there is a way to do that. I believe we pass seed and then some kind of identifier. So then the image Picsum Photos returns will always be unique to that ID. So if I come back and refresh, well, they're all using the same identifier, so we see the same photo there. So all we have to do is make it unique. Once we have actual jobs in the database, we will reference the ID of the job. For now, I'm just going to say, give me a random number between 1 and, a massive number. Now, if we come back, yeah, we have some unique images there, and that's fine for a demo. All right, back to Zeppelin. Next, we have this gray text. Now, I happen to know the hash is C2, 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 but let's see if Tailwind has something close. Let's go with gray 600. And yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe 700. That's too much. How about 400? You know what? Close enough for me. I'm not going to squawk. Okay, so while I'm here, notice the font is different from what we see on Zeppelin. So as it turns out, this Pixel Positions demo is using the same font that we reference on Laracasts, and that comes directly from fonts.google.com. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to visit our layout file, and at the very top, I will save us some time and just paste it in. And yeah, all of this is, again, coming from fonts.google.com for this font here, Henkin Grotesque. Is that how you pronounce it? And we're getting a handful of weights if we need them. Cool. So now I want to reference this within Tailwind. So here's what I'll do. I'll open our tailwind.configuration file, and I'm going to extend the font family object to include a new one. We'll call it Henkin Grotesque, and then I will reference a font tree. So ideally, I want that font we pulled in with a fallback to sans serif if it didn't load for some reason. Okay, so now, yeah, once again, Tailwind will reload, and I can now reference this as a utility class. I'll show you. Let's go into our layout file, and let's set it site-wide on the body. So I'll say font Henkin Grotesque, and let's see it in the browser. Yeah, there we go. Looking good. All right, so let's continue with our wide job card. job card wide. And yeah, of course, the title itself should be bold. It should be large. And then for the paragraph, yeah, this is going to be very similar. I also want it to be small and gray. Okay, so if we switch back, yeah, that's looking fairly good. But notice how everything is grouped at the top. Ideally, I want to push the salary to the bottom of this section down here, like you see in the image. So maybe we should do this. Maybe once again, flex to the rescue. Let's set a display of flex, but I want it in the direction of a column. And then for this last item, I will set margin top auto to push it down as much as it can go. And now, yeah, that looks better. All right, next, the title could probably be a little larger, and I want to push it down from the salary. So how about push it down, margin top of 3, maybe? And then let's change it to text extra large. Yeah, that's looking reasonable. Okay, now let's move on to some other miscellaneous things. At the moment, we have 2 different versions of our employer logo, but of course, we want to consolidate them. So this once again sounds like a good use case for a dedicated component. So I'm going to copy this and create a brand new one. We'll call it employerlogo.play.php, and I'll paste that in. And again, don't forget, ultimately, we will update these components to accept, for example, the employer object, and then we will reference it. But for now, once again, everything is static. All right, so let's update this with our new component, employer logo. And then I will switch to our standard job card, and I can update it here as well. Employer logo. But now we do have one issue. You'll remember if I switch back, the width in this case should be 42, but within our component, it's set to 100 by 100. So now we have messed up our layout, as you see there. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's accept a prop, an initial prop for the width. And that will default to 90 pixels, but if you want to override it, you can. Okay, so then I can swap this out with the width. And I believe if we just provide a width, it will be treated as a square. So we wouldn't have to do a height or something like that, duplicate it. We should be able to provide just one and it'll work. Okay, so now back to job card, I could say width is, 42? Give that a shot, switch back, and now we have 2 different sizes for our job cards. All right, next up, I'd like to do a little more work with the tags. They don't look that great. If I switch back to Zeppelin, let's zoom in a little bit, and we can see this text is actually very small. If I open the sidebar, I can see it is set to, about 10 pixels. What do we have currently? I'll go to Computed and look for font size. It's set to 12. Okay, so that's extra small, and I don't think Tailwind goes below that, so why don't we create a custom size? Back to our Tailwind configuration file, and let's override font size, and we'll have, how about, if we already have an extra small, let's do 2 extra small, and I want this to be 10 pixels. I could hard code this, or I could set it in rims. So if I do some math, let's take 10 pixels divided by the base font size, and we get 0.625. All right, let's use it. Back to job card, actually into tag. And yeah, let's see if we can update it to text to XS. Come back. And yeah, now it's just a little bit smaller. All right, let's keep going. I would like this to be bold. And maybe we should give it a little more padding on the left and right. All right, back to Arc, and that's looking pretty good. Okay, now I'm thinking our font might be a little bit too heavy. So if I compare this to Zeppelin, notice that here, even for the navigation area, the font is set to bold, but it's much softer than what we currently have in Arc. So let's do this. Let's go back to our layout file. And why don't we remove both 800 and 700? We'll stick with 400, 500, and 600 weights. So if I switch back, that's much softer than it was before. All right, next up, you'll see that we have some hover styles if your mouse is over a card. It looks like the title goes blue and the border is blue. So let's go into job card, and we can say, by default, we have a border, but maybe we hide it. Let's make it transparent. But you hover over the card, and we make it border blue. And again, I'm just going to eyeball it, maybe 800. Come back, and close enough. All right, but now I want to make the title blue as well. So how do we do that? Well, you can't just add hover styling to the H3 because then you would only see the blue if you hover over the H3, and that's not what we're doing here. So a way to solve this with Tailwind is to apply a class of group, and then on the H3, you can listen for when an element with that class is hovered over. So I could say, for example, if you hover over the group, meaning this parent element, then I want to set the text for this to also text blue 600. And I think that will solve the problem. Yeah, cool. So actually, real quick, while we're here, if I switch back to Zeppelin, you'll notice that the salary is pushed down a little bit and much, much smaller. I want to fix that pretty quickly while we're here. So for the title, let's make it bigger, like XL. And yeah, then for the salary, we will make it maybe small, and then I will push it down a little bit. So I'll set some margin top to push it down from the title. Come back. Yeah, better, but the salary is still too bold. Let's see. Oh, that's because we applied it to the div. Okay, let's apply it only to the title, and then the salary itself can be a base level. Yeah, and that's looking a little better. Okay, but next I would also have to apply those those border styles to the wide card as well, and that's not ideal. But yeah, let's just see what that would look like. Notice I'm doing a bit of duplication here, which is a sign. So let's go to job card wide, and I'm going to paste those styles in here. And then for the video producer, group hover, text blue, 800. You know what? I think I used the wrong ones here. Yeah. Notice I have 600 and 800 up here. We want those to be consistent. Okay, so now if I hover over it, that looks good. Or maybe it's too dark. Maybe it should be 600, but we're not going to get stuck in the weeds here. You get the idea. Now, once again, if you want to transition these, so it's a nice, smooth transition from transparent to blue, do this once again. Set transition, colors, duration, and let's make it really long so you can clearly see it. So come back and, well, the title isn't quite right, but notice the border is definitely transitioning in. Yeah, I guess I forgot the title has to receive the same thing. Transition colors, duration, and this time let's make it much quicker. 1/3 of a second often seems to be a good value to go with, 1/3 of a second or 300 milliseconds. Yeah, if you like that, it's just a little bit smoother. Okay, so once again, we'd have to do the same thing for the job card wide. This feels kind of gross, doesn't it? Then right down here, the exact same thing, and now that works as well. It's not the end of the world, but it seems like we could have more than one card. Well, we already do, but in a real pixel positions application, we could have many cards that have this styling. They're almost like panels, or you can call them cards if you want. I often call them panels. So with that in mind, could this be a candidate for a component? Let's give it a shot. Create a component called panel, and I'm going to use a split view here. Let's take the wrapper here, and then we can have a slot like so. All right, let's see how that looks. If we took that route, I could swap it out with our X panel component. So now we've effectively consolidated all of those styles. So let's see how job card wide looks. Yep, no difference. Good. Next, I can go to job card, and we're going to do the exact same thing. However, I want to make sure, is there any unique classes here? So did we duplicate the classes? Here, I'm just going to paste this in. Yeah, we actually have a couple differences. And yeah, that would be the flex information and the gap. Okay, so that should be excluded. All right, let's do this. I'm going to change this to X panel. There we go. And then I'll get rid of everything except for the unique parts. So it sounds like the unique parts are that within the panel, we want to display a flex. So get rid of, yeah. And then if I click through to panel, this is unique to job card wide, so I don't want to assume it, but everything else should be the same. All right, so job card wide, pass these in. And then, of course, we've learned if we want to merge these, well, we would have to do something like this. And I'll show you a little shortcut. So up until this point, we've been saying attributes merge, and then we set the default class like so, and that would do the trick. However, if we just call attributes as a function, it's going to merge it. So this is sort of a shorthand for attributes merge. And yeah, that would work. Also keep in mind, if you want, you can do things like this, where you could open up PHP blocks like this, and then you could say default classes, or keep it even simpler, classes. Now you can reference that variable within your template here. So you could do something like this just to make it a little easier to consume, right? Especially on a low resolution like I have, those utility classes go off the screen very quickly. So this is an option if you want. All right, so back to Arc. And yeah, notice now we have the exact same thing as we had before, but we have consolidated those stylings within a panel component. Pretty cool. So now, for example, if we go back to welcome, if we were to add a new section for something totally different, I could open up a panel and say, hello there, whatever you want, and you'll see it will receive those same styles. And yeah, it seems like that's a repeating pattern for this site, so it makes sense to extract it into its own component. Let's get rid of it. All right, so now, these tags are way too small. They're fine for a job card, but if I switch back to Zeppelin, yeah, you can see they're much larger here. Okay, so it sounds like, we should make this configurable. Let's go into tag, and yeah, let's do this. Let's accept a prop for the size, and maybe we'll accept like a base or normal. How about base? But also maybe a small size or something like that. Okay, so then we could do something like this. Open up a PHP block, and we could say, well, if size is base, then use these classes. But if the size is small, then use these other classes. Okay, so let's figure out what our base class is here. We'll do the exact same thing. At the top, I will have our CSS classes, but then, yeah, the text size and the padding should be unique based on the size. So how about if the size is small, then I will append to classes, and I'm just going to grab these here, all right? And then what else? Text to XS. So those are the classes that are unique to a small size, at least so far. Clean that up. Okay, now I just have to figure out what the classes should be for the base level. And I'm just going to eyeball it. Maybe text small, and then I will increase the left and right padding to 5. And yeah, maybe that's enough. By the way, notice I am including a space so that when we concatenate, they aren't grouped with the previous class there. Okay, so now I'm going to reference them. And yeah, that would be one way to handle this. All right, so our default size is base. So if I switch back to Arc, those look good now, but these are now too large. So we just switch back to job card, and I will update these to say, all right, set a size of small. And then I will create 3 of those. All right, and let's even update these to look a little more real. Backend, front end, manager, something like that. There you go. We have our small tags and our larger tags. All right, back to Zeppelin. Last up, well, we'll still have some form work to do later in the series, but all I want to do to wrap up this video is add the section at the top. Let's find you a great job followed by an input. Back to welcome. This will be its own section at the top, and it's not a standard section heading, so it's more of a banner. Let's find your next job. I already know it's going to be bold and maybe pretty large. How about 4XL? And then below it, I want a form. So we will handle the logic for the form later. But yeah, within it, we'll have an input type of text. We'll give it a placeholder to give you an idea of what to search for. How about web developer? And then for the classes, let's see. If I zoom in, all right, so we have a dark gray background. There's a border. It's rounded. There's a good bit of padding there. All right, let's see if we can make this work. Make it rounded. Let's set a background color of, again, let's use alpha. How about background of white, but only at 5%? And that way I could do a border of white at 10%, so just a little bit larger. And then we know we want a good bit of padding on the left and right and the top and bottom. It's a pretty large input. All right, let's have a look in Arc, and yeah. So next, let's align it to the center. And you know what? Maybe, can I just set text center to the section itself? Yeah, that looks good. Let's make the input wider. So, how about set width to full? Yeah. And actually, just in case on your screen you're not seeing this overly well, let's increase it temporarily so it's crystal clear where we are. All right, we want to push it down. So let's say class mt6. And then it's a little too wide, so we should set a maximum width. Now, Tailwind includes a handful of maximum width classes. I'm not sure which one to do. Typically, I would just eyeball it. So here's large, here's extra large. Extra large looks pretty good to me. Okay, finally, if we check Zeppelin, it is pushed down just a little bit. Let's do, well, we already have spacing in between, don't we? So I can't set margin. Let's do this. How about padding top of 10? Yeah, and that pushes it down. And then also we should push, let's find your next job down from the navigation area a little bit as well. So maybe, I don't want PT10, maybe a little bit less, PT6. And yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have a lot of Laravel specific work to do. Although this is Laravel specific, we are working with blade components and refactoring things and figuring out how it works with utility classes and stuff like that. And yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. Okay, so let's bring this back to background white of 5. And yeah, clearly there's a lot more tweaking we could do in real life. I'm sure there's a bunch of hover styles and focus styles we've missed. But again, for a demo where you're working along, I think this is pretty good. All right, so very good job. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, but in my head, whenever I have videos like this that are almost exclusively HTML and CSS based, I feel like the programmers among you are thinking, come on, fast forward. This isn't what I signed up to Laracasts for. Move on to the next part. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Maybe some of you enjoy watching it. But either way, it doesn't matter because we're done. In the next video, we're going to do a lot. We're going to build up the whole architecture for this project. So that means we will be generating Eloquent models. We will whip up seed data and factories. We'll work with relationships. I will introduce you to testing. There's a lot to do, and I hope we can pull it off. So yeah, that's it. I will see you in the next video. Stay tuned. What? Pull to show outro. All right, everybody, welcome to day 29. Whew, we're getting close. 2 videos to go. And if you want me to be frank, I'm getting a little stressed out because we have so much to cover. All right, so like I said at the end of the last episode, we are mostly done with the front end portion. We still have to construct a form later. But yeah, most of the boring stuff, quote unquote, is all done. So in this video, we will move on to the architecture of the application. Now, I know already that it's an employer who will publish a job. So I'm going to start with a migration to create that table. Create employers table. All right. Create employers table. And yeah, let's see. An employer has a name. That'll be a string. They have a logo. So we will store a path to that logo. And then also an employer belongs to a user, right? A user signs up, they create an employer, and it is the employer who publishes the job. All right, let's do a foreign ID for a user. And of course, we can clean this up. All right, let's migrate the database. PHP artisan migrate. All right, so we have 3 tables that Laravel ships with out of the box, and then our new employers table. If I switch to Table Plus, let's open it. It's an SQLite connection. I'll give it a name and the path. So here's our app. It's going to go into database.sqlite. Save it. And yeah, now we have our new employers table. Okay, so while we are here though, yeah, jobs and job batches and failed jobs. You'll remember throughout the course, because Laravel has a concept of queued jobs that kept interfering with our concept of a job listing. So yeah, I don't want any interference. So what I'm going to do is change these default table names. Go into your config directory down to queue, and let's have a look. I'm just going to look for table. Yeah. So for the database connection for our queue driver, The default table name is jobs. So why don't we change this to queued jobs? Or again, we could store this directly within your environment file. All right, let's do another table search. Job batches. We didn't really go over this. It's a slightly higher level concept, but nonetheless, I'm going to use the same convention here. It will now be called queued job batches. And I think there's one more. Yeah. So if a queued job runs, but it fails for some reason, it needs to be stored, right? So that we can reference it later and retry it later. So that table is called failed jobs by default. Now it's going to be queued failed jobs. All right, so now we just have to update the migration itself. So this is the migration that Laravel ships with, create jobs table. And yeah, let's start by renaming it to create queued jobs table. And then I will update the table names. Queued jobs, queued job batches, and then finally queued failed jobs. Okay, let's refresh our migrations. PHP artisan migrate fresh. And now, if I switch back to Table Plus and give this a refresh, all right, now, there won't be any interference whatsoever with our job model. Okay, so let's do this. We did this in 2 steps, didn't we? We created a migration for the employers table, and now I'm going to create a model for the employer. But don't forget, if I do help on make model, we can generate these things all in one go, including the migration, including a factory, including a controller. Or if we pass the -a flag, it makes a migration, the model, the seeder, the factory, the policy, the resource controller, and a form request. Yeah, there's a lot here, but it really does save a bunch of time. Okay, but anyways, because we already created the migration, this time let's build the model, and I will select the ones that I need. So -c for controller, F for factory, -s for a database seeder, and then I also want a policy. Cool. So now we get 5 files with a single command, which is pretty cool. Okay, next up, let's focus on jobs. And this time we'll do it all in one go. PHP artisan make model job -all. And yeah, now we get all of these files for free. And yeah, keep in mind, if it turns out that there's one maybe form request that you're not going to use, just hit the delete key. No problem there. All right, so let's go into our migration, create jobs table, and let's see. Let's think this through. To publish a job, we need to provide the title of the job, right? What's the job title? Next, what is the salary for the job? And yeah, once again, we're going to be pretty generic here. I don't want to deal with currencies and stuff like that. So you can provide whatever you want for that field. All right, next, another string. What is the location for this job? Is it remote, or do you have to be in Winter Park, Florida? It just depends. So you need to specify that. All right, next, what is what should we call this? The type of work. Is it full-time or part-time? And maybe type isn't the right term. Maybe schedule? That's not quite right either. Why don't we go schedule, though? It could be full-time or part-time, and we'll set a default of full-time. Yeah, if you want, this could be an enum, but I don't know. Sometimes that's a little annoying to work with on the database level, so I will skip that. All right, next up, when you publish a job, you need to provide a link to your actual job details page. Believe it or not, that's how it often works. You publish your job to some kind of aggregate platform, but then it ultimately directs you to your own website where you provide more details. So this will be a URL to the actual job listing. And then, well, here's another thing. I don't know if we're going to implement this, but yeah, you could imagine allowing users to pay more to have their job listing featured at the top. So we need some way to determine if a job should be featured or not. So with that in mind, let's make that a Boolean. It'll be featured, but the default is false. And then finally, the relationship. A job belongs to an employer, right? So let's set a foreign ID for the employer. And then once again, I will import that. All right, that looks good to me. Let's migrate our database. Back to Table Plus, give it a refresh. Now we have users, we have jobs, and we have employers. Very cool. So now I'm going to set up those relationships. Let's start with employer. An employer belongs to a user. So return, this is a belongs to relationship, and then we reference the associated model. And if you want, you can add a return type, or you can omit it. Just depends on what system you want to follow. All right, now let's do the inverse. So in this case, the user is actually like the representative for the employer. So it's not a belongs to relationship. It's actually a has one relationship. So a user has one employer. Like so. All right, next let's switch over to job. So what are the relationships for a job? Well, as we discussed, a job belongs to an employer, right? Of course it does. All right, next, once again, let's do the inverse. If I have an employer instance and I want to see all jobs associated with that one employer and no one else, well, let's do that. Jobs, and this is going to be a has many relationship. An employer has many jobs. And again, if you want, you can add a type here. Just make sure that you import it at the top here. Now, real quick, we're making good progress, but I do want to introduce testing at least a little bit. It's a tricky thing. Testing is a key component to building applications these days, but for a beginner level course, it slows things down dramatically. But nonetheless, we want to discuss it at least a bit. So I'm not going to write tests for this entire project like I would do in real life, but we'll write some to give you the general approach. All right, let's do that now. So let's do this. Before I can write some tests, I first want to flesh out my database factories. So let's go into factories and build these out. All right, so let's see. An employer has a fake name. It has a fake logo. So let's see if there's some kind of image URL. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then finally, an employer belongs to a user, right? So let's reference a user factory. All right, that's done. Now into job factory. And a job has a title. So I believe Faker has a job title property, which is pretty cool. They have a salary. And here's what I'll do in this case. This is a cool little tip. There is a random element method where you can pass an array, and Faker will just choose a random item from that array. So for example, you could say 50,000 USD, like we've been doing, 90,000 USD, or 150,000 USD. So now every single item will be one of these three. All right, next we said location. I'm just going to hard code that to remote. And also, that's an important thing to realize. It doesn't always have to be random fake data. If you need to hard code it, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Next we have schedule, and we'll set that to full time. Or again, if you want it random, use random element. Next, we need a URL to the job listing page on the employer's website. So we'll do fake URL. Is the job featured? We're just going to always set it to false unless you override it. And then finally, the relationship, employer ID. So we can say employer factory. All right, so let's clean that up and we're all set. Okay, so now we can write some tests for this. So let's come down into phpunit.xml. So keep in mind, even though we're using a test framework called PEST, PEST is a wrapper around PHPUnit. So that's why we can visit a phpunit.xml file to configure how PEST is going to behave, because PEST is just deferring to PHPUnit. It's a wrapper. Anyways, you can see some of these environment variables that are set. These are like overrides when you're in a testing environment. So I'm going to set up the database connection to also be SQLite, but I can set the database itself to not be a file, but instead memory. And you won't always reach for this, but for small little projects like this, it's going to be perfect and super fast. Next, notice other things like sending mail or dealing with queues. All of that is effectively turned off. We don't actually want to deliver an email when we are performing a test. We just want to assert that an email was sent. So in these situations, we use the array driver rather than SMTP or postmark or something like that. All right, let's create a test. PHP artisan make test. I am testing my jobs. And now what kind? Feature or unit? This can often be confusing. Think of a feature test as testing a wide spectrum of your application, like this. When I visit such and such page, I expect to see that. Or when I make a post request to this controller, then validation should occur and I should see such and such in the database. Think about it. That's testing a very wide range of your project versus a unit test, which is far more narrow. When I instantiate this class and I call that method, then I expect such and such in response. And how narrow that ends up being, differs based on the community. So for example, would testing an Eloquent model that hits the database, is that a unit test? Some people say absolutely not. I say, sure, who cares? But again, just make up your own mind. In our case, we are working with quote unquote unit tests. Okay, so let's open that up. It will be within your test directory in unit, and now we have our new job test. Now we already have an example here. Expect true to be true. Nice and readable. Let's run it. PHP artisan test. Okay, so we have the example tests that Laravel ships with, and if we want, we can go ahead and delete those, or just the one for unit for now. And yeah, the one we care about here is our job test, and of course it passes. But if we change this, expect true to be false, of course that's going to fail. So if I run it again, now we get red. All right, let's review a few examples. Let's say a job belongs to an employer. So I could say test, it belongs to an employer. But as it turns out with pest, we can use this function name of test, or we can use an alternative alias, which is it. And you can switch between those based upon how you want to write out your tests. So notice I'm saying test that it belongs to an employer. That's great. Or I could say it belongs to an employer. Both do the exact same thing. So how would I check this? Well, and this is usually a 3-step process. We often call it arrange, act, assert, AAA. Like this. Begin by arranging the world. Create the world in order to run your test. Next, act. Perform some kind of action. Finally, assert. What did you expect to happen as a result of that assertion? All right, so I'll show you an example. It belongs to an employer. How do I arrange the world here? Well, if it belongs to an employer, then I probably need an employer to perform this action, right? Let's use a factory for that. Employer, factory, create. All right, next we are using it. It refers to a job, but I don't have a job currently. So let's do that as well. Let's say job equals job factory create. Now, when I run this, it is true, it'll set up its own relationship to an employer. But for this particular test, I want to be a little more explicit. So if I ever want to override anything declared within the factory, then I pass that as an array to the create method. So in our case, I want to override employer like so. Okay, and while we're here, let's clean things up. All right, so now step 1, arrange is complete. Next up, perform an action. So this is where I interact with the code base in the way that I want. In our case, job, employer. Okay, so often your action and your assertion will be separate. But in this particular case, we can group them into one. Act and assert. All right, so I could say expect job, employer to be this, like you see here. So here's what we could do. Job, employer is employer. We learned about that method many episodes ago. I expect that to be true. So yeah, if the is method is new to you, it's checking if what you pass here is the current instance. So that will either return true or false. In our case, we expect it to be true. All right, let's run our test. PHP artisan test, but it fails for a confusing reason. A facade root has not been set. All right, so ultimately what's happening here is the Laravel framework hasn't really loaded because this is being treated as a sort of raw, naked unit test. But I do want to interact with Laravel and Eloquent in the database. So if I go into the pest.php file, this is sort of like the configuration file for your tests. And right at the top, you can see use this root parent class in the feature directory. Now, you can think of test case almost like Laravel. It makes and bootstraps Laravel for you. And you'll also see this commented line, refresh database. And what this means is after every test completes, Laravel will refresh and reset the database so that you can start with a clean slate. All right, so these things will be active in the feature folder right here, but I also want them in my unit folder. And yeah, this goes back to how different people have different ideas for what a unit test should encompass. In my case, I'm pretty loose with it, so I'm going to use these two parent classes or traits within the unit and the feature folder. All right, now if I run it again, it passes. Perfect. So it passed, if I switch back, because we have already set up these relationships. So if I go into job and we hadn't yet written this, we would run the test, it would fail, and at that point, we could write the code in order to make it work. And this is referred to as test-driven development. Yeah, I find that test-driven development can be a little confusing to newcomers, but it's actually not so bad, especially with Laravel these days. Think of it like this. You start by writing a test where you interact with the world, and in this case, the world is your code base. You interact with the world in a way that is ideal to you. Next, you run the test. But of course, the test is going to fail, right? You haven't written any of this code in real life. You're in La La Land. You're saying, wouldn't it be great if this worked? But of course, it doesn't. So the test returns red. It fails. So the final step is write the code to make the test pass. And then rerun the test. It returns green, and you rinse and recycle. It's a nice way to build applications. It's not for everything, but in certain scenarios, you're really going to love it. Anyways, if we return this code and run the test again, it passes. Now, I do want to show you at least one example of this TDD approach. So how about a post can have tags? That can be useful. So how about it can have tags? All right, let's follow arrange, act, assert. Create the world. Well, to start, I want a job. So job, factory, create. All right, next, act. So interact with the world in the way that would be ideal. So if I want to attach a tag to my job, maybe I could even call a method like tag. Job, tag it with front end or something like that. Finally, assert. Assert that this worked the way I would expect. Maybe something like this. I would assume on my job model, I would have a tags collection. And maybe I could say, well, I expect that collection to have one item. So I could say to have count 1. And I'll reformat. Yeah, why don't we start with that? All right, so let's come back and run our tests. And of course, it fails. There is no method called tag. All right, let's implement that. Job, tag. All right, so we fixed that particular error. It said no tag method exists, so we run it again. And now we have changed the error. And this is a key part of test-driven development. Make the error change. And that is a signal that you are, in fact, making progress. Okay, so now we tried to grab a collection, but of course that returns null and it's not working. Okay, let's do that now. We will have a tags relationship. And why don't we just stub it out for now? Let's return an empty array. All right, it fails, the error changes, and now, job tags must return an Eloquent relationship instance. Okay, now we can get to work. Let's make a model for a tag. And I don't know if we're going to get around to building a controller for it, but I do want a factory and a migration. All right, so let's go into create tags table. And this is very simple. A tag consists of a unique name, like front end, back end, manager, project lead. And actually, for now, I think that's fine. All right, now let's go into tag factory and set this up. A tag factory has a name of any kind of fake and unique, so I will add that classifier name, and that will be fine. All right, so now I can go into job, and yeah, let's update this relationship. So does a job belong to a tag? Well, that would signal that the tag owns the job, right? And no, that doesn't really make sense. What about the inverse? Does the tag belong to the job? Well, sort of, right? If I had a tag called front end, that could belong to this job. The only thing is, it could belong to more than one job. It could belong to 10 different jobs. So it's not exclusive. Okay, so in these situations, we want a belongs to many relationship, and we'll create a pivot table to allow for that. All right, so our relationship is belongs to many. A job can belong to and have many tags. All right, so we have a tag Eloquent model. We have a job Eloquent model. Next, we need an intermediate table. And this table will include the job ID and the tag ID. And it'll do that over and over. That way, one job could potentially have 100 different tags that it is associated with. Let's create a migration. PHP Artisan, make migration, create job tag table. All right. All right, so we want a foreign ID for the job, right? And then we want another one for the tag. And for both of these, why don't we say constraints, create a foreign key constraint, and then cascade on delete. And we've already reviewed both of these. This just means if, in this example, if the tag is deleted, then cascade and also delete the record within this pivot table as well. Okay, PHP artisan migrate. So now I have a new tags table and a job tag pivot table. All right, so we've done some work. I'm now going to return to job test, and let's see how we're doing. PHP artisan test, and it still fails. Failed asserting that actual size 0 matches expected size of 1. Well, at least we are making progress. Let's go back into job, and let's see. That relationship is working, but right now the tag method doesn't do anything at all. So let's update this. If I accept a tag name here, we'll call it name. Now, there's a couple ways to do this. I'm going to reference the tag model. So I'm going to say, give me the first tag from the database table that has this name. Or if you couldn't find one with that name, create or persist one in that table. So I'm going to say the name is name. All right, does that make sense? Give me the tag from that table, and if you couldn't find a tag with that name, create one, and then give me the tag. All right, next, I'm going to interact with my pivot table. I can say this, tags, and attach a new tag here. Just like that. All right, finally, these squiggly lines, my editor just wants return types. Again, these are optional depending on how you like to build your applications, but we could import these and simplify. All right, let's run our tests again. And it fails, but I want you to notice right here, yeah, check this out. Add name to the fillable property to allow mass assignment on tag. Yeah, so notice when we take this approach, it almost feels like the tests are telling you what the next thing you need to do is. And that's one of the huge benefits to this approach. All right, let's go on to tag, and we could update the fillable property, or I'm going to go into App Service Provider, and I'm going to disable that feature entirely, like we've learned about in past videos. So I can say model unguard. All right, run it again, and now we get green. How cool is that? We haven't yet opened a browser, but now we know that a job belongs to an employer, and it can be associated with any number of tags. All right, let's be done with tests. That's all we can get done here. Let's go into our routes file. And yeah, all we have right now is the homepage route. Let's update this. When you visit the homepage, that will load our new job controller and an index action on it. All right, let's open that up. And this can still load our welcome view, though we should probably change that, shouldn't we? So let's go into resources, views. I'm going to have a directory called jobs, and then a view called index.blade.php. And what I'll do is I'll take everything here and migrate it over, and then I can delete welcome entirely. All right, back to job controller. Now, as you can imagine, and let's update this, we would need to pass jobs to our job listing page. And I'm also imagining that we need to pass a list of tags. So let's do that one as well. All right, let's keep it very simple. We can now reference our job model and say, give me all of them. Though, of course, as we've learned, in a real project, we would want to paginate them. But for now, a select star is fine. We'll do the exact same thing for our tags. Okay, let's go into our view. And you'll remember that, yeah, in the last episode, everything was static. We're just hard coding all of these. But now we can swap them out. Let's begin with, how about tags? We can say for each tags as tag, then render this blade component. But now I want to pass in the associated tag, like this. Tag equals tag. Or a little tip in situations like this where your parameter name and the variable name are the same, if you prefer, you can actually do this. This is just sort of syntactic sugar that achieves the exact same result. All right, so now within tag, I also need to accept the tag. And now I will swap out the text here with the name of the tag itself. Next, we haven't set up an endpoint, but the href would probably be something like tags/tag name to lowercase, maybe. Yeah, but we haven't set that up yet. Okay, let's go back to jobs.index. So we've updated this one here, but also we reference tags within the job cards, don't we? This should be easy. Now we know a job can have tags. For each job tags as tag, then reference the tag. All right, let's copy this and then also switch back to job card wide. And yeah, we have this one right here. Get rid of this, and the size can be the default. All right, let's view this in the browser. Yeah, of course. I jumped ahead of myself. So within job card, we're referencing a variable called job that was not defined. Of course, each of these need to be updated to now accept the job. So here's job card wide. I will then go into job card and paste that in. And then within our job/index view, we can pass these in the exact same way. For each jobs as job, pass it in. All right. And then I'm going to do the same thing up here, but do note this is the featured jobs. So we will need to tweak this in just a little bit. But yeah, let's just get to a point where the page loads. All right, come back, cross our fingers, and the page is loading. Now you'll notice, of course, we don't see any tags or jobs because we don't have any yet. So this is where database seeders come into play. We'll go into database seeders, job seeder, and let's do this now. So yeah, this is sort of like a whirlwind tour of the entire course up until this point. Job, factory, let's create, 20 of them. Create. Now, keep in mind, this will work, but it doesn't account for tags. So here's what we'll do. I'm also going to say tag factory 3 create. So I'm going to create a collection of 3 random tags. And now I'm going to call a new method you haven't seen called hasAttached. And of course, this is for BelongsToMany relationships. I want to attach these tags to each of these jobs we generate. So now every single job will consist of these 3 tags. All right, let's go to database seeder. I will create our dummy user. That's fine. And then we will call our job seeder. All right, let's give it a shot. PHP artisan db seed. If I come back to table plus, yeah, now we have a bunch of employers, we have a bunch of jobs, and we have 3 tags. And whoops, I accidentally did a person's name instead of a word. I'll fix that. But anyways, 3 tags that each of these jobs are associated with. And we can see those references here. All right, let's fix that real quick. Tag factory. And let's use a dummy word here. All right, PHP artisan migrate fresh -- seed. Reset my migrations, rerun them, and then seed the database. Let's go to Arc, give it a refresh, and now we have actual live data coming from our database. Pretty cool. And then we have 3 tags, and notice every single job is associated with them. Okay, so just a couple final things. I'm going to go into job card and make all of these dynamic. So we'll say job employer name. We want job title, job salary, and then tag. We no longer have to pass this in. And then employer logo, we're going to come back to that. Okay, now let's go to the wide version of the card, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. Job employer. So notice we do have an n+1 issue right now because we haven't eager loaded the employer relationship. So for each item in this loop, we have to perform a new query to fetch the employer. So keep that in mind. Job title, job salary, and same thing here. All right, back to Arc. And now these are unique the way we'd expect. Okay, so the last thing I can fit in here is feature jobs. Right now, we're getting the exact same collection. So notice the first one is psychiatric technician. And then if I come down here to recent jobs, we see the exact same thing. There's no distinction between a featured job and a non or unfeatured job. Let's do this. I'm going to come back to our job seeder. And we know that in some cases we could set featured to false, and other cases featured to true. So I could run 2 separate queries, or this is a slightly more advanced concept, but we could create a sequence instead. And it takes this shape, new sequence. And notice that full import there. I'm going to provide a sequence of parameters that I want Laravel to filter through, or better, iterate through. For example, sometimes featured will be set to false, and why don't we set schedule to full time? All right, but then in the next iteration, featured will be set to true, and schedule will be set to part-time. All right, so let's reformat. And if we did everything correctly, we should now have, for a total of 20, 10 of them with these attribute overrides set and another 10 with these attributes. Let's give it a shot. I will run migrate fresh seed. And now check this out. I'm going to go into job controller and let's extract this. Call it jobs. All right. And I'm going to say job all. But after we fetch them, I want to group them according to whether or not they are featured. So check this out. I'm going to return this from the controller so that we can review the JSON. And let's see, let's do pretty print. All right, so notice we have a collection of collections now. So for the first array, in every case, featured is set to 0. But after we get to 10 or so, we get a new array or a new collection. And for this one, featured is set to 1 for all of the items. So we have grouped these into collections based upon whether or not they are featured. Cool. So now here's what we could do. We could, let's do this. We'll have featured jobs as well. So that's the first item from this collection here. And the second item is the unfeatured jobs. So if we want, we could do something like that. All right, so let's go into our view. And now I can loop over featured jobs instead. Okay, so now down here, this will be standard jobs. And you know what? This probably isn't quite right because presumably you would want featured jobs included with your recent jobs. But yeah, for now, we're just drawing a distinction between promoted jobs and non-promoted jobs. So as to avoid duplication. Okay, so back to Arc. All right, so now we have our 10 featured jobs, beginning with Human Resource Director, 3, 6, 9, 10. Then our tags, and then unfeatured jobs. And this one is Human Resources Assistant. It's a different collection entirely. Very cool. All right, that's a wrap. And I'm not even joking, I am literally tired right now. There's just so much to cover. And oh my gosh, we only have one more video to do it. So wish me luck. Tomorrow is day 30, and we're going to wrap up this entire course. I'll see you then.
What? Put your arms in the air!
You'll never take me alone! Is this thing running, recording? We're good. I don't know how much time we have. Oh, I need to close those curtains too. They could be here any minute. But I didn't want to leave you hanging. We can't have a 30 days course with only 29 days. So here's the deal. If anybody knocks on your door, we never met. You don't know Laracasts. Okay, we may have to go quick, but let's get started. Now, I do have one compromise we need to make in order to fit all of this in to a single video, and I'll show you. Now, here is my Laravel herd root directory, and yeah, you can see pixel positions, but I also have a backup version where I've been working behind the scenes to save us just a little bit of time. So we're going to go into resources, views, components, and just this once, I'm going to ask forgiveness for copying a bunch of form-related components so that I don't have to manually type them out. Trust me, we'll quickly go over it, but you've seen this before. You're already familiar with it. Let's skip over this process. So I will copy this directory, switch back to our real project into resources, views, components, and I will paste it in. And yeah, we'll talk about this more in a moment. Cool. So now let's start with authentication. I'm going to go into my routes file and let's set up our endpoints. And I'm going to do these all at once, again, to save a bit of time. So register will hit how about registered user controller? Again, this is a recap of the authentication episodes. And this will hit a create action. Next, when you post to that endpoint, that will hit a store. So we are storing a new registered user. And of course, ignore the squiggly lines just for a minute. Next, login. So if you make a GET request to login, this will hit, again, auth controller, login controller, session controller, whatever you want. This will hit a create action because we are creating a new session. That's how I think of it. Next, when you post to that endpoint, that will hit a store action. And then finally, let's do a delete request to /logout. And yeah, that will hit a destroy action. All right, let's create these controllers now. PHP artisan, make me a controller called session controller. And let's set up a full resource for it. And then let's do another one, but this time for registered user controller. All right, so yeah, let's import these. And let's start with registration. All right, and later, of course, we will remove any actions that we don't make use of. All right, so this is going to load. How about auth.register? In this case, I'm going to use a different directory name, and that's fine. And also, again, in the spirit of saving time, I'm going to make use of my editor a bit more. So in this case, I can option click and create the view all at once. And you'll see it automatically creates the auth directory and that file. And that's going to help us a lot. All right. So let's create a layout. And yeah, let's start with a page heading. We'll call it register. And yeah, how about font bold? Let's center the text. I want it pretty big, so how about text for Excel? And a little margin below it. Okay, so I can imagine that this is a standard page heading, which means why don't we move it into its own component, like this, page heading.blade.php, and paste it in. All right, now this will be our slot. Cool. So now if I switch back, we can swap it out with page heading. Okay, now I'm going to use some of these form components. So again, yeah, if you take a look at them, you've done these before, right? This is what a button looks like. And mostly we're just extracting Tailwind classes. But we do have a couple of things that might be nice. So I have one component called form. And this will create a form. It adds some default classes. And then it also handles figuring out whether to add the CSRF hidden field and the method field. So notice it defaults to a method of get. But if we change that to post or put or patch, as long as it's not get, it knows that we always need to include these two things, which you learned about in the forms lesson. But yeah, other than that, here's an input. So I create a field, and a field is just a wrapper for an input. It contains a label, it contains the input itself, and it contains an error. You've seen this a million times. And if you want, visit GitHub and you can inspect it and copy it over to your project. Okay, yeah, once again, it's going to save us so much time. Just give me this one. All right, so let's build up our forms. And do note, whenever you have a component within a directory, you need to do the directory name, dot, and then the component name. All right, so the method in this case is going to be post, and the action is going to be register. All right, so first up, I'm going to need an input. And for my inputs, I accept a label and a name, and it takes care of the rest. So the label is going to be your name, and then also the name for the input, which just happens to be name in this case. All right, let me show you what this looks like in the browser. If I visit /register, yeah, there we go. Looks good to me. All right, back to PHP Storm. All right, next, and actually real quick, let's just stick with name. That way this one can be email. Now, in this case, the type for the input should not be text, it should be email. All right, next I want two more. So we will have one for the password, and then also you have to confirm your password. So password confirmation. All right, password, and type for the input is also password, and this is password _ confirmation, and make sure it takes the same shape. All right, next down at the bottom, we could have a form button, and this could say create account. And let's have a look. Yeah, name, email, password, and create account. But notice there's no padding at the bottom. Maybe I could add a little padding to the body here. I think that's okay. PB10, just to push it down a little bit, and that's fine. Maybe even a little more, actually. Yeah, that's good. Now think about it. When you register, you also need to create an employer. So I have a divider component, and that just creates a little line, as you can see right here. Yeah, just a little divider. And then we're going to have a section for the employer details. For example, let's copy this. I need a name for your employer. So how about employer name? And the name for this input will be employer. And then also we need one for the logo. So I will call that logo. And this is a file input. So I'm going to set type to file in this case. So yeah, notice any attributes I provide here, of course, will be passed through here. And that's how attributes works. In this case, I'm just extracting the defaults into its own array so that it's easier to consume. And that's a good approach you might want to take. All right, back to Arc. So we have all of this and then the employer name and logo. All right, next, as you probably know, anytime you have a form that will accept a file upload, on the form tag itself, you need to set the ink type to multipart / form -data. And that's just how it will be encoded in this situation. Pretty standard HTML stuff there. All right, so let's go to registered user controller. And when we submit that form, we will now hit this endpoint. So let's die and dump all of the request data. All right, magic, I'm going to fill out this form. All right, let's create the account. And there we go, we have our attributes. While we're here, notice that logo is actually an instance of a Laravel class called uploaded file. And you're going to love this. It's going to make it as easy as possible to store this image wherever it needs to go, whether it's publicly available or even uploaded to Amazon S3 or something like that. All right, let's get to work. So this time, why don't we use request not as a helper function, but instead using an object instance like this. So we're going to validate. And by the way, the API is identical. Okay, let's see if my editor can help me a little bit with the rules. We want to save time anywhere that we can. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it'll get us going. Okay, so validate the name, the email verified at is not required, nor is remember token. Password is required, and it should be confirmed. And then I'm going to use the password validation rule. Make sure you don't accidentally grab the password facade. You want illuminate validation rules password, and I'll set, the only requirement is it needs to be at least 6 characters. Next, what else? Email, let's ignore the maximum for now. And it should be unique on the user's table and specifically on the email column. This is actually automatic because it will fetch that from the name. But if you want to be explicit, yeah, this is just saying, hey, look in the user's table and see if there's any email field that has the current email. And if there is, that's a no-go. We can't have 2 users in the system with the exact same email address. It needs to be unique. Okay, but next you'll remember we also have employer-specific validation. So we have a couple options. We could group them all together, or what if we tried this? Let's say user attributes, and then I will do another one for the employer, like this, employer attributes. And this can change to, and actually let's get PHP Storm to do it, some rules for the employer, and yeah, we just need this here. All right, so you have to give us a name, and you have to give us a logo. We'll make that required for now. But also I want to ensure that this logo is in fact an image. For that, I can use a file rule. Illuminate validation rules file. And let's set the available types. And yeah, you can give us a PNG, whatever you want here. A JPG, WebP, anything you want to add there. Maybe a WebP too. And that'll be enough. Now, here's why we split it up. I can now do things like this. User, create, user attributes. Whereas otherwise I'd have to do something like array accept or something like that to omit these from being passed to user create. And the same for updating the employer. So this just makes it a little bit easier. Create a new user, then log in the user, auth log in the user. And then, yeah, let's create the employer. Yeah, we'll do that right here. So we'll say user employer create. And yeah, because we are accessing the create method in this way, it will automatically assign the user ID to the employee record. That way I don't have to manually set it. It happens automatically. Now, we could do something like this where we set employer attributes, but in this case, we need to do a bit of work first for the logo. I need to store the logo in the proper location, and then wherever that path is, I want that to be referenced within the employer's table record. So here's what we'll do. Now, you'll remember that the request logo field, when we saw it in the browser, actually was an instance of Laravel's uploaded file class. And that's really cool because now we have some behavior on that class to store the image wherever it needs to go. I'm going to put it in a folder called logos. Okay, let's talk about this. If I go up into my config directory, there is a file systems configuration file. So this is for storage Do we want to store files locally or with FTP or S3? It just depends on what you want to do. And I can see the settings for each of those disks or drivers here. So yeah, in our case, these will be publicly accessible avatars. So I want to use the public disk by default. So I can set that within my environment file. And yeah, notice file system disk. I will update this to public. All right. And that's it, believe it or not. You're really going to love this. So when we upload the image, it will be saved within the storage app public, and it will create a new logos folder. And then we will create a symbolic link from here to the public directory so that any person can access these images. That's the way that works. All right. Now, once it uploads the image, it will save a path to where that logo is located. So I can then pass that to our create method. All right, so the employer's name will be employer attributes name, or of course you can grab it right off the request. And then the logo will be, assuming we did everything properly, the logo path. All right, so validate all of the attributes, create a user, store the logo, create a new employer, and then how about redirect to the home page? All right, let me take a look at this. Good, and create. Oh, actually, no. Employer attributes should be employer. That was the name of the input we assigned within the view. Other than that, I think that looks pretty good. All right, so it looks like we have only 2 actions here. So I can get rid of this and this. And yeah, from now on, I will do this behind the scenes after the video, again, to save us a little time. Let's give it a shot. All right, create the account. And it fails. Oh, maybe it wasn't called employer. Let's have a look. Let's go into register. Employer name, yeah, employer logo. All right, let's go back to registered user controller. Ah, yes, I bet you saw that. All right, so of course that key wasn't available. All right, try it one more time. All right, and there we go. So yeah, I'd like to see a little more feedback, and we can do that through Flash messaging. But if I switch to users, sure enough, I have a new John Doe account. The password is hashed, and we also have an employer who belongs to that user. So I think we're all set for registration. Next, I will switch over to login and log out. So let's go into session controller. For create, this will hit auth.login, and let's create that. All right. So let's steal a little bit of the code here. So this will say login. And this time we will post to login, and there is no file input there. Okay, I think all we need is an email address and a password. All right. How's that look? I think that's right. All right, back to session controller. That will now hit a store action. And you know what? We already wrote this functionality in the authentication episode. So if I switch to GitHub, where we have the source code for the entire series, if I go into app, HTTP, session controller, I bet, yeah, let's take a look at this. It's all the same stuff, right? Show the login view, validate the request. So let's take the raw data here, copy it, and see if we can just paste it in here. All right, so yeah, that looks pretty good. We try to log the user in. If we couldn't, then we attach a validation error to email. We regenerate the session token, as we learned that's a good practice, and then we redirect again to the home page in this case. And then finally for destroy, yeah, you just do auth logout and redirect and you're done. So that saves us a bit of time, which we needed. Let's have a look. Let's go to /login. Let's try to log in john@example.com. And we're in. All right, very cool. But yeah, notice how if I visit /login, I still see that form, which doesn't make sense. So let's do a little bit of authorization. If you think about it, to access this page, you should be a guest. Same for this one, but not for this one. Actually, in this case, you need to be signed in. So let's say middleware auth. And then for these two, and actually also for these two, you need to be a guest. If you're signed in, it doesn't make sense to visit a register page. So I'm going to use a route group, but first add a middleware. And we'll say you got to be a guest in order for this to work. Okay. So now any route nested within this closure will receive the guest middleware. And this is a wrapper, or instead for each of these routes, we could do something like this, and that would do the same thing. All right, very good. Next, let's go into our layout file, and here is our nav section. So yeah, right here, why don't we tweak this? I only want to see this posted job link if you're signed in. So I'm going to use this auth directive, like so. And then I'm going to add another one here called guest. Now I could do auth, else, and auth, but sometimes I think this reads a little bit better. If you're a guest, show this. If you're signed in, show that. And actually, while we're here, why don't we say job/create for the posted job link, because we know that's what it's going to be ultimately. Okay. Now, if you're instead a guest, let's repeat some of this here. All right, so we will have two links to sign up or log in. All right, so sign up would be /register and login would be /login. Let's have a look. Okay, so if I refresh, yeah, I still see posted job because of course I'm signed in. But let's open up an incognito window. And yeah, now, because we're not signed in, I do see sign up and login, and those do work. Perfect. All right, so let's close those out, and I'm back to the view where I'm signed in. All right, 5-second breather, real quick. I get it. I know I'm going really fast. Sorry, it's got to be that way. It's day 30. We got to wrap up. Okay, back to work. What should we work on next? How about this big search bar here? Yeah, okay. Let's go into job/index and let's see what we have. Yeah, right now we have standard form tags, but I'm going to replace this with our new xforms.form tag. And this will make a GET request, which is the default, but I want to send it to, how about search? And we will implement that route. All right, next within here, let's add an input. The name will be Q for query. That's really common. The placeholder can be something like web developer. And let's have a look in the browser. I get undefined variable label. Yeah, so my input component is expecting a label, but in this case, we don't actually want one. So if I switch through, we can see that the label is passed to this field component, and the field component checks whether label is truthy. Okay, so if I switch back, all I need to do is set label to false. All right, switch back, and that solves that problem. Okay, I think I need a little more breathing room below the title. So why don't we say class of MT6? And yeah, we kind of reproduced what we had before. Cool. So now, yeah, take a look. If I search for, how about Laracasts, and I hit submit, I do get a 404 because I haven't yet implemented that route. All right, let's do it now. Let's duplicate this. If you visit /search, again, keep it very simple. Let's load a search controller. And actually, this time I'm going to show you invocable controllers. So every once in a while, you will have a controller that will only ever have one action. In these cases, rather than passing an array and to the action name, you can just pass the path to the class itself. And then an invoke magic method will be called on that class. It's pretty cool. Let's do that now. PHP artisan, make me a controller called search controller. And, oh, you know what? That's interfering with my route declaration. So let's do that first and then uncomment this. Okay, now I can import it and I will command click through. And yeah, if I create a magic __ invoke method, now this will be called. And yeah, this is great for situations where a controller only ever needs to have one action. So I'll show you. Come back, give it a refresh, and we now have hit that invoke method. Okay, so there should be a queue query within the request, refresh, and now that is set to Laracasts. And of course, we can control that here. Cool. So now we have everything we need to search our jobs table. And this will be fairly primitive. We're not going to use full text search or anything special. We'll just say, look for any job where the title is like this search param, and that should be enough. So let's say job where the title is like the request query, but then I'm going to say, yeah, any number of characters can come before that query and any number of characters can come after it. So as long as this search query exists somewhere within the title, I want it included in the result set. So we will fetch that, and then why don't we return that as JSON so we can have a look in the browser. Let's start from scratch. Let's look for something related to, how about teacher? All right. We run it. Let's do pretty print, and we get 1 result. All right, so now we just need to render a view to display those results, and that should be pretty easy. Let's return a view, and this could be like a generic view, like results. Anytime you want to show jobs, we can use this view. And I'll pass through our list of jobs. Nice and easy. All right, let's have my editor create the view. We'll have our layout. We will have a page heading, results. And then let's do this. Let's go into job/index. And yeah, we want this right here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in. And I don't think we need that MT6 in this case. All right. Yeah, let's have a look. Back to the browser, refresh, and we have only 1 result, but it does seem to be working. Let's try one more time. Something related to tax. And once again, we have 1 result, but yeah, that's working. Cool. Search is now done. At least the primitive form of search is now complete. We should also look for tags and things like that, but you can work on that on your own. So now think about it. If we go back to our routes file, let's set up another route for tagging. So I could say visit tags / and then some kind of tag name. That will hit a tag controller. And I will create that. So make me a controller called tag controller. Cool. And let's import that. And yeah, this will be the exact same thing. So in fact, if I go to search controller, let's just copy that, switch back to tag, paste it in. And now we aren't searching the database. We are finding all jobs associated with a given tag. Something like that. Okay, so let's go to our tag model. And we don't yet have a relationship between a tag and a job, but I think we do in reverse. Yes. So let's copy this, bring it over to tag, paste it in. And now if I have a tag and I want to find all jobs, it's also a belongs to relationship. We just have to reverse it. Like that. All right, back to tag controller. All right, well now I'm going to ask for the tag. And you learned about this through route model binding. Just as a 5-second recap. Yeah, right here, because we have this wildcard here that's called tag, and then we have a parameter name also of tag, Laravel is going to try to track down this tag for us. But by default, it's going to expect this wildcard to be an ID. So I can add a colon and say, no, actually the identifier here is name. So if I visit tag /front end, yeah, I basically want Laravel to say select star from tags where name equals front end. Yeah, without that, it would default to this. And yeah, we already reviewed this. So that should be a recap. All right. So now I should have the tag. I should be able to get the jobs for the tag, right? So why don't we just do this? Load the results and pass through all of the jobs associated with this particular tag. All right, let's clean up. And it's so easy, isn't it? It kind of blows me away. It's so simple. All right, back to the browser, and let's visit some random tag. How about oot? All right, and here are all of the jobs that are associated with that particular tag. Yeah, cool. So now, yeah, all of these tags should be clickable. So if I click here, that will show me all of the jobs so that I can further filter things down. That's great. Okay, final thing, and then I promise we're going to be done. Of course, we need to implement the form to post a job. So let's do that now. Go to my routes file, and we'll say right up here, how about this? Let's duplicate this. Job/create, we'll hit job controller at create, and then I'll do another one here. When you make a post request to /jobs, that should store a new job in the database. And of course, these need to have the proper middleware. In order to post a job, you need to be signed in. All right, let's take care of it. So we have our create action that will return jobs.create. Let's have my editor create the view. X layout. Notice how quick we can be when we have our systems in order, right? Let's do a page heading, new job, and sanity check. Let's load the page, job/create. That works. And further, if I click right here, it should load it. Cool. Let's build our form. Now, this is going to make a post request to /jobs. And let's do this. Again, I'm going to save ourselves some time. You've already seen the basic process of creating a form input, so I will paste in a few at once. So we have one input for the title and a salary and a location. Next, we need one for the URL. So this is the URL to view the actual job page on your company's website. Next, when you create a job, you can optionally add a number of tags. So I'm going to keep this very simple. It's just an input. And if you provide a comma-separated list, we will turn those into tags. Maybe not ideal, but it'll get the job done in this case. Next, I'm going to have a button to publish the job. And then I'm going to introduce a new one, which is a select field. So if I have a look at it real quick, notice it's just deferring to an HTML select. All right. So our options are part-time and full-time, and this is where you specify what the schedule for the job is. Next, right down here, let's add it. I'm going to add a checkbox. Once again, input and type equals checkbox. Very basic stuff. Okay. So the label for the checkbox is feature. And costs extra, presumably if you built this on your own, in order to feature a job, you're going to be charged $100 or $20, whatever it is. We would want to note that. But we're not going to deal with billing or Stripe in this series. It's far beyond the scope of this course. Anyways, I think that's it. So the only thing I might do is add a divider to separate the main fields from the optional tags. All right, let's have a look in the browser. And here we go. To create a new job, you got to give us all of this junk here, and then you can publish it. All right. So that's going to make a post request to /jobs. That will hit our job controller, and that will load this action. Now, you can see here we have a form request. I actually didn't review that in this course. Some people like them, some people don't. I would encourage you to take a look at them. But for now, I'm not going to dig into anything new. So let's stick with the standard Illuminate HTTP request. All right, let's get to work. We will validate the request. Let's see what my editor can do for me. I'm going to add a new job. Yeah, pretty good. I will take care of the employer ID. So you need to give us a title, a salary, a location, a schedule. And then for our demo, at least, we're saying, well, the schedule needs to be either part-time or full-time. So one way we can do that is through the Illuminate Validation Rule class. And I can say it needs to be, the attribute value needs to be included in one of these. And we can also set this up as an enum if we want, but I'm not going to. All right, next up, the URL is required, and it should be a URL. Or if you want to make sure it's an active URL, you could do that as well, which is cool. And then featured, I will handle that a little differently. Finally, we have tags, and we'll keep it here. And let's say tags actually can be nullable. All right, next I will save that to attributes, and then I will manually handle the featured status. So I could say, okay, attributes, add a new one called featured, and that will be true or false depending on whether the request has a value for that featured checkbox. Remember, if that input isn't checked, I don't think anything gets passed, right? But if it is checked, it's set to on or something like that. All I want in this case is a Boolean, so we will use that. All right, this looks good to me. So let's go through the authenticated user. Let's grab the employer. We'll reference the jobs relationship and create a new one there. And again, to be crystal clear, when we take this pathway, when we create the job, the employer ID will automatically be set in the process. And further, when we access the employer through the authenticated user, we remove any opportunity to fake who the current user is. Unless you're signed in, you have no ability to create a job under a different employer. Okay, so it sounds like we just need all of these attributes, maybe except the tags. So here's what I'll do. This time, array except, and I'll provide the attributes and then the one that I want to exclude. We could do that, or we could access it through the request. I think there's a request unless or a request except method as well. So either of those would work. All right, now we have a new job record. The final step is tags. So why don't we do this? Let's see, do we have any tags at all? And what we'll say is if we don't have anything there, let's just assume false. I'm not sure if that's necessary. We might be able to remove that, but I'm going to keep it. Then what I'm going to do is basically explode that list of tags using a comma as a separator, something like this. So now Laravel backend frontend, that will turn into an array, right, of Laravel backend. You get the idea. Let's then loop over it. So for each of those as tag, then let's create a new tag. So I need a job instance. We got it here. and I can say job tag. And yeah, you'll remember using TDD, we implemented this tag method. And this will try to find a tag with the name and attach it. Otherwise, it'll create a brand new tag in the database with that name. So yeah, on this note, keep in mind, this is fairly primitive. We could end up in situations where, for example, you have a tag called front end in the table, but then this as well. And we should consolidate that as much as we can. But we're going to take a shortcut where we can find it. All right, let's pass it in. And I think we're done. So let's redirect to the home page when we're done. Okay, let's get rid of all of these. And this is let's clean this up. This is our job controller. All right, let's go. Post a job. I'll fill this out like magic, like so. All right, so we have a position for a Laracast video editor, pays 90 grand. Here's the link to the work page, and here are some optional tags. Let's publish it. All right, I would expect to see it right here, right? Well, let's see, where is it? It's at the end of recent jobs. Here's what I think I did wrong. Let's go into job controller, and maybe I got the order wrong. Maybe recent jobs is actually first and featured is second. Yeah, I bet that's what I did. Okay, back to Arc, give it a refresh. And again, I don't see it here, but I do see it at the end. Okay, so we just need to reverse the order. Why don't we say the newest jobs show up top? Job, I want the latest ones, and give me the results and group them according to whether they are featured or not. And that should do it. Come back, refresh, and there we go. We have our brand new job. So let's see, can I view all jobs associated with that tag? Yes, I can. Now, I should be able to click on the job and it will take me to the job listing page. Let's fix that, and then I promise we are done. All right, so here is the H3. It's now going to be an anchor tag that links to the job's URL, like so. So let's do the same thing for job card wide, like so. And cross your fingers, refresh, click on this, and it loads the Laracast page where you can view more details. The only thing you might want to do is set a target of blank for both of these. Switch over to this one as well. And that way, some people don't like this, but in this scenario, I think it's okay. That way the user doesn't completely abandon your jobs page. It instead opens the job within a new tab. So again, imagine you're looking for jobs related to video work. All right, here we go. Click on it, and now we can review more. And ladies and gentlemen, that is all I'm going to cover today. Oh, wait, actually, no. I have two more things. Sorry, two more things to show you. We have to update the job card to show the new employer logo. And then I also want to display a logout link and make a couple tweaks to make our query performance better. All right, let's go into employer logo. And yeah, right now we are hard coding the path, but now we can swap it out with the employer logo. Okay, so now let's ask for an employer when you load this component. Okay, I believe we reference it in job card. Yep, let's pass through the employer, job employer. And then I think we do the exact same thing in job card wide. So I will paste that in and remove the width. Okay, so now let's switch into our component, and I'm going to pass this to Laravel's asset function, and that will prepare a full URL to the asset. And remember, when you upload a logo, it goes into the storage app public logos directory. So here's one of the logos I uploaded. And now all you have to do is symlink it into your public folder, which is globally accessible. So for that, you can say PHP artisan storage link. All right, so now notice we have a symbolic link right here. Yeah, there it is. And now they're accessible. All right, let's go to Arc. And we see it, but the size is wrong. All right, let's go into employer logo. And yep, we accept a width, but we never used it. So let's do that now. Come back, and that looks good to me. All right, next, let's go into job controller. And remember to always optimize your queries. If we have a job and we're going to access tags and employer information off it, if we're not careful, that's going to lead to an N+1 problem, as we learned about. So let's always use the with method to eager load any relationships we require, such as employer and tags. And yeah, you would also do the same thing, for example, in Search Controller. So make sure you say with employer and tags and whatever else you happen to reference. And when these queries get a little long, yeah, make sure you can put them on their own line. And if you want, you can even call this query method to start a new query, and that allows you to keep all of your primary filter methods on their own lines, and that does the same thing. All right, last thing, and then I promise this time I'm letting you go. If we switch to Arc, yes, we have sign up and log in, but if I log in as John, there's no link to log out. So that's my final step. If you're signed in, I'm going to add a form to log out. That'll hit the logout endpoint, and it's going to make a post request. But of course, we need to add the CSRF and method tags. And yeah, we're not using the form component because that has some styling for the form itself and the button. And we don't need that in this case. Okay, so yeah, now let's do a display of flex. And yeah, it looks good to me. So I can post a job or I can log out. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done. I can't do any more in this course. Well, I can't believe it, but we are now officially, positively, undeniably, indisputably, irreversibly done with 30 days to learn Laravel. It has been a massive effort for both you and me. So if you have made it through all of these 30 days, trust me, I've watched a lot of courses myself, and rarely do I complete them. So whether you intended it or not, I'm going to take that as a compliment. All right, so let's talk about this. Come here. I have recorded iterations of this course for about 10 years now. It goes all the way back to 2013 with Laravel 3 from scratch, if you can believe it. And yeah, it never fails. Every single time, people will complain that we didn't cover such and such topic. You know, there's nothing here about package development. What about APIs? What about events? You didn't talk about Livewire or inertia. How come? And I'm going to tell you the answer to that question right now. The reason is because we didn't.
Well, okay.
You know, as the saying goes, your learning doesn't conclude the moment you finish a beginner-related course. I'm sorry to say, it has only just begun. So yes, I would encourage you to learn more about Livewire, and we have a course for that on Laracasts. Yes, you should learn more about API development, and we have a course for that. Yes, you should learn more about Inertia.js, and we have a course for that. But do they belong in a beginner-specific course? Well, that's up for you to decide, but I chose no. There is such a thing as giving people too much all at once, and I would rather you complete a course and then move on versus become overwhelmed by the material in one course. Okay, so this is somewhat of a bittersweet moment for me because I know most of you are watching this as a free course, maybe even on YouTube, and you're never going to sign up for Laracasts. Even though, did you know that you can sign up for Laracasts for $15 a month? $15. I went to Subway yesterday and it was $15. You could access everything we have ever created for $15 a month. But I already know most of you won't. Some of you will, and I immensely appreciate it, but most of you won't. You'll finish this video, you're probably already done. You're probably not even listening to me at this point. You've already moved on to something else, and we'll never see each other again. And that is a bittersweet moment. So, I'm going to finish up with a song to show you how I feel when you don't sign up for Laracasts. Let me show you. God, they're here. Wish me luck.